is that him winning rounds individually was not enough for this team. They got beat on the team play by a Leviathan who looked pretty clean in map number 2 of that series.
Yeah, you definitely see the mindset of like what talent have and what they utilize to the best of their potential. If they're able to hone in on those, as we keep talking about, those fundamentals, baby, this is a scary team.
Yeah, and maybe they can finally close out a map, especially here on the big stage, right?
Yeah.
And take a map or even a series against a top 4 team.
Okay. I think we're good to go.
They aren't going to do it just because of Primi, but I do think he needs to play as well as he did in that last match. He is critical to this team's success, but everyone else has to step up. They have to show the team that was good in Pacific, not the team who's letting matches slip. They've been on a bit of a downslide, losing 2 series straight to go out after qualifying to champions, and then losing another.
I mean, saying that they're on a downslide is a bit unfair, I think, but you know. This is a doable matchup. I would agree with that. What's up, David? Davin? Hey, Lakia's fan. I'm doing okay. I'm very tired. I went to sleep at like 7 a.m. this morning reviewing VODs. And then I like woke up and then I couldn't focus and then I fell back asleep and I've been in a weird position, but I'm doing okay.
This one, whether we do or die today, I'm very excited. But today I brought with me the snake, and for me, it's about renewal. It's about immortality. And if it's not this tournament, it's next tournament. But for today, we're
the snake.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
What?
Now, Team Vitality is coming into this one.
Team Vitality.
With, a bit of a run that they have managed to gone through here, right? Like, this is a squad that has talent. Safe is one of those guys, and he's talking about how, you know what, Argentina lost the first game of the World Cup, so maybe Safe sees a little bit of Messi in himself.
So poetic.
Yeah, he's one of those players that it's just like trying to be a poet all the time, but if he actually like internalizes that stuff, it's good for motivation.
But the thing that I want to harp on here,
I like that Safe speaks
he was not
eloquently.
He did not show up in that last game. He was struggling to get that rhythm going. And I feel like for Vitality, Baby Bay, in order to find that success, kind of like what we were talking about with Primi, you're really going to be looking at Safe here to kind of be the tip of the spear for them.
Okay, maps, that's what we have to get rid of. There we go.
Pop-off moments in EMEA, dropping 20 bombs, 30 bombs, clutch scenarios on top of it. On
he looked
Neon,
like a top 3 player in EMEA.
It was unreal what we were watching, and yeah, it was just AFK last time.
And the thing is that he's shown up to international events before. You think back to Lock-In, to Champions.
Think we're good.
Gone his way. He's always been this talent that performs so well in Europe, that gets so hyped up heading into these internationals, and hasn't managed to show his best form and get it over the line yet. So for him, I think it means the world to be here on another champion stage and have another opportunity to prove himself. He just has to do it.
Yeah, but you know, we were talking
He just has to do it. That is true. A lot of times that's what it comes down to on a big stage like this. Okay. All right. I think I'm mostly all set up. What is your opinion about VCT Ascension Pacific moving countries? I was surprised, but it seems like it was probably a combination of things. Because the format has changed now, right? It's a double elim bracket. I assume that was a big part of it. I think they wanted to change that, and then it probably wasn't feasible with what they had in Japan. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, a change to double elim is great. I think that's huge, especially for for Ascension players. Like this means so much to them. They've been grinding all year for it.
Hopefully I can inspire other people to get into Valorant. That is my my dream. Inspire other people, get into Valorant. Maybe they make it here one day.
So that part is good.
I'd say that.
I mean, I think it
quite big, quite known.
It's probably a giga banger, or giga bummer rather, giga bummer for the Japanese fans. So I do feel bad about that, but
I definitely hope to inspire people to either follow the
you know, at the, you know, not that this is a great consolation, but at least Masters did happen in Tokyo already once, so it's not like this was like the one chance, and there's been off-season tournaments, so yeah, so it's been pushed back as well. So I think mostly from what I gather, it just seems the biggest reason, you know, whatever else there might be, the biggest reason just seems to be that they wanted to change the format, they wanted to make it double elim, and they needed a space where they could do that, and they probably couldn't make it happen in Tokyo, so they moved it.
We went a long way, and then
oh, thanks, Lakia, #1 fan.
Me and Trex in one kayak, Safe and Runner in the other one, and we said, what if we race back, and the bet was whoever loses has to jump in the water, like close on and everything. Okay. Actually, no, not close on, but forget that part. But then for like 20 minutes, we went full power all the way back. It was very exhausting. And this guy started cheating. He started using his hands. We were like really close with the kayaks at one point, and he started pulling us back constantly. But then
playing dirty.
And then they completely got the lead. It was like
he's letting some parts out.
Me and Trex thought it was over, and then at the end they got stuck by like a post.
Speaking of formats, do we know how the playoff draws are going to happen? I think it's just random. I think it's just random draws. I think I said that in the format video, no?
They were cheating as well, but you know, it's fine. Nah, it's fine.
Sounds like it just became.
That will probably still be done live.
And Safe decided to not take part in the punishment.
So it'll just be the same old, same old.
Fair play, a man of his word.
Yeah, a man of his word.
Yeah. Even if the pole was the one that got in the way. Look, I wanted to also ask you guys about, like, you faced a lot of the EMEA teams. Heretics, you beat them twice. You've beaten everybody except for Fnatic. Those are the only losses you had in Stage 2. And with that in perspective, do you guys feel like you're maybe underrated at an EMEA, at national level? I feel like any other team that doesn't. Well,
the seeding of the group, your placement in the groups matters.
Held in a bit of a high regard. I don't know.
Yeah, seed 1 will the first place in groups will play the second places.
When I went on the analyst,
so seeding 100% matters.
Kind of like
it's always been that way.
Taken seriously. And we, you know, I said like,
안사님 안녕하세요.
then that's when people start to actually get their eye on you and start to.
So, for instance, you know, like DRX cannot play Heretics, and the teams are aware of that because I think they've said it in the interviews.
But yeah, I think we are a bit like, you know, under the radar in terms of like internationally, like, you know, there's not many people like that talk about us in the wider international scene, and whether that's a blessing or a curse or whatever. So yeah, I do think we are a bit.
Give me 1 second. I think I'm gonna have to make a
I'm looking forward to your game, guys. That's all
phone
we've got
call.
time for. Thank you so much for joining us here, and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you for having us.
Back to you guys.
Team Vitality have an opportunity here to have the whole world talking about them if they can continue and go on a run. The run that brought them here to begin with. So if they can find that energy that catapulted them to this very stage, Mimi, well, I think this Vitality team does have the tools and the capability to be able to go far. They just got to find that rhythm.
Absolutely. When a poll was taken of all the pro players at Champions coming into this event, the pros voted the most underrated team at this event was Vitality, and I think that's for good reason. This team looked great in EMEA, made it all the way to the finals, losing out to only Fnatic, as they were mentioning in that interview. But this opening match, I think might have dropped some of those expectations, because for a team known for how good their macro is, they got out-called by Trace completely in this series.
Yeah, it was crazy from Trace, but this Trace that they played against, I mean, they're a macro-centered team from the start of this entire year. I mean, the start of that roster, so it's tough. And if you don't do your due diligence and maybe they underrated Trace themselves, that's what happens, and you don't have the results that you want.
Yeah, I think that map 3 especially was telling to me, because Trace came out, they played this Deadlock comp, which they had only, I believe, played once before going into this one. And watching Vitality, I didn't feel like they had like the internal clock right playing against the Deadlock. They didn't win a round on their defensive side because they were trying to play these set retakes, but I didn't think they were doing a very good job of dealing with that Deadlock utility and just could never get back in. And that kind of inability to adapt cooked what was a very close series for them.
And they're going to have that ability going up against a team like Talon, who constantly just put out new stuff.
I feel like they change their comps more than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get the pleasure of talking with Frost quite a bit, and he has, like, comps that he's been saving since 100 Thieves, man. Like, I'm not even joking.
Fair. I mean,
it's interesting, but, you know, like...
Could be problematic.
And I think Vitality, a lot of people have centered the conversation on some of the individual underperformances, I think especially with Safe in that series.
Yeah.
But I really feel like that game came down to the macro and to the IGLing. And I think that under the pressure of the style a team like Talon does, it's going to have to be all about the adaptation and also about staying in the right form with your fundamentals to not get caught off guard by Talon. They're a real test to play against.
Yeah, but you know what, though? One of the bright spots of that, especially map 1 and 2, I mean, Trex was great. Trex was fan-freaking-tastic. And if he can channel a little bit of that in this one and, you know, the rest of the team starts to shoot behind him, Vitality could be finding themselves, you know, in a pretty decent position here. And let's actually go ahead and hear from Trex about that opening loss to Trace in this Omen player moment.
Hello, I'm Trex from Vitality and I'm playing Initiator role. I mean, it's a hard loss for us. I think everyone expected more from this game. Like, even though we lost first map and like we used to lose first map because it's always a slow start for us. So, and we came back on Sunset and we felt like, yeah, we're gonna win now. On Bind, they were playing comp that we never played before, so it got us there. And yeah, as I said, we didn't adapt in time, so that was like main point that didn't work for us. I think Sunset we played fine. I think, yeah, the other maps I didn't think we showed are like maybe even 70% or like 60%.
Probably gonna go through. Couple players ringing out some shots as Paint Shells gets ready to greet them from behind. Trex able to back away as there's the rush forward, but it's 2, 3 quick and easy kills.
I mean, from what I saw today against Leviathan, they play like gimmick comps. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting match and a lot of adaptations there. There's not much else that we can do right now, so I'm gonna focus on what's ahead, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Now, of course, Trex is coming into this one with, you know, a decent amount of hype from what we saw in that first map, or from that first series, rather. But he's certainly going to be needing to channel a little bit of that here in order to get this team over the line.
Yeah, people talk a lot about Vitality being rookies and not having many opportunities on stage before. But when Trex was really a rookie was 2 years ago now, playing at Masters Copenhagen, back on that guild roster. And he was playing alongside the player who, in my opinion, is the GOAT of Sova. Leo, that guy's ridiculous. Unfortunately, not playing with Fnatic this event, but I think Trex now filling into that Sova role might be a little inspired by his former teammate because his shock dart utility, his mechanics, and I think just how innate he looks when he's playing on this Sova role is great. And when he was playing back then at Masters Copenhagen, this guy was a Raze player. He was playing the primary dive. He's had such a growth since the last time he got an opportunity to play at an international.
Yeah, very impressive there, and it continues to follow the trend that we've been seeing across all the regions of duelist players, you know, sliding into those more supportive roles, but finding success in those roles thanks to their great aim and their great understanding of the game and being way more proactive, you know, with their utility, like we saw with Trex.
Yeah, and oftentimes it's the duelists that switch roles and they still pop off, right? You even have Runner, who was the duelist in the beginning, and he took a step back for Safe to now come up as duelist once more. And now you have 3 duelists, 3 shooters on your team, but they got to show up. It can't just be the Trex.
And it's the same on the other side. Ban was playing duelist back in the day when he was playing in NA Tier 2. I know you're really familiar with the guy.
Yeah, Ban this year has played the most agents out of anybody. He's the most flexible player in the league. And granted, you know, obviously he gets put on it, you know, from his team that he's on, but he has played every agent. In the last 90 days, he's played, what, 9 agents?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Wild.
Right?
That is actually wild.
So he's kind of, when you think of talent, he's actually a big stone for this team and like a consistent player. The fact that he's so flexible and is able to do this is what allows Talon to bust out these interesting compositions to counter teams or just catch teams off guard.
How do you think he's grown as a player from when you played against him in NA Tier 2 to now playing in Korea here in partnership?
Oh, I swear, I think it's similar to me. I think everyone, what they thought of me, was like a Jet one trick.
Sure.
And I thought the same thing about him.
I mean, that was the discussion about this guy.
That's what I'm saying. So I thought it was the same thing about him. And then when we saw him on T1, we saw him play smokes and controller, and I was like, okay, he's all right. He's all right. But then being able to like Frost being able to utilize him and him being able to be a leader on this team because he kind of is that veteran guy.
Yeah, as weird as it is to say.
Yeah,
he is now.
Kind of wild. Kind of wild.
So the growth from him, it's insane. It's kind of like the story about Trexen a little bit, but just at a way bigger scale and way harder.
And him growing to that point, I think, is so important, being surrounded by these new players. Primmy's a great talent, but he's an unrefined talent, and he needs those experienced players, that experienced coaching, to refine him into the great player into that he can be one day.
Yeah, I could not agree more, because having that supportive voice there is sometimes even more important than having a supportive person in the server. You know what I mean? To be able to just turn to someone, hey, what do you do in this instance? How do I handle this particular scenario, right? Like, you'd want those individuals who have lived it, who have been there, to be a part of it. But here's the thing, folks, all right? You know, we're going to take a little bit of a break talking about the match for a second, because there's a more important thing that we got to talk about.
Of
course.
It's a way more important thing.
What's so important?
We got Baby Bay on the desk, so let's go ahead and shift gears and talk to the master of Drit. It's now time for Baby Baywatch.
Whoa, how much did that watch cost you, Dret?
Too much. Too much. My bank account hurts. I don't got that phase paycheck anymore.
So here's the deal. Many of our champions teams have come to Seoul rocking brand new jerseys, and I ain't talking about the state. God, definitely not talking about the state. Good Lord.
One of the worst in the union.
God, I couldn't agree more. Elizabeth, if you're watching, no, haha, joke's on you. All right, so let's go ahead and critique these looks, shall we? First up, we have EDG's new jersey. I got all the jerseys here. We got a lot of nice ones.
That's a lot of jerseys.
I gotta say, Edward has been gaming with this design.
The old one was boring. This one is a little exciting, I feel.
I mean, it's definitely more exciting. You got the ketchup splatter. You got some mustard on it.
That is not a ketchup splatter.
That is a fine signature, sir.
But okay. But the highlight of this jersey, the reason why I love it the most, is this handlebar right here. Okay.
What's the purpose of that?
EDG have 2 extra subs for a reason, Mimi, and it's because when anyone is messing around on stage, the coach is able to yoink them off and sub them in.
It's like a grab bar. That's so convenient.
Yeah, that's definitely why that's
Can
there.
I feel it?
No, pretty fire though. I actually do like it though.
I like the VCTCN logo on the back.
It's nice.
I
All
do too.
jokes aside,
and I like the tag on the side too.
Yeah.
It's got like a little bit of that, off-white or Supreme type of joint to it. I don't really buy that stuff.
I would say it's better than the last one.
It definitely is. And I like bright jerseys.
Oh, that was a longer call than I thought. Sorry about that. I am back.
Solid jersey.
Solid jersey. How would we rate it? How would we rate it out of a 5 rating?
5.
Goob.
5 ratings are bad.
Thank you.
Are more like
5 ratings are the best.
Welcome.
You give it a 3? All right.
Because everyone cops out and does a 3, which is why 5 ratings are bad.
I'd give it a
5, it's more
Joke's
of an
on you, Mimi. We're going 5. All right, here we go. Now, next one, we have Fnatic.
What is
this one?
Fire. Look at how good it looks on the camera.
It is quite nice.
I know you're not a fan.
There's just
this one I'm torn, actually. Yeah, this one I'm torn. But this one's, the old one's kind of too loud. The new one's nice.
I think it's better than the magma lava that they had last year.
Yeah, the old one's too loud. But like, I don't like it though.
It's like a real patch.
It's legit, and there's rubber on it and everything of the sort.
Fnatic have been in the esports game for God knows how long. It's great to see. They always put out quality stuff, so it's great.
Yeah, this one's kind of a pick the lesser of the two.
Is fantastic. I quite like it. How we rate this?
I love it. I would give it a 5.
I like the pattern less than the EDG jersey, but I feel like it's a really high quality jersey. The patch is really nice.
The quality, whatever.
7 out of 10.
Okay, you can't just. I'm the host. I institute what the rating is.
It's a 3.5 out of 5.
I would give it a 3.9 out of 5.
All right, 3.9 out of 5. I'll take the point scores. All right. Next up is Gen G. And this I like a lot.
I do like it better than the old one. I don't like the old one.
It looks like the Seoul Dynasty jersey.
Well, it is. I mean, that's where they get it from, the Seoul Dynasty one. Yeah. Because Gen G is Seoul Dynasty.
And it's just
gold looks great anywhere.
Yeah, you're going back to the basics.
Well, that's simple.
And also, I love the quality of this, the texture of it. It feels airy.
Also, feel the logo as well is actually quite high quality.
The texture of it.
The texture. Har.
I like it. I think it's classy. I think it's good, but I think it's a little
bland.
It's a little bland. There's a lot of black.
Yeah, the jacket's nice. Yeah, it is a little bland. That was my concern. I agree with Mimi on this one. Yeah, I was on a call for like 30 minutes. Sorry.
Out of 5 or out of 10?
We've been I turned on the stream and then I just was on a call.
That's the rating.
Okay, I agree. It's a 4.
It's a 4. Okay.
Nice.
I don't know why. It's something you want.
Out of 10 for you.
You'll say out of 10. Just gonna give me an aneurysm.
What's
All right,
next?
Here's our next one. And this one I'm quite excited for. It's Team
Challenge
Vitality's New Jersey. Look at this bad boy right here.
Versus
Quite nice.
Team
Very different.
Vitality.
Like
Here you go, baby.
real
Gas
sport
station?
jersey.
Go ahead and rate it with your drip scale.
Does Team Vitality have a separate Valorant?
Jersey, but
No,
I'll say
doesn't
one
look
thing,
like it.
I'm just not a fan of
Look at the
jerseys
back
in
though. The
general.
gold. The gold.
The gold is okay. This is the saving grace of the jersey.
Yeah, it's kind of
alright?
hype.
And I'll say one thing for those viewers out there. You're looking at the picture right there. It doesn't do it justice. It's way better in person. I think we could all agree.
I actually like the new one better.
It's nice and shiny.
But-
it looks like it would be like nice to like
I mean,
wear, like working
yeah,
out. It seems
I
to be,
like the new one
lift
better.
sweat, stay
Like active
cool.
wear.
I also like
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I can see
two-tone
that.
sleeves as well. It's quite nice with the white and the
Yeah.
red on each
I
side.
like it way better than their previous jersey.
I like it more than the previous jersey, and mainly because I love the way that they did the logo here.
Yeah.
I love the logo, and I love that it's real. It feels good.
It
It's
kind of looks
rubber
like
on
the
it,
Team
too.
USA jersey.
I was gonna say
they're gonna
this,
play in the Olympics.
this is screaming Olympics to me. I don't know why, but I'm with it.
Vitality honorary NA team
Honorary
with this
Team
jersey.
USA men's.
Yeah, they're gonna win an Olympic medal in Valorant.
All right, what do we rate it? What do we rate it?
I'd probably give it a maybe like a 3.
A 3?
I'm gonna give it a 7. Actually, an 8.
All right.
I really like it. I think it's great.
No, I went back and watched them.
Nice, too.
I have
Yesterday's
no more
games.
to lose, Mimi.
So 3.9.
No, an 8.
Okay,
That's a
fine.
4. Divide by 2.
Don't bring math into this. We're all commentators.
It's,
Yeah, I'm terrible.
Come on.
I have to go back and watch it, a couple parts of it a bit more in detail, but
You didn't. You like went to a
dude,
test.
so here's the thing: is that I'm glad Sentinels went back to Viper comps. I'm glad they won, but man, I don't know.
You got the ratings. So you go ahead and let us know what you think about the different jerseys. Make sure you use the hashtag.
Jimmy, do you want your
VCT Valorant Champions
jerseys
as well.
back so you can
We
have
gotta
some
return
shirts?
those.
What's up, Anti-Rion?
Make sure they're not.
Our producer Evan might get fired if we lose.
Welcome,
him, so
welcome.
Make sure we keep his job here because he's very good at it. All right, well, this is now time for our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked y'all what is the team with the biggest surprise, and congratulations, you all passed the excitement except for the 27% of you that didn't.
Good job.
Congratulate. Trace is the answer. They are the answer, right?
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
are
for
the
sure.
answer.
I think people got confused in the question somehow. I think they just wanted to pick their favorite team.
Yeah, I guess so, right? They really wanted to
I
justify
think people
it.
don't read and they only see the name of the team. Oh, I love DRX.
Oh, I heckin' love this team.
Oh, Heretics,
Go
they
ahead and vote
qualified.
for
They
them.
made it
Yeah,
through.
they're good, right?
To be fair,
I mean, I think they
Heretics
just
being
picked
number
the
one seed, I think,
3
is
teams that
both
are
Heretics and
that
DRX
have moved
being
on.
number 1 seeds.
I think
Each
Heretics
surprise.
going up as a 1
Them
seed is
making playoffs
surprising
is
just because Gen G
surprising,
was in the
but being
group.
one seeds is surprising.
Not that
Just
Heretics
making
isn't a
playoffs,
team
I'd say
capable
it's
of going up
surprising.
as the first seed. It's just,
Seed?
you know.
Who could have seen
Extremely
that?
surprising.
Yeah.
Who could have seen that?
Apparently, 3.2% of the people, according to our pick'ems, that's the rating. That's crazy.
I think Talon can win today. I think Talon should win today, actually.
Predictions. Let's go ahead and see what the Talon team feels is going to be the result of today's matchup here. As everyone put their votes in, I put mine in at the last minute, and I decided to get a little reckless with it, and did not see that one coming.
You're the only FUT fan on the team. Can you tell us about
I am
it?
a FUT believer. Okay.
FUT Paper X, huh?
Honestly, I think that this team, they definitely kind of like Vitality.
I'm actually surprised so many more people favor Vitality.
I genuinely believe that we're going to see a new FUT today. They're going to have the shoe will be on the other foot. All right, and that will result to a victory today. And I went all Team EMEA. Team EMEA today. Rooting for my homies across the pond.
Put your Vitality jersey on.
Yeah, put
I
it on.
can't. It wasn't.
We were going to. He can't. If he ruins
We're
it,
gonna have to like
GG.
close
I was too
pin it on
fat.
the front
GG
of
go
you.
next.
I was too fat to wear them. How I really wanted to.
He's too muscular. He'll rip
Thank
it.
you.
But
That's not
to
true.
your point, I think
Okay.
it's gonna be hard though for FUT, because I feel like both these teams have a similar play style, and if you're gonna try to play the same as PRX,
Yeah.
PRX is
Yeah, FUT. That's 100% the reason you should be picking Paper X over FUT.
Which is a similarity, but I think that FUT plays a lot more like. Their playstyle to me, it feels a lot more like kind of sometimes just like picking from a list of preset stuff. I feel like a lot less for EDG
Is that the rule with Bren and Paper X games?
Which I feel like might be kind of an advantage in that.
By the way, that mosh pit is not a stress ball.
I think they're gonna bring it.
That mosh, it's on the desk.
It's a rematch from last champions. FUT made their first ever playoffs, and then EDG knocked them down through the lower bracket there. I mean, it's just crazy.
This thing, it's not a stress ball. it's just a weird squish. It's like literally they were like, how could we make Mosh feel like Mosh? And then it's literally just, it's one of those like putty. It's just like if you press it, it just like squeezes in and then slowly. It's not a stress ball.
Off of whatever, you know, shenanigans that they have cooked up. I think they
have people, really yeah, like you're not supposed to like hard squeeze it nonstop. It's like Play-Doh. It's weird, actually. Yeah, and that's why I was like, okay, I mean, it is cool. It looks nice. Like I think it's a great decoration. It's kind of funny, but I was gonna buy it, and then I was like, oh, it's actually not. When I was on site for the Korean desk the other day, and I was like, oh, it's like not a stress ball. It's kind of weird because we were about to go on air, and I was like, oh, hey, it's the Mosh, and I like pressed it, and I was expecting it to, you know, just like bounce back, and it just like went in, and it just had like a crater in its head for the opening of the show, and I was like, oh, well, that's.
But you don't know. Maybe it was just an off day for them.
Yeah, and we also have to bring up both these teams have a lot of rookies on that stage, and I think.
All right, do we see the Ascent and Bind again for Talon?
It's a big part of it.
And I'll tell you what, if there's a team that's mentally resilient, it's got to be Talon, because Frost. I mean,
because here's the thing: is that Lotus probably gets banned by Vitality. I think. Icebox probably gets banned by Talon. Well, actually, there is a world where Talon just bans Haven or Sunset first, actually. Well, maybe you don't have to ban Haven, but...
very unique is that he takes a lot of that pressure off of them by being that guy that, you know, is like the Dark Knight of...
No, I did not see Bren oiling up in the background. What the...
Like actually, though, so him taking a lot of the fire kind of relieves pressure off the players, and also... they actually buy into the system. Like
Baby Bay out here trying to defend Frost against the world.
I think it really depends on the players, right? Some players respond really well to that, like kind of harsher, I guess, like more like traditional.
Listen, I'm in a neutral camp.
But if it works for them, it works.
Does he do things and does he say things the way I would? No, but I also get like what he's doing. I get what he's going for, both in terms of like strategy and just like, you know, trash talk and yapping. So like I'm pretty neutral, but it is funny that Baby Bay's out here trying to defend him against the world. Caramel Apple, you and me both. Let's go. Sleep deprived VCT watching.
Look at the economy already. Okay, Governor. He's feeling it with this Neon. Take it down Aspas as well.
The person that has probably...
Does Talon even have a chance? I think Talon actually has a great chance. I think Talon can win. The thing with Talon, though, here's the problem with rooting for Talon in 2024. And I think it should change in 2025, and I hope it changes in 2025. But the problem with rooting for Talon in 2024 is that, like, they're not winning maps they should, right? And they admit it. Like, they're not winning maps they should. So a lot of times I actually think the ideas they come in with are great, and it's actually perfect for the match, but the execution just, like, are they gonna fall short? Is it gonna be a 98 or even like not even 98? Is it gonna be like an 85% day, or is it a 100% day? Because if it's 100% day, then they win. But I'm not even talking about straight up just aim duels, because then I would just be like, well, they're just not ready for the big stage. But it's not even that. I mean, yes, it's not as consistent across the entire roster as some other teams, like the top teams, but it's more so that they don't stick to the plan every now and then. And in the very beginning of the year, I was like, okay, language barrier, etc. And even now a little bit, but it seemed to be getting better, and it still doesn't. So it's just, yeah, it's a matter of, can they run their own stuff? Like, the ideas are great, but it's like Sentinels. Cypherlock can be good for certain teams, but it ain't good for you, and you clearly don't understand how to use it. So, or at least you're not showing your understanding on stage. Maybe you do understand it in your head. I guess we have to phrase that differently, but it's the same thing with talent. Obviously, I'm sure you understand it in your head because you prepared it, but are you able to showcase that, right? Are you able to actually take the test on stage? Because if not, it doesn't matter how cool it is. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's just no one's ever going to see it. But it's not, but here's the thing, it's not because Vitality is like a bad team. I think it's, to me, it's mostly actually because Vitality is a safe team. Get it? But I think strategically, I think Talent should absolutely have the upper hand. Whether they can execute it well or not is going to be the problem. And then obviously for Vitality, does Safe heat up enough that he can overcome that and buy enough time for them to get by the strategic aspect?
Need to stay calm and not overreact. Can't feel like forever, so you just gotta bounce back and move on, I'll say.
EDG, a 2-0 finish for their opening game of champs. I think a lot of people would have favored EDG in the game, but a 2-0?
O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi. Ama şu an daha her şey bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam etmeye çalışacağız. PRX bence geçen sene oynadığımız PRX'le çok aynı değil bence. O yüzden bir önceki Champions kadar göz korkutmuyor bence.
I don't think they're as good as they were last year.
And I hope it's gonna work.
O yüzden son şans, yapacak bir şey yok. Kaybedersen evine gidersin.
Here we are.
Where did they?
Again, so let's just have fun.
Where did the English subtitles go on that last line? Dude, I know that exact crossroad actually. That's crazy.
Eski şampiyon var. Estağfurullah, estağfurullah. Champions ünvanını yenilemenin vakti geldi bence. Geldi. Sene o sene. VCT 2024 champion.
Dude, that ramen is getting all, it's getting all soggy, man.
Against Lev, it was disappointing, even despite being underdogs and being expected to lose. It was a close game.
I think we came in and going, okay, they're probably going to get bullied out of this server. But this squad, Talent, they've impressed.
We keep beating ourselves with like these tiny little mistakes that have nothing to do with how good we are. Champs, now that I've made it here, I definitely got the sense that I belong.
Trace Esports take down Vitality.
It's a hard loss for us. This team is very young. This is my first champs. For me, I wanted to go to players at least.
I told them, like, you've earned your right to be here now. You got to take every second in. It's only now. So use it.
My entire career, I always wanted to show Thai players are able to shine on the bigger stage.
Dude, this clip is so nutty. This is such a dude, that clip is so nutty actually. That's like a life highlight for Governor. No, we don't have the map draft yet. They do it kind of just instantly once the players are on stage. At least for group stage. I don't know if they'll keep doing that. I wonder if it's because they realize sometimes it just takes too long. AKA solo. It does make it harder to like time the broadcast. I will say that.
Team Vitality.
Mainstream says Lotus Sunset Bind? What? It's already out? Maybe they leaked it.
Talent Esports taking on Vitality. Both teams backs against the wall, do or die. You win here, you move on in the competition.
Yeah, they leaked it.
From this point forward, and you lose your tournament, your hopes, your dreams are done.
And your year. Both these teams have made great runs in their regions, but have yet to show up.
Lotus,
Looking at our
Talon.
I think what's really interesting about
it is interesting actually.
Is that there is so much variety in what they're willing to play. In Pacific, a lot of maps they're playing multiple comps, and even when they've shown up here to
Ascent
champions,
ban.
they're willing to do the same. So
Haven
I think for
ban.
Vitality, the day is gonna be about adaptation.
Bind.
If they get thrown a change up.
Yeah, you got to be able to call on the fly.
So Lotus is our first one.
How special he actually is. And he's going to have to prove it in this moment. He's going to have to step up. big time.
Yeah, indeed he is. And now, another thing to keep in mind with that Lotus pick coming in from Talon, I'm kind of excited to maybe see the Primi on Clove.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, remember, his first ever map was on that Clove, and he went insane. A 4K in the first pistol round he played at a tier 1 level.
Yeah, he went nuclear. And the story of this map
I'm,
was honestly, obviously, Lotus is Talon's.
I guess Vitality really didn't want to play the Abyss.
Go to Sunset.
Interesting.
The last 4 matches won by Vitality. Yeah. It should go to Bind.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised because I don't know. I don't think Talon would have picked the Abyss. I don't think they would have picked it. I think they would have just floated it.
For these EMEA teams, Vitality has played a lot of Lotus against some of the best
this throws out my ban predictions for the whole thing, other than the bind. But it's mostly because Lotus and Ascent got basically swapped, right? Lotus gets banned, so then Ascent's open. Why I think 100%.
Sure.
Second one for them,
And then that gets by, and then the other maps, and then Abyss is gone right off the rip. But Sunset leaving Sunset open. I'm curious what Talon's prepared on Sunset, because I actually think Vitality feel really comfy on Sunset. But it is pretty static. It's just that no matter how static it is, if you have a decent Neon, it's still going to be hard. So personally, I think Talon should absolutely be looking to win in this game against in this map 1 on Lotus.
It might put a lot of teams in a trap where it's like, oh, we have a breach, we got to play fast, but they're not have to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be.
So we shall see. No changes on both sides.
Map 1. Send it over to your casters who are also facing elimination today. Here's Brandon Sideshow. Do a good job.
I didn't know that. That's a lot of pressure, dude. You throwing that up on us?
You better perform today.
Me?
You better perform.
I'm under the firing line.
No, I mean we both are. If you know.
Well, listen. Don't worry. I got you. Don't worry. I got you.
It's just tough love. I've been learning from Frost.
From Frost himself. Yeah. I mean, I might be. Just
No, I had done the survey. I'm like very confident I had submitted the survey for 2xKO, but I don't think everyone gets in. I think it's still a selection because I didn't get it. I didn't get 2xKO access. Hopefully I can get it sooner than later, because I would love to actually try it. I was watching a little bit of CJM playing it.
I think a bigger part is going to be their mentality.
Dude, Monster Hunter Wilds looks insane, by the way.
Have spoken about it. Both of these teams actually, in terms of that being a deciding factor, in terms of them losing that opening matchup that they had.
Remember, there are huge amounts of rookies on the stage right now. You might have watched these teams throughout this year, and even remember some of the cores into the previous year as well, but they haven't been on big stages very often. These are two teams that have done a great job of earning their spot.
I mean, yeah, I think Vitality, you know, the only thing is I don't know if Talon would have picked the Abyss. That's the thing, is that Vitality is not so desperate that they would ban it first against everybody. I think they're scared of Primi getting comfy and Talon kind of cheesing something on Abyss, I guess. But it's not like that. Like, that wasn't their first ban. I don't think even they banned it in Trace. I think it was Trace who banned it eventually. But
Vitality on the other side, winning nearly 60% of their pistol
all right,
rounds,
so
60% of their bonuses. They are used to getting off to hot
Talon sticking with the Raise. They got Primi on the Clove, and then you've got the Deadlock. So again, as it goes with Deadlock, better in the post plant more than anything. But they are starting on defense, so we'll see. The defense. Band's defensive Deadlock setups haven't always been very impressive for me, but we'll see. I mean, this is pretty straightforward, but basically you want to force people. It is put up high. That's good. That's very good. So but the wall goes too deep, so he can't actually capitalize on the stun. And now Runner getting that kill is huge, so he has to expend everything, which means Vitality can, quite frankly, they can just rotate wherever they so choose.
And this trip kind of stops Jit Boys in his tracks.
Okay, they draw the paint shells as well.
Look how well Vitality.
So Talon right now, you have to group. Jit Boys breaking that wire is great because it basically forces Vitality to have to re-clear. Jit Boys should really consider just buying for time and someone else pushing out. Can he even get out? Paranoia out as well. So now Talon, they're playing for time. The entire game plan is to just delay, because you've used everything basically every single time you needed to. And there's no chase through the smokes. Everyone else needs to be watching out for it. Cam's broken, double up, good anti from Primi, but he's dead. And the problem comes through that while Talon wasted enough time, they didn't actually force anything out of Vitality.
Classic game is looking sharp today, but
so that's a shame.
not going to be enough. Ban's left to do quite a lot of damage done. Kicks and Trex, but you've got to think that discipline, vitality, yeah, contact from Trex, and if he didn't win it out, there's plenty more players where that came from. So, pistol round, keeping it going here. Vitality, the statistics, lead in the charts with it.
And I think you can see in that pistol why they've been so successful. They approach these rounds extremely seriously. They're trying to work out every piece of that defensive utility before they go into the site exec. Was it slightly worrying?
You don't understand why the deadlock over the Cypher? I think it's mostly to
very successful for Vitality.
Basically help set and keep up the tempo and pressure once they're on the attack. And it is really just about, rather than like kill trips and things like that and lurking deep, it's more about just being able to delay and then setting up set plays.
Over a third of the halves, they start up 4-0 just by winning that pistol follow-up bonus.
I mean, Cypher is by far the safer option to round out this composition. Generally is always going to be over a deadlock in any scenario, no matter what the other agents are.
The Sender's calling's very strong on this map too. So Talon, while this map has been good for them since adding Primi and
But aside from like any set plays that you have,
you just have to wait and watch.
The idea being that if you can delay on both sides long enough, right? Because you've got C's, you got Nade, you got Paranoia, you got double smokes, and then you can set up. You can still, because you have double smokes, you can still go for retakes. You can still set up one ways. You can still, cut up angles. So just forcing harder delay and then forcing better fights. A lot of Talon's comps revolve around. Whoa, what was that? Setting up better fights for themselves.
Playing meta stuff. These are the usual compositions that they will play on these maps, but they are, you've got to think that they play.
The other thing is that Vitality plays the race, so it's, I mean, Talon's played this before, so it's not specifically for Vitality, but basically if anyone's playing, it's the same actually for Neon as well, but if anyone's playing the Raze, the paint shells, it's going to, they now have a bunch of paint shells that can clear out all the trips. But with Deadlock, you can have different setups.
Is by playing a lot of these heavy retakes. Use plant denial and then retakes to be able to build up strong defense sides. That's an area that Vitality...
Okay, Kix has 4 points on the Rolling Thunder. They had 2 rifles.
Then it's anybody's game. Yeah.
Is the game really soft for you guys?
I think, yeah, the importance here in these early...
The commentators are much louder than the game today.
Talon to make sure that Vitality do not snowball out of control. This is a big round for Talon to try to win so that they can avoid that economic collapse.
Managing their economy as well, they can bring in 3 rifles. Tons of danger here. Vitality in the hands of...
So Talon's looking to pressure. You're going to throw the Haunt out, it looks like.
Been a while since we've seen some
no, not going to throw it out, but they just get the kill. He's just going to spam the Odin. Well, that makes it even better. Now you save all your util. You don't have to use anything, just the one way, and now you can set up Chip Boys. This is good from Talon. And now you can help focus on B. Ban's role is going to be to just delay, right? And now... The thing is Vitality should know this. I wonder at what point they start creeping in. Oh, well, they're actually just going to have Sender eat that. He actually goes through over the wall as well. So Ban's in a little bit of danger. This is huge from Vitality. Talon's stuck here. I mean, this is the right play because you saw the name, but Ban has to be ready to leave. He had no idea that Sender came through. I thought he didn't. Oh, it's so good. And they're ready for Primi's peaks as well.
Ending the round basically before it even begins.
Really? Aren't the commentators just going to get louder if I raise it?
They are just so good. You see that it could be set, could have been called on the fly. Either way, a bit of C pressure, break the barrier mesh as soon as it's placed, and get Sender deep. Talon don't really have that protocol to re-clear through water.
That's a really nice idea.
Yeah, and he's just there perfectly. There's not much that Ban can do to think about that.
Yeah.
Unless he's got teammates with him that are willing to flush that out. Both teams should start to get ideas about this kind of stuff, and maybe it'll force Talon to sit back a little more on the C side. Either that,
I wonder if maybe it's better on the Korean side.
But you don't want to be stuck in a middle ground where you're worried about people infiltrating you.
These guns need to be held into the next if you are Talon.
Do I like this, or do I like the Neon comp? I mean, I think the problem with the Neon comp is I don't think they can play it.
And so only the
Not with Primi.
Saved. That was a 4v5 as well. Lest we forget, that was with Runner dying at the start to Odin spam straight off the rip. No value gain from his death.
There's not an Asian on that Neon comp that they used to play that Primi
kind of stuff that people
can
were
play.
expecting
At least,
to see
you know,
from
not
Vitality
yet. Not that we've seen.
coming into the tournament.
I mean, listen, I think you're making do with what you
If they can
got.
sustain this, then they will start to flip people's.
The problem with this comp, though, is, I mean, it's not a full-fledged composition. It's fairly all in. You have to win your fights, and you're trying to just get Primi comfy.
All the way to the finals.
Even with a role change too, right? They had to recover their.
And then you kind of have to hope that they respect your smokes. But the problem is they're playing Fade Breach, so there's a lot of ways to just break through smokes and just respect that.
Making a coaching change. And for them to go out
And they know that. They know that Talon doesn't really have much else to delay them afterwards, right? It's just setups.
Expectations are much higher for both teams
So
as well.
it's not great on defense. On attack, I think it's going to be a little better, but it's not the greatest comp on defense.
Frost has very high expectations. He felt like that he should have won that map or match against Leviathan initially.
And I think Vitality knows this. They know that Talon has to react, especially now on an eco. Talon is just going to react no matter what.
Talon were playing very close to left.
Cruise on clearance. All good. Okay, still peeks out into the open.
Sees if he can get just a cheeky kill.
Really far away. You're watching the way that Governor's playing. He doesn't want
I mean, Talon wants to force them out, right? They want them to go to B, and then Governor's hoping that they plant here and go this way. I don't think they will. I think Vitality will play it safe, but everybody dying here is not the greatest. He's trying to spam it. He doesn't have the lineup.
They can string together a couple of more of these kills. Would be ideal for
Barely
them.
gets a couple of hits, it looks like.
Off to the side here, but they've got most areas locked down. Sender very aware, of course. The one-way.
The game's super soft. It's actually almost bugging me.
And it should be a very standard job just to clean up these last players.
I'm not sure the Governor's even going to want to go down here.
No, he wants to keep the Odin.
No chance.
The breach util comes flooding into that connector.
I think we should have saved that a lot earlier.
It's Sender's calling that's pushing them over the line. Vitality are playing. Like
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a time because Talon's not playing whatever they've prepped, right? They're losing the first battles and then they kind of just lose it.
As you mentioned, it's stellar, despite the fact that Vitality have been coming into somebody.
Yo, what's up, Ryan? How's it going?
They've still managed to navigate their
Trace
way
Esports, man. What in the world?
Talon need to be disruptive. You're losing the straight-up game if you just sit back and play passively and try to win.
Yeah, I mean, you need to.
You're clearly getting out
like, what the hell are you guys doing?
So I'd like to see Talon try to challenge.
The thing is it's not like Vitality's like forcing actually the smokes with their util like non-stop. So I think going for the early smokes and pushing in, but then taking it one step further would be good. Vitality's kind of just waiting and then, you know, peeking and then forcing you to just use all your util at once.
Figure out what happens when you take the fight to Vitality. You already know what happens when you just sit back passively. You lose it. Got to change something up.
Get stuck in. Get a bit active.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I'm, you know, it's a good wake up call for the overall scene in China, but it's also a good sign that, you know, obviously the mechanics aren't the problem here.
They do hold their team to a standard.
So honestly, it was so great to watch Trace do so well.
Harsh. It is harsh, yeah. With inexperienced players sometimes.
Okay, so now they're going to go for the set play. But the problem here is that this set play, you have to hold on to Rubble. So they're just going to ditch B. So, okay, they're going to stop playing safe defaults. You see the util first, and that's a good delayed nade. Okay, now that you've taken out their smoke, that's their one smoke. Now you can actually play a bit slower. Because Vitality basically has to now creep up or let you know that they're coming from a mile away.
Unaware, shoulder to the side still. Runner almost adjusting in time, but this is a massive advantage now for Talon.
Now you know that they're coming A. These guys don't have to push out any further.
Making calls of their own. The contact plays
They're going to leave Primi on his own. That's fine. Governor. Okay. Yeah, just staying alive is important. What in the world just happened, Cruz? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Good cover from Jit Boys. Governor gets the kill, but it's good cover.
Lands it, nails it, and he wants even more, but a showstopper earned.
Oh my gosh, I thought that was going to miss and kill him.
That last one left.
Why are we eking out one by one? It's a 3v1. Just hold your angles and let him play out.
Another spot where Ban
Okay, now just stick together. The thing is Ban is the patient one on this team. So I think they'll be okay.
He's not committing to it. You've seen those
They'll be
signs of
okay.
lightning already right
It's a
from
double.
behind. There's the backstab.
There you go.
Talent. They don't want to let that one slip. The beginning of that round when they get off to such a good start with those 2 opening kills.
That's a very solid tack timeout and good adjustment coming off the back of it. It's exactly
Yeah,
what we were
emptying
talking
B
about.
site
Instead of sitting
was the
passively
answer
on the
here.
sites, go out, get that information. Seize nade.
Yeah, you need to. I mean, Talon needs to. They need to take the fights. They can't get scared just because they do. But the thing is like, if you're gonna waste your util anyway, use your util early to get the early kill, get the early info.
Because they had no info left.
Now you don't do the same thing again.
We were waiting for both of
I don't think you do that, especially with these ultimates online.
Who had 0
So,
kills, goes up to 3
okay,
in that
so
round.
Ban's looking to basically
Big part of why his
bring
team's
them
able to
into
get
the
across
site and then get on a staggered retreat and then to get kills off of his traps. I like this as well. This Sonic Sensor is great against the Omen, so you can set up the wall, and if the Omen TP's in this time, he'll have a good idea.
Teleport this time. There is some luck involved. Saves
Okay.
it.
Through the B side. I mean, Governor's
Trying to deny it. Governor. Oh, this is. Oh, wow. I thought he was going to get sprayed back, but Vitality's too concerned with the spike plant. Talon has no idea about the flank, though. It's hard to read. This one's hard to read. Oh, it's good. If it ends up being a double kill, there's no way for them to really know, though. There's no way for them to really check. Now they do, but oh, NT Primi, that timing, the paranoia is too good, and he oh. Did Cruz hear him? No. Yes. Well, not really, but.
Miracles across the map, making it so damn uncertain.
Oh, that flash. Very good from Cruz. You're both stunned. No.
So damn short, it's got to be on his side.
Ah, dude, that's. He doesn't have time.
Luckily for him, Governor cannot play towards it.
Yeah, I think overall today the audio mixing is.
From Vitality.
The commentators are just turned
Where
up.
the Talon leadership will be kicking themselves, losing their minds at what happened there. Safe goes down early on, but they secure the B site, and this play from Sender's marvelous. Talent,
And this is the problem. This is the problem with the deadlock, is that you don't actually have a surefire way. I actually.
The Omen ult with the fade ult, so there's no noise cues.
There's not a good place for the wall to block. I mean, unless you're putting it out on the front entrance. But then it's Omen anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Understanding the flaws of how Talon are playing their defense.
And B site, Vitality's probably going to keep hitting the B site because of this. It's actually much easier for them to put the pressure around the map now on B, because you know that there's not a hard sentinel. So Talon is reacting, but I think they should continue to just ditch B. I think they really should. That's what worked out, right? Get out aggressively, get an early kill. If you don't, push them away for sure. And then have people rotate, push them out the other way, and then kind of pinch them. And then if they go B, but now you've already cleared so much of this area that you're okay.
Underperforming their expectations, their standard.
These walls are also getting broken so fast. Oh,
going for
that one way. Unfortunate for Sender.
Too much more util, but still plucks Sender
That's
out of
unfortunate. Talon, you don't need to group as 5.
Going for the stack over towards C.
I mean, I get that you have ults for retakes, but I don't know if we have to group as 5 here. This is so much space on B.
That's a mistake, but they'll be rewarded. You're talking about mistakes, man.
Well,
Safe is almost getting crushed in the hydraulics of the map.
Well,
and he's played a really bad game so far.
Yeah, Vitality's making it easier.
Not what I expected.
I think probably what's going on is that maybe the commentators' mics are in different positions. I don't know.
What is going on? With a macro play here, the fast flank of Talon is committed with all 5 of them. They
dude, why are we?
Understatement to say that they've lost all map control here. To plant down onto the B site, flanks on.
They think it's an A plan.
We'll be wondering what the hell the other is doing.
Yeah,
dude, this is actually. I mean, yes, you have ults, but you've given so much space.
obviously.
No, you have no idea. You're basically making them have the advantage of B site. Oh, I'm so concerned. You probably just use your Annihilation as well, I think. Yeah.
And one of their own as well. That util combo is nasty. No kill Annihilation now popped off
Oh my gosh, Runner. Oh, thank you, Governor. People, why?
And they're all lining up for it. My goodness. Damage done. Talon have got to bring this back from the brink, but they cannot do it. The weaponry too strong. Vitality once more. Just pull him. I mean, dude.
Why are we giving up? It's 5v3. Why are we giving the entire map to...
In the early round is actually working.
Oh my god.
I think where they got up 5v3 again.
Dude, no wonder Frost friggin'.
They picked off Sender, they picked off Safe.
Oh, I think they all, yeah, it bounced short on the corner, but it doesn't even matter though. It's just like, you should have never been in this position where they can keep, where you have to check all three. Oh my gosh. Yo, Exco, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate it. I'm losing my mind over here.
They're willing to concede it very early on. Can't get that space. Pivot by Trex potential there. He's just trying to catch the contact with these players.
To be fair, I don't know if Talon thought this Lotus pick was going to happen.
Feel big as Vitality flood into C instead. Talon have not known where Vitality are trying to plant at any point in this.
I'm a little taken aback by it. So maybe it's just a good draft. It's not like Vitality's Lotus is well known.
Angle is nice. Still being hunted down. Spray down. Sender. That was a messy one. Still granted that kill. They need a few more.
But it also feels like Talon didn't prep the Lotus much. They're playing so. It's either that or the players are just losing it like they often do every now and then because they're just playing. They're like playing so individualistic that then their decision to not play individualistic results in 5-manning on C site with guns.
And the call is made already. They're just backing away. Got to save some of these guns. But this is a brutal beginning for Talon, as we've already mentioned.
Well, I mean, listen, hold on. Let's not let the recency bias get too crazy. It's they looked decent against Lev, I think. I think Talon uses both timeouts in the first half.
It's another 5v3.
I would.
Yeah. Another one.
I would just say, hey, attack. You just do what you've prepped, but we got to fix this defense. We have to make it a 5-7.
He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 2 and 4. Kicks died getting the plant down. Safe dies taking a duel that's pretty reasonable. He just can't get it, and you fumble the 5v3 retake.
Still not really okay.
Doesn't matter what kind of
all right, you have all you do have Showstopper. You've got an Odin.
Losing advantage spots like that, just fumbling it here.
So now they're back to holding B and just leaving A and C open. What? Because you have the Showstopper? Whoa, whoa, whoa! You are going way too far. Holy.
Of his squad going to be alongside it. Full stack of these players.
Oh, good cover. Good cover from Primi.
Apparently, there need to be 2 sacrifices in order for Vitality to win the round.
Yeah, the speed, like they're just like bunched up. They're not covering for each other's angles. I mean, that one, Primi had good cover. And I would say it's not so much that Governor went too far, it's just that Vitality had a good reaction and they hit away from it enough with the Cyber Cage.
Hear the shots now too, so he knows for probably the first time that Vitality are looking to end C.
Okay, the rotation is good this time. As long as you don't get so baited by Runner. 40 seconds. Jibboys is still watching it. He has From the Shadows as well, so he's fine. They're not quite sure if anyone's... But Vitality now has information. You saw 2 of those skills coming out on C site. So they're going to rotate to B. You already have Baby Door. You've got that blue room. So you're just relying on that.
Trex is firing. This guy lighting him up. Primi, chance potentially there, but he not dead yet, but doesn't offer to use it.
Call the timeout. Call it.
Still done to these Vitality players, but at least they're into the post plant themselves.
Use the second one.
Lighting up most of them. Talon feeling uncertain, shaky territory. Even with the Nightfall as well, catching noise. Cut away from Jibboys. One broken as well. A battle on multiple.
Dude, this Lotus pick coming in hard for Vitality.
Entirely attack from Governor, but now looking this way, that way, 180 direction. On a Vi's available for him to even know which way to play it around in. This is Vitality again.
It really just goes to show, again, it's the same thing. I mean, I talked about this in the video for today's matches, but
it doesn't matter if you end up losing.
It's really whoever goes one step further. I honestly do, it almost feels like Talon's Lotus is just like not practiced since they played it in playoffs.
They need somebody to go huge on this eco to get them back in. They need an 8-4 half here. I mean, could they maybe do it with a 9-3 and a pistol? Like, you're stretching at that point. You are really stretching. And if they lose this, the series is looking so tough to win, almost impossible.
I mean, also starting on the defense, just rough with this comp.
Great job of even getting here in the first place.
And now it's a B hit. Vitality's doing this so well. And Talon, I mean,
just let it drop and slip away.
Listen, I can't blame Talon shifting over to the other parts of the map. It's just that Vitality's just one step ahead. And Talon would have to make decisions that feel like massive risks to not fall into the pattern here.
Big portion of it feels like who is going to be able to get more comfortable on the stage.
That wall has no value right now. It gets no value. You're not peeking off of it.
Opportunities for him to get onto the board with a couple of these.
It's a disaster.
Ban can only do so much. Remy does return that fire now into the 2 versus 2.
All right, here's how Talon can win this map. If they can bait out both ultimates and win 2v2, they can win the map.
A couple of lives available to him, but massive advantage still in favor of Vitality here.
Talon are just so, I think, scared right now of the possibility to.
Not a valid excuse? What's not a valid excuse? That they haven't prepped it? Well, I think it's, well, what I'm trying to say is I think it's credit to Vitality for letting it go through and not banning it.
Workable, playable. Smokes drop down.
And it just baits them in.
Barely popped up and over safe. You have an ult to play with as well. The nade up and over.
I am surprised that they still picked it, but
blinded, or not quite, avoided. Jit Boys though sticking this one. What is the play right now? Fight to be won. Ult bounded up against the wall, but it's already stuck. Talon, they steal that one away.
Hey, they baited out one ultimate and they won the 2v2.
I suppose so. Listen, every single round is going to count at this point.
And that
Clip
was the
it.
round where they had the weak economy.
Get ready to quote me.
It is still possible for them to get that 8-4 half up. Safe was banking there on the fact that Jit Boys was just fake tapping on that first one, scared of the ultimate. Overthinking things maybe slightly. I mean, based on what we've seen so far today, it's not like it's perfect Valorant. It's not like your opponents are going to be thinking about every single piece that's available to them, but yeah, Jit Boys was super happy to just stay on that until the ult itself was popped. And we are straight back in here. Talon looking to crunch on
Okay, at least this time, okay, so it's a crunch on C.
Connection on Descender. He's got to try and drop some of the players, but only himself return to.
It's a good call.
Ban up and over here. Rolling Thunder will be
going A would have been a bad call. They wanted to basically meet them before the Rolling Thunder could set up. They wanted to, they didn't want to leave C site open. That's too obvious because then there's a chance you just don't use the Rolling Thunder. But you don't want to fight and invest skills on A because that hasn't really been doing much good for you, and Vitality's happy to just wait that out. Usually the part that has been giving you trouble is B, so it's a good adjustment. You keep some semblance of B control. You trap them against their own Rolling Thunder play. Dude, Cruz is late today, and Runner has great peaks today.
These moments where they're just slowing it down into the mid-round, contacting a lot, is throwing Talon for such a...
Dude, Governor with 1 HP. No. Just group up. It's a 2v2. Just group up. He doesn't have Rolling Thunder anymore. Just group up. Please. Please. Governor's on 1 HP. Just be bait. Which Governor's actually really good at doing. He's great at creating space and being the bait.
Peak timing. Just misses it.
Oh my god.
Here. Kicks, I'm not too sure. He is low. A single bullet to the chest will drop him. Kicks. Still going to be going for the plants.
There you go. There you go.
Governor dropped into that 1v1. Aftershock pushes back Primi. Only for a moment here. Down to it. Which player will spot?
He has time. No util on the side of Kicks.
Might just be favored.
He has time.
Rotating around. Smoke
oh, they saw each other.
Just spotting each other.
Where does he peek out from?
As well. But Kicks, the issue is not forced out of him. This guy is cold.
Kicks is good.
Cold with it.
Really
very well done from Kicks.
I don't think anybody.
I don't know about that smoke. I think Primi kind of overthought it, but
Kicks has got the perfect read on what's happening.
Yeah, yeah. Getting spotted there. I mean, even if you don't get spotted, though, I think the smoke is a bit of a tell.
Would have been hoping that their new acquisition was able to skill things across the line.
I think it was a bit of overthinking. You still had a lot of time. You still had a lot of time.
That's true.
Best Estonia player champions. That's sick.
92 weeks running.
Winning these awards, man. He's racking them up. It's unreal. But this is.
And Talon just. They're still their biggest concern is B. They don't want to let B get into the enemy's hands. They've left C just open.
Best pistol round teams we have at the tournament,
so it's even unlikely into the second half.
Talon trying to get proactive, clearing out B, looking for that info so that they can land it in maybe an unexpected spot for the retake.
But hey, they got Cypher trips.
Going to be looking backwards. People like Runner. People like
just break it. They're in the site. Just break it. You don't have to follow through, but just break it. We see so many teams like waiting to see if they'll rotate back. And it's like, if you're holding here, or like here, that's fine. But you're holding here, like you're gonna give the site up. You might as well break it to see if that actually forces the rotate.
Buying time and space. Cruz. Jit boys, maybe to do some work and some damage, but Runner's going to be catching.
They haven't checked him. Now they do. Oh, dude.
It's going to be trading it, but post-mortem, not to be saved.
Trex is just going to try to distract him. He just ties one up. He's just trying to delay the retake.
That 4v4. Now another TP here, but
oh, huge, dude.
Sticking! Running through, shot into the face. A 10th round dropped.
That fault line drop was massive.
With how good they've been on these pistol rounds, Josh, man, as we've been saying, it just feels inevitable.
It certainly does. This is the vitality that people were looking for. The number 2 seed from EMEA.
This is the vitality that people were looking for, and this is the talent that we all thought we saw.
Since they swapped Safe over to Duelist, they went missing at the beginning of their group, but they're back with a vengeance. And Talon have got to pull out something unbelievable, something special to get back into this.
They really do, but for now as well, we'll send it down to the floor.
No, you never know. You never know. Chat, Talon's the team that got 13-0'd, and then they brought it back to a third map. It's doable.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the halftime interviews. I'm joined by a very special NA Game Changers player star. Hello. 안녕하세요. 이제 오늘 이번 챔스의 탈론 경기마다 이렇게 매번 방문하고 계신다고 들었는데 이번 서울 챔피언스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 먼저 묻도록 하겠습니다. Heard you're here every day for all talent matches. How are you enjoying Seoul Champions?
I love it. I love watching the matches. I like feeling the vibe of like the stadium. It's really fun.
현장에 와서 경기도 보고 이 현장 분위기에 심취하는 게
she's here for like every single match, I'm pretty sure.
그리고 이제 벤 선수를 응원하기 위해서 이렇게 매일 방문하면서 좀 응원도 많이 해주고 그리고 가장 중요한 건 오늘 경기 들어가기 전 좀
But Sunset is not their best now. Listen, I'm just saying.
You're here every day.
You never know.
And I'm sure he really appreciates that. Can you tell me what was his mindset going in before today's match?
I think he was just really excited to play. I mean, making champs was definitely one of his goals for the year, and he definitely met that. And now I think he's just hungry to win. So.
The thing that baffles me, and I mean, I think this is Vitality just having a really good read on what Talon was capable of preparing, is that I would have thought that they would want to just play known values for Talon, but instead they're picking 2 maps that we haven't seen them play at Champions, right? And they've had time to recook.
You're also a Game Changers player. What do you think?
And 2 maps that historically they've been okay to play with the former roster.
I think they all just need to step it up. They look like they're sleeping on the stage a little bit. Like this is not how they usually play. They're a lot better than this.
I think I think credit to Vitality for reading the fact that this team probably couldn't prepare too much depth across the maps, which is why I'm surprised that they picked the Sunset. No matter how good you are on it, like. The general trend we've seen so far is that you don't want to get your favorite maps targeted too hard. If the opponents have had the time.
This time it's a necessary win for Talon, but they're up against Vitality. They have been clean with it.
And it looks like Vitality are setting up for a push out through Mound here, but it might also have a component that pushes B. And you've got Kicks and Tranks.
Would they still have a Talon-related interview? I mean, I think probably if they're up for it.
purely setting up.
Just because it's like pre-planned.
Now anchoring the B site.
These players are going to try and pivot this one.
Yeah, they kind of decide pretty early on. Sometimes you might have like a backup set up, but
Talon
all
avoid
right.
giving away information, but then throw smokes out. So now Chip Boys doesn't have any smokes for another 5 seconds. So they can't go for any kind of exec.
You have Primi though.
It's not like they're running a Viper either.
It's the double
Another
smokes.
situation where Vitality have got a lot of info and Talon
And they're willing to
haven't
just
contested
creep
them
up,
for it
and
made
then
them
you're
play
just
in
going
any
to cover
way.
this, maybe even cover here, just to pressure stairs a little bit.
Through A. Don't expect that one. Down close to the floor. Prowler will not be clearing it.
You have Paranoia.
Kicks with a jump spot as well. Not too sure if he got that information, but it seems likely, at least with the smoke now up in their face. Cruz.
Okay, just trying to pressure them away from it. Yep, so the smoke's here, and the one-way. And you've just not...
Just did not clear the corner properly, even though he's inside the camera. Already that aftershock, pushing him back, and away Prowler in the face. Kicks, he's already in there. Getting stuck straight into the fight. Players flooding all the way through. Vitality. Add another one to the tally. This pistol round win rate is going through the bloody roof. And the map is just being stolen away right now from Talon.
Talon have never been ownership of it. That would be a prerequisite for any kind of theft to have occurred. And it's the same 2 players, Trex and Kicks, doing such a great job. They were anchoring B when it looked like Talon were going to be heading there. And then as they make the pivot, using those clove smokes to supplement the Omen smokes there.
He smoked everything off. Why are we not clearing the...
Anchoring.
Yeah, the team play's just out the window today.
Incredibly for the team. They've got 30 kills between them.
Like, listen, you've in that previous round, you've cleared up to here. Governor's going to nade this. You've smoked everything else off. Chances are it's not a 5-man stack. You should just swarm the back of the site.
Maybe feeding away.
I mean, you can say it's easy to say because we know someone's there, but it's also like, there's definitely not going to be 5 people there.
A slight overheat from Vitality there, and Primi's happy to collect. Runner's healthy. The others aren't.
And they're holding for this push as well. Runner maybe even expecting that they were already going to be up onto that side.
I mean, Vitality's throwing Talon a bone here. See if they can do something with it.
Talon are granted the
PRX.
of lifelines.
It would be a long,
Well, it's FUT
long
today,
road
but
back.
I think PRX can beat
This
both
is the
FUT
side,
and
though,
EDG.
Again, where you get that big impact out of Primi. He likes using the aggression of other players to be able to trade off them. He is top of the scoreboard, but far away from being top.
Okay, they're on an eco.
Consider the players on the other
So
side.
see if they dump any util. If not, take the space, get the orb for free. Force some rotates, cut them off. Don't play it slow.
Showcasing very similar form, at least so far.
Don't use your util early. You don't have to use your util early. Not for mound, not for rubble. The only places you should be using util is on the site. You have better weapons. They don't. You draw at theirs. You don't use yours.
But I doubt they'll be able to.
That's the goal. They look pretty fixed on not using their util though, so good on them.
Scared at a trap play potential because, listen, every round counts. You can't afford to let anyone slip.
Yep. Get the orb. You still have a minute. Hands pushed in far.
Potential for a long-range stun.
You don't actually... Okay, so if you're going to rotate, you got to make sure you take this space, bait out information, and then pinch B. Which, with your weapons, I don't know. I mean, actually, if you're able to get the plant, it's fine. It's just if they were stacked ahead of time. They're just going to go straight for B. Okay, and Ban's going to go out front with the gun.
Ban only the one before the trade comes through. Now, Talon might just want to commit fully into this B side.
It's because they want to fake B and rotate potentially, or oh, it's so greedy. They should win the round no matter what, but it's so greedy. You didn't need to open this side up.
Have some weaponry to work with. Talon still have to be disciplined in this spot.
Plan for Mound, they're all going to be played back there.
Yeah, I mean, you have tons of smokes.
They've got a couple of weapons that are good for Mound. Obviously, Governor's isn't that great, but the rest should be able to play this Mound.
Use it now. Use one smoke now. Somebody watch for him so you can use a smoke, please. Just smoke this off, please, please, please, please, please.
Deep in. It's a strange angle.
Okay. No smokes. No smokes. We're just aim dueling it, just like we do in ranked. Ah, we're all on mound. The spike is planted very good for us, though, so please just don't get picked off.
Should sail them through quite nicely.
Oh my gosh.
The guns don't. The time pressure certainly will. And nice bit of precision at the end there on display by Primi.
Snappy shot. Yeah. One away from the ult as well. And now we get to see a rifle round to some degree. I mean,
I think that's is that the pulsar? I got another pulsar mouse from the Tasteless TV Stormgate Showdown. I want to try it. It's the I think it's that one. We said it's the same one that Jesse Vash used to use too.
It's gonna feel much more like a rifle round.
I've gotten really used to the lightweight of the X2H, the RQ version.
Going just a little longer.
Trex has got an Odin. Spam's going to be incoming here with a Rebel fight.
Okay, Gravnet early. Oh, here's the other thing. The other thing that this deadlock was good for was that, was that it's actually really good against the Neons, because if the Neon's trying to fight Rubble, you actually have great counters. You got the Barrier Mesh, you got the Gravnet, and Talon did very well with that. And again, even on defense, if it's a Neon, you basically let the Neon come through and then stop everyone else, and then you take out the Neon. So there is that benefit. It's pretty good. It's the same reason Sages and Fades are good counters to Neons.
Try to equalize this by taking
more so than like a Raze or something.
Pushing out through B. It's where the spike is, but I think they'll just miss the timing.
I mean, anything's winnable as long as they don't have a match point. I think at 11 it's like still anybody's game. You just don't have as many chances, but like at match point or at map point, it's like, you know, they really just need one more. They're going to get their ults at some point, so that's why. But if it's not map point, I think in today's meta of Valorant, anything is doable. They're warming up, that's for sure. Individually, they're warming up. The team playing, not exactly there yet, but the individuals are warming up, so that's helpful. Because until now, it's just, as I say that, Jit Boys. I mean, that's a great off angle from Sender, but it's also Jit Boys just kind of discounting that.
Like it's over towards A, but they should see this door rotating. Guns exchange once more. Time is running short here. There's no way Sender's going to be playing spoiler. Surely not. Haunts broken TP.
Okay, so he plants it safe. That forces the save plant ban. Where are we? Are we just gonna? We gotta come back faster. Good hold from. Hey, they're holding cross angles. Talon, we're waking up.
Once more left to do quite a bit into this spot, but unplayable really at this point in a 1v4.
In my ranked games, the game is over at 0-1. And trust me, my teammates are like that too. I literally, the only times I will vote to surrender is like if there's an obvious troll, or if like I'm so tired and I know I just can't play any better and I'm the one who's dragging us down and the team wants to surrender, then I'm like fine. But like, if I'm not tired, if I'm just not playing well, but I'm not tired, like let's say I have 0 kills at 6 rounds, I still won't surrender. You're in this game with me to the end.
Whatever hidden reserves are left, honestly.
You never know. You never know.
Give up because
in Valorant,
the whole year's building up to even just make this event. You do not want
the humiliation kink is kicking in.
It's one of the weakest teams.
Is that going to force the Vitality timeout? That's actually, honestly, this timeout, if it comes out from Vitality, it's not bad for Talon either. I actually don't know. I've never even... Is that true? Do you lose more rating when you surrender? I've heard that before. But because I've never thought about surrendering, I just never cared to learn.
I think prior to signing Primi, they did actually look a little weaker than Team Secret. Got Primi in. They just needed that one win against their rivals, and they beat Team Secret with Primi having...
Oh, I remember that game. It was split, too. I remember the exact map. They were like, oh, I can't believe that guy's so old. You're probably like mid-20s or early 20s. And I'm like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah. That's huge already for any organization. Money should already be considered a win, but they're competitors.
Oh, no, he's going to pop it. Cruz, it's not a stress ball.
The money is just almost like, I mean, it's a secondary objective. You're not even worried about it.
And this timeout, Talon, so far, quite frankly, I mean, what, a couple of these rounds, Vitality just gets kind of aim diffed. They overheat on their anti-eco. That's where it all starts.
Vitality, you're going to have to take an eco round. And they're also taking their first tactical timeout of the match.
But with it being an eco, I think
it was very comfortable. So
you can wait,
really had to adjust
right?
I think one of the things
wait for a push out. Don't force mound. Maybe even bait something out on mound. I think that's fine.
Are actually ended up being kind of dry.
You can pressure, yeah. You can always retake because they don't have weapons. You can always retake Rubble, even though you don't have the best comp for it. With the smokes, you can.
They don't lean into playing those big, heavy retakes.
You do have a hero Vandal saved over.
Flood retake. I don't really see that from Vitality in the same way that you do from the Americas teams when they're playing the Breach Fade comp on this map. I think it's an area they could improve on.
Why?
The only hero rifle takes down Ban early. I mean,
He's the one who takes point there, hoping that players will just walk into him, and he was blessed with it.
But Talon,
Did they forget that there was a Vandal?
He needs to not overheat in this spot. He can't afford to die.
Okay, that's a lovely adjustment.
Oh, no. Oh, I
So they
see.
had a runner.
Okay, well, they took it out.
Moves him from the fight, but the rifle will be reclaimed into the hands of Safe now. Orbs farmed up. Talon trying to play towards some of these key pieces of util ultimates.
And with the door open,
Yeah, you don't need to go into this. You don't need to go into here without any information.
from Trex.
Yeah.
You could honestly just use a prowler.
Smoke fades though, he's gonna have to
You
back
could
up.
also. Oh, you could wait. Oh my gosh, we're just gonna go in blind. Oh my gosh, you are so lucky that Trex did not get the instant kills.
Over the shoulder, but he has been cleaned up. Damage.
Oh.
Done with that ghost in hand. Still, it's Talon who've barreled their way over most of this one here. Now, Cruiser the plant will not be stuck. Primi defends though. He's pretty certain he knows that the last player is Jip Boys. Make sure that the death isn't in vain.
What an important round for Jip Boys to be coming online. If he takes that fight towards B and he loses
Why are we going in blind? You have 2 prowlers.
Massively important that he won that fight. I'm not sure he should have been taking it in the first place, to be honest, but they really wanted to apply that B pressure, and they did. He brought things back into a 4v4. But let's see what that Vitality tag timeout was.
Jip Boys is coming online though. That's good.
From Showstopper, from Rolling Thunder.
Another
massive
fight as well.
ultimates.
Yeah, massive ultimates. Barely there, and kills will do it. Grant it, earn it. Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. Want to save. They still want to take this fight straight up into their face. TP's around center. He's cutting up ankles and potentially cutting up.
Oh, you're so stuck. How is he still alive?
Had nowhere to run. Just hopping up and down into the same spot here. That's barely 20 seconds into the round. A pivot has to be played now by Talon.
And an attacking op. Why are we forcing Rebel fight if we have an attacking op?
Broken.
Anyway, hindsight 2020.
And he's squaring up for the fight, but
all right, Primigo kill strat activated.
Slow and steady by Vitality.
That fault line's going to come back at some point. You got to get more space before it does.
Weak point up towards heaven. Barrier mesh up.
Do you push out? Are you going to push out here?
Waiting for reinforcements first.
Very good. You needed more space. Oh, that was not supposed to happen.
A 6-piece available, and here and now. Goodness me!
Is that the first 6-piece ace that we've actually had
Unbelievable
in VCT?
Not just the ace, the 6-piece on top. This rookie player has never aced in VCT before, and he's just brought that out at Champions.
That's a hell of a way to do it. Yeah. My goodness, man.
What a beautiful setup with the Rolling Thunder as well, re-clearing through that position after Safe got caught in the grab net. These peaks are abominable from Talon, let's just put it as it should be. Not playing around Primi's ultimate, not swinging together. They fed into kicks, but he was there and he delivered for all 6.
The first peak, I think, was okay just because it's so hard to see coming with the op,
That
but
is composure in the moment as well. You're being swarmed by bodies, and as you mentioned, listen, the peak wasn't great from Talon. It was very individualistic.
that's crazy.
All over the place.
They had so many things they could have synced up there. I mean, Primi is ulting. They can try to double swing the other 2 players. They can try to wait until Primi comes out of ult and swing with that.
Yeah.
They can have Primi swing first as well, so that he actually tries to get some value from the ult itself. Sting's going very lost in that moment, but playing perfectly into Vitality's hands.
Yeah,
with kicks getting 6.
I mean, capitalizes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Talon's timeout is the last one that they've got as well. They were saving it for a rainy day, which happens to be now. Probably was a while ago as well, if we're being fair.
okay, you got Nightfall, you got Annihilation. They have a showstopper, but ult-wise, you should be coming out on top. So I think just a full send is fine.
Set the sights over towards C Mound as just the one objective they want to fight over.
Honestly, I would just safe check this. I would ult, I would Nightfall this, and then I would Annihilation out. Just to get more space, because you've already used so much util out at that point.
Spawn Jip Boys inside the one way.
This is
Connect. Jip Boy still collects that kill. Runner with him drop the
okay. Jip Boys could also just get insane kills.
As well. And Util flying forwards. Jip Boy cannot hold his own. Needs that backup. It needs
I
it now.
did no.
This way, that way. Showstopper. It's all an abundance of Util, and enough to save the day here for Vitality. a clean sweep unless Ban has something to say about it. All broken, but they know where Ban is. Prowler towards his back, running him down, racing him down. Individual fights earned and utilized, but Vitality in the end with that discipline, doubling up to seal up the match.
A huge one for Vitality to take. In control the entire time. We got highlight moments, beautiful macro calling, and safe.
No, so I know exactly what happened in that last round, though. Is that because
it overwhelmed him when to know that his teammates had his back, that he didn't need
like your game plan with your comp is that you want to push out, you want to keep reach going in the post plant, right? And then you want to delay. You want to stop them earlier than before they can actually start to jump in. Now you did that on Waterfall with the barrier mesh, but that's not enough. So I get that, but the thing is you chose to use the Omen ult and save the other two ults, which actually gave you a lot of agency. So you at that point you didn't need to, but I think Jitboy's bought so much time. It's one of those situations where like your teammate just dying straight up would have been more helpful for your decision making. I don't know. That's a frustrating one on your pick as well.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
It's a frustrating one. I mean, I don't know. You're picking this with that comp and not prepped for... Also, like, Sender had some great calls early on, and Vitality was hitting the shot. Runner had some insane peaks early on. So, yes, like, Vitality played very well, but how can you be so disjointed? Losing the map isn't the frustrating part, I think. I think Pattyfan is, like, basically just inactive. That's frustrating. That's a frustrating one, chat. I wonder if I really feel, I hope somebody asked this in the press conference. I feel like this was a draft masterclass from Vitality. Yeah. Let's calm down. I mean, listen, we can be frustrated. I mean, I think it's okay to meme, but let's calm down. But we are frustrated. I'm frustrated. What about Patty? No, someone was just saying, like, what happened to Patty Fan? Like, he's been on the bench forever, but I think he's just, like, straight, like, inactive. It is tough to not get frustrated when I'm trying to watch from a POV of a certain team, of one of the teams, though. And especially these two teams, Talon and PRX. Oh, I'm gonna have aneurysms for years.
Team Vitality. I'm now joined by the head coach Gorilla. Now that comp on Lotus is something we never see in EMEA. You would have not had a lot of practice again. So what was the plan coming into this? Did you manage to find a good counter for this composition?
I mean, we practiced actually against quite a lot of deadlocks, especially whilst we've been over here in Pacific, and especially also Tier 2 EMEA play a lot of deadlocks. So and for us, we also practiced deadlock for a while, so we have a really good idea on how to play against it. Obviously, it couldn't convert in the Trace game, but here it definitely did.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about that next one?
What, the next map? I mean, we're feeling pretty good. the mood in the team's really good at the moment, so yeah, we hope we can translate it.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck on the map too.
Vitality pick up the win on Lotus, and we were talking about before how important this particular map of Lotus.
It's not even the deadlock. I mean, they played well against the deadlock, but
unique to them. This was their pick, and unfortunately, Mimi, it just did not work out in their favor. Round after round, it just kept falling.
What are we gonna see on Sunset?
Team Vitality came in with a really good plan to exploit the lack of a sentinel on defense on this attacking side. They found so many gaps in the setup. This round was
I mean, I feel here's the thing is that I do think I do think Talon's Sunset is going to be prepped. I actually think so. Maybe I'm having too much hopium, but
over on B to activate this lurk and get the opening kill that wins them the bonus.
Yeah, this was a big masterclass from Center in the beginning of the half. Honestly, he had such big moments. And
great calls across the board.
Yeah,
great plays.
Great playmaking ability, and then obviously he enabled, you know, Trax to just step up and go nuclear like he did.
I don't think we see the same comp though. I think we see a different comp. 8 out of 11 man advantage situations. Oh, that's actually.
3-3v5s in a row lost for Talon.
Dude, Najin Gorilla is a throwback.
Fundamental mistakes in the positions where they had advantages. Look how many players in these.
Dude, yeah, 8 out of 11 man advantages. That is actually insane.
These things cannot be happening if you want to win against the best teams in the world.
And to have it happen back to back to back, it's just brutal. It feels terrible in the server.
It has to crush the mental.
Talon's only win on Sunset was against DFM. That's not the important part. That's not the important part.
And we even saw in the second half, once they started to rally, put a couple rounds together, the game got ended on more of those individual errors and failure to capitalize on the situations where they had an advantage. You just have to slow those rounds down and focus on swinging for your teammates, setting up those crossfires, the fundies.
I couldn't agree.
Vitality's going to play the same comp, so what does Talon have prepared against it? I'm concerned that we're going to see the deadlock again, actually, but I hope not.
That ace was all about it, but credit to Kix, he capitalized with some lovely shots.
Got to be able to execute if it's given to you, and he did just that. That's the second ever. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, that's wild.
This team is known for their fundamentals, like EMEA style, but they really do have.
I actually think Sage comp could do okay here for Talon.
Give them enough credit for.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this game.
But the Sage has to be not Primy.
Players that we wanted to see continue his good run from what we saw in the previous series that he played with Trex, and Trex did just that. He gave us our HyperX reflex moment with this gorgeous 3K that he managed to nab himself. And overall, it's definitely just been the trend here for Vitality, right? They're a little beaten down, but those guys, it was a big thing coming into this event. How these guys always had each other's back. It was like the power of friendship practically with these boys. And you can definitely see
the power of friendship.
It's showing in the server, it's showing on stage.
Never got RQ far enough.
Baby Bay in their stats.
Yeah, 3 KDA is absolutely.
Yeah, 3.0 KDA is actually nutty from Trex.
Right now we're at champions, right?
Yeah.
People shouldn't be able to just take over like this on initiator of all roles. You think of duelist players like Ospas dropping 30s, maybe on Icebox. Yeah. But an initiator player.
Damn, Genji loses one game and he doesn't mention texture. Wow.
Oh my God.
Biased caster.
He had back-to-back. I think he had 2 and 8 rounds.
Yeah.
And then one of them, Sender was able to basically cheese around one where he had that late lurk flank through C, and then Omen TP.
Buzz freaking carries a game and puts DRX into the playoffs, and he mentions Ospas.
Ideas across the board for sure. But let's go ahead though and see what's going on with Frost, Coach Frost, as a matter of fact, because we are going to catch some words with him ahead of map 2.
Bimbon and 3 other Korean death pick. Oh, hold on.
Now, you've shared your concerns in the past about situations where your boys don't capitalize on advantageous situations. So when they are losing those 5v3s, what do you do to
He's
say
so
to them
frustrated.
to get them back on track?
Well,
they're professional players that get paid a salary to actually close those. So I'll just say this. The silver lining is we can get leads. We pretty much had a lead almost every round in that game. So that's a good thing. Bad thing is we're not closing out those rounds. So for them, I think they just need to take their time. They had a lot of time on either those post plants or those retakes.
Yeah, they were rushed.
They slow it down,
which is something that Frost has talked about before.
The fact that we have leads is good. The throws continue to be bad. Unlucky.
Well, best of luck on map 2. Hope it gets a bit better.
And that was basically what we were saying up here as well, right?
I was kidding about the bias, by the way. All right, Talon's going to bring in Premi Rays. They are going to play the Deadlock, but they're going to play it with the Cypher. Okay.
Little league coach. I feel like he has the dad.
I don't mind it. The problem is like, I actually think Talon is a team that would understand the Cypher lock.
And they're making another composition switch here.
But
going into the Deadlock.
again, like they need to be patient.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
They need to be patient.
I think this might be his debut on Raze as well. I don't think we've seen him play Raze yet in VCT in general.
No, Frost is very real. The thing is like he will just say what's on his mind. Like even there, right? He's like, well, they're professional players. Like he's talking about his own players, and he's like, well, they're pros that get paid to win those. So like that's their problem. That's their problem, right? Like a lot of people would take that as like, a holy crap, you're an absolute d-bag. But I think that's just how he talks.
Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow. You got to make it happen here and now. There's not much time to really.
No, I think the Cypher lock is fine. On here, especially against the Neon, I think it's okay. It's also not bad against the KO either. Don't greed it, Governor. Don't.
Extended himself. You can tell how badly he wanted that first kill, and maybe a bit of a read into the minds of these players.
What did Frost just
say? All that pressure of a dart to his back. He does deal with it nicely, and still a smoke to play in and out of. Weaving through, but kicks. He just dominates it, overwhelms it. Prowler up into his face, can't be played up off, and everybody's trading, coming through and out. It's a 3v1. It's what Primi's been delivered here.
I mean, let's deviate from the discussion around Frost. Listen, he's definitely said things that are just straight up wrong. He has said that as well. He's done that before. But then again, like I've also gone on Plat Chat and said that Bleed doesn't speak English as a primary language when Ye was still an active player. So like that nobody on that team speaks English as a primary language. So like obviously I was corrected right on the spot, and I realized what I had said. But let's just leave it at that.
Pick off players at their leisure. It is an interesting.
I'm not saying that everything Frost says is always true. I'm not saying that you should take him as like the encyclopedia for Valorant. But I think it doesn't help him that sometimes he says wrong things, because other times he's like actually just being a little too real, and that you could argue is subjective. I mean, again, different people will take it different ways. But anyway, back to the game.
Bit of an understatement, I think, to say that this is going to be an uphill battle for Talon.
So the problem with Deadlock on this map, though, that I've found personally, is that the wall's actually not great for B. It's really not. There's not a great way to position yourself to place it well on a reaction. You almost always have to preemptively place it. If it's going to be on B side. Now you could do that, and you could push out other sides of the map. That's doable, but
similar to what they were doing in previous rounds on Lotus, where
yeah, putting the wall up and clearing out mid, and then coming back once the wall's been broken a little bit is fine. Nobody tagged. Huge grab net. Huge set play.
Going to be saving you from that onslaught, and now forced to back away. Vitality. 34 seconds. They have none of that prior map control here.
Call it American English, actually. Yeah, I meant the mother tongue. Nobody's speaking the Queen's English.
It's all about how you overcome it, and with the Bulldog in hand,
and then it's like, well, Darion speaks Singlish, which has a little bit of an accent, a little bit of an impact. I mean, not a bad eco. You can actually continue to do damage here. Time-wise, it's going to be hard to win the retake, but they could do damage. They're actually looking to just do damage. They're not looking to win the fight here. But if these two get spotted early, that ruins everything for Ban.
These players are walking out here, running away. Danger zone. Certainly are.
quiet still. Shot to the dome. Jit Boys dropped and away. Primi.
And Ban already broke the trip, so they're just going to escape the other way.
As well, but Ban is just getting. He needs to get a move on, to be honest. Time is of the essence. Primi. He does put a few bullets back into them. Still, that turret. I mean, the circle's going to be retreating. It's already done.
The time?
The round's lost. I don't know what to say in that spot there.
I think Primi and Ban could have played that a bit quicker.
Primi actually had time.
Around instead of just trying to do economical damage.
Yeah, well, as soon as he got the second kill, he could have rushed in to try to tap it, and that would have. I think he would have had time if he just ran in, and at the very least, that would have 100% secured the KO kill.
Do they want to be associated with a round like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone at Red Bull that just happened. But yeah, that's big round from Kicks.
I don't know. A little indecisive, but
yes, it is. It's only Sender though that's buying up in this round. The rest still taking it as a bonus.
I mean, listen, it's still a good eco. It's just you could have done better. But what is this set play? Wow, that's a risky one. Well done though. Through their own wall. That's
a second round in a row that the Gravnet's been followed up
on
beautifully as well towards B main.
Yeah, but it's all about converting it because Vitality will deal.
So they are using it very aggressively, which I like. This is okay. So this is something that I've said it ever since we've seen Cypherlock come out, and it took I think a lot of people a long time to understand this. Is that this composition is not actually a default defensive composition. Dude, Kicks is on one today.
With him falling.
I was talking as if this round was over, but I guess it's not yet. But the Cypherlock is actually not a baseline defense-sided composition. It's like, it's a, you know, it's safe.
Good movement
but if you actually want to take advantages on defense, you actually have to push out. Now, the reason you can push out is because you can delay a lot on the other side. So using set plays like this, that's good. If you just wait and you're like, haha, we have 2 Sentinels, that's how actually how you lose the defense side with the Cypherlock. Because at the end of the day, you're better at... because in the post plant it's good because there's a limited timer, right? And so your util is much more valuable.
On Lotus, they lost 13-6. So
it's unheard of almost.
Yeah, truly unbelievable.
So then using set plays with the Gravnet with the Paranoia, it feels like it's heavy investment, but you kind of have to on the defense because it's not like your retake is great, right? You're gonna have to take contact one way or another. So you might as well 100% secure that and then delay on the other side. So this time they're gonna look to do a set play over on this side. With the Prowler, you've got a Paranoia at the ready. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, the timing is going to be so important. They want to get contact first.
Doesn't know on the other side of things what might be laying in wait. Primi.
Oh, Primi actually gets a nice kill. And the C's to delay and the... Oh, dude, Primi!
Lovely work indeed.
Very good. Okay, you've got Ban still watching. See, look at this. So now this is all delayed. So fighting and being aggressive here is huge because then the only place he could have come is mid, and that is where they came in. That is where they won. But thankfully, Governor's online as well.
Contact plays that were just completely opening up rounds that they should not have been winning.
Governor, play safe. There you go. Well, I mean, you could have jiggle peeked, but then you would have to look 2 angles. So I think grouping up for mid is good. This is very well done. Everybody, let's group up. You're hearing the spike get planted. Very good. It's a 3v1. Don't goof this up. You can't possibly goof this up, Governor. Oh.
Beautiful peaks. Beautiful spam damage just to supplement.
Oh, he's online. We're good to go. He doesn't need that. Cruz needs that.
What a round from Primi too. Not something that I got the opportunity to mention early on, but he's never played Raze in a professional setting.
Right.
I mean, I assume he's been spamming it in ranked. I haven't looked at his tracker recently, but
freaking trackers, man.
A bit of a
very patient from Primi. They have the comms to say we're not actually going for the set play, and he just waits for the counter peek.
Very comfortable in terms
That's
of
good.
How he's using his utility, the ult, picking a nice time in to go for that re-clear of A. Yeah.
Okay, and now that there's a null command, they're going to swap. Oh, they're actually just going to stack. Okay. No, they're going to swap.
Are way better than Talon on this map. The teams they've beaten, the attack.
And the only place that they're concerned about is mid.
And yet.
So you're coming through. No kill trip. And that's huge. You don't expect them to all be mid. This is a great setup against the null command.
Sheriff in his hands.
And the eco.
Only for the 2 kills before the trade is
Like basically all the ults and the eco, right? Because if they did get kills, the null command might have come through. You can still delay.
To get a Vandal into his hand just as his ult was running out.
Or FF and Runner as well. They're going to know what these players are. Spots them out.
So many disadvantaged positions that we've seen already on Sunset. We were seeing
Yeah, the only one you're worried about is this angle. Now that the wall is broken, you're a little concerned about the other one.
Picks up the spike.
Do they realize that? They do. Okay, so Jit Boys is only concerned about mid, but now he hears market. They know. Okay.
Alerting Jit Boys.
All right. You know that he's gone all the way through backside because this paused first and then this sonic sensor. So Jit Boys is really just looking to buy time. He's actually got From the Shadows.
I think it's time here, Jit Boys, even with the oldest
Yeah.
to get that information up top onto
So he
the
clears
market
that
box.
out for them.
Clears
He's
it
got
out. Save is here. Wants to try
Paranoia.
and take a fight over
Okay.
the Annihilation just trades it out
Oh no.
equally.
Oh
Still
no.
is there.
Oh
Let's take a
no.
fight. Could potentially break it out. No, wants to try and take this fight one-on-one. No. Okay, Save
Oh, this is.
Still plan for the back of the site now. Jit Boys already sends it flying with the Paranoia. Smoke up into his face. Wins that first one. Needs the second time against him and just presses it forwards. Out of the smoke. MasterCard Thrifty sealed up, locked up Vitality, winning that one.
And not just a Thrifty, but another situation in which they were down.
Jit Boys waited too long on the trap wire. As soon as the Annihilation hit,
doing a great job with the Sheriff early on, and Safe also provided
and you traded on the first kill, he should have just straight up paranoid and peeked.
as well. I think Runner actually played this
Or at least paranoia to see what the reaction was. Or Ban should have backed up. I don't know. Like, you had options here. You had options. You had a paranoia.
You can see there in the reaction from Safe. Happy with how that one turned around, but also at a bit of a loss.
It's okay.
As to how they keep
It's okay.
being able to win and kind of like clutch out these situations. Down players.
It's truly absurd.
Okay, early wall, get the orb.
Keep harping on about it.
You've pushed, you've checked. You're just going to clear. You still got traps to delay. This is good.
We'll have to give it that space
Yeah, they're
now.
still concerned about the null command, so the sonic sensors will activate.
Be emanating out as well, pushing Talon back and away, but it does orchestrate pretty nicely.
Okay, you've kept backside relatively safe.
Plant now finally down. You could default back into this B main angle, as we know and love, or hate in most situations.
No flank, no push down mid.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to do this. They've got Hunter's Fear as well.
These spots are incredibly tough.
There's like a ridiculous situation here where you might need to actually just save.
Still knife against the back wall. There's a grab net into it along with the nade into the corner. Cruz, he's sticking the diffuse.
Okay, he's got the half.
Has to be uploaded here.
Push out now. Clear it.
Lighting these players up and still a bound of damage is done. Primi already with that.
Don't try to meat shield it just because you got half, man.
But not able to do it at the end either.
Our first time seeing what is normally an extremely standard situation for teams to get into. Talon didn't really have a great answer there, but they were good at least in terms of getting onto the spike as quickly as possible.
I mean, I get it. You got the half nice and early. You thought you locked them down with the grav net. The thing is the grav net coincided with the Hunter's Fury, so like you should have had a chance to push out. I don't know.
Couldn't really apply any util pressure, couldn't get the flank down mid. And now, look, tides turned. Economy damage for Talon.
But you can't back off though. You have to push out from one side or the other. You have to do set plays. You have to take control, both on the attack and defense. This comp has to take contact. So I'm fine with this. It looks risky, but they kind of have to.
Primi catching that contact and still swinging through and wide. He does just find the two still
They get sprayed down, but they had to. I mean, they kind of have to somewhere on the map.
With any opportunity, any opponent. So Ban's here.
Charlie.
Runner up through mid into that 1v2. And
that's going to give him a gun.
Claimed a gun.
Gives him a chance.
Yeah, he's got the info. He's going to know where these players are going to be trying to play.
Trying to be quiet, threatening, like he could have flanked, could be coming A main.
I mean, you've got a good chance.
Discipline from Vitality here.
You have time.
Steadying their hand. No one actually decided to take the contact onto this one, so Ban dropping the cage. The dart. Placed what? Okay, at least nicely here once more. Another tap ban.
Great use of time. You can get half. You can get half.
Sticking already, he's earned himself half, and that builds him. Wincon's time earned as well with the damage done to save. Surely
spin.
Inevitability safe. My goodness, just in time.
Great
timer from
nice
Safe.
Edge there. Safe also would have died to a single bullet. Health down to 32. Damage from the Vandal 40. Playing things on the finest of margins. But he was required after Primi hit a Kalat with the Guardian. Safe was needed for the cleanup and the clutch. Hasn't been a great tournament yet for Safe, actually. For somebody that, again, I would have in my top 5 duelists in the entire world. Safe's been slow to get going.
You did tag him, so I think there was a world to
Trace, but
fake it once more, maybe. But it's just a great peak from Safe. Honestly, in 1v1s with the defuse, it's like with timer left, it's such a mind game that whoever wins just plays it better. You know what I mean?
Safe's a player that's been talking a lot about the mental struggles that he's been going through for years now, actually, but especially this year while he's dealing with like grief, bereavement, and pushed himself and the rest of his team to champs despite that. He's struggled a little individually on this stage, not quite up to my expectations, his own expectations of him, but other people around him have rallied, and then he's, you know, finding his moments here, like in that final round.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not required that he has these superstar level performances for Vitality to be a winning team and roster.
It might do as you get later through the tournament.
For sure, I think it's going to be necessary. I think the tighter the competition gets, the harder the teams are. But for now, at least, you know, he can lean on his teammates back and have that safety net there. But for now, at least in this map here and now, he is showcasing real strong performance.
I think waiting to re-clear mid and just delaying would also be not bad. Huge set play.
A little bit of damage was necessary.
Okay, so you bring back Gravnet set plays on B main.
Up on these Gravnets. Everyone has been perfect from Governor on defense. Combo there with the Raise Nade. Again, Primi hasn't been playing.
No Neon suddenly makes your defense a lot easier. Now you can actually play passive.
Most of this way, Bando. It's an off angle to be played here, and Cruz lovely with the movement. Survives but a moment to at least survive that fight and take it further forwards. Runner up through mid, and Talon with that contact reclearance.
Very good.
Runner's been going for that same
well,
thing
okay, I don't know.
Yeah. Kicks up and over that flash. Very
synchronized anti.
So finally, Talon not letting rounds like that slip when they get that opening kill.
Okay, 3-5, totally doable.
The tendencies of Vitality. They didn't even have to.
Sorry about that. That was probably really loud.
It's a great trap. Safe's got to be worried about those. B main is looking deadly. Talon managing that space very nicely. And of course, they could be trying something aggressive in the next round with WillChobra online. You can see people double blast pack down mid or something, go and take tiles control. Tons you can do with this ult on this map.
Yeah, I was wondering if we would take mid control. Still no mid control early from Talon. It's tougher as a defense, but not even a re-clear. And the smokes are coming out. So Vitality wants to use mid, as they often do. Which then you're expecting Talon will push out, because that's what they've always been doing, so they're going to wait now. Now that you have ultimates, you actually can go for retakes. B is still going to be a little hard.
Entirely safe when there's a KO on the other side of things, but
you actually need to make sure that you have some flank presence, which means that you need to hold this part of the map.
Primi is going for the peak.
Oh.
One player spams, and it makes him think that it's only the one play in there.
Yeah, getting baited in. Vitality were one step ahead.
Vitality knows that Talon wants to peek out, and now they've lost total mid control.
Those are the kind of plays that tiny in the micro.
Okay, so you have to push out. You have to push out. Okay, he's gonna go back to watch it, but like watching that doesn't really do you much good.
You can sometimes break those rules and just decide, I might get a 1v1 here if I play the angle well enough.
Are we really going to stay in sight on B? Okay, we're going to fight. Oh my gosh, you're going to choose to fight both sides. Ban is still hidden a little bit. There's just too many targets. Shitboy's not bad though. Governor's very far. Shitboy's is very low.
In terms of these defensive setups.
The flank?
Yeah, it's being spotted. I mean, they know Governor's here as well. Trying to be able to spot that because of that neural theft from earlier. Now Jitboy's 45 health. Vandal in hand, but A long shot away from
I mean,
round out of the plan.
yeah, go for it, I guess. Do whatever damage you can.
Create openings for him, but
Tripwire.
He's got to get through with the flank already occurring as well. Trex is hotly on his tail. Can't even spam down a trip. Doesn't even want to commit to that reload. Backs himself away around the corner. Again, Vitality not willing to really fight, but they'll take it anyway as time was running short. That's a 6th round now that they've built up.
If only one Pacific team or 2 teams go forth. No.
Winning round 3, winning round 4, made it look like
No Chobra
they might be
bets.
able to challenge Vitality on this map despite all of the numbers. And yet,
I'm too invested. I'm too invested.
More and more like the favorites are taking control here. Premi's yet to offload this showstopper. It's his 2nd one.
Because they're leaving him on a lurk.
So looking for the moment to get the most value out of it.
You do have to be worried to a degree as well with the KO. Most teams.
There's no re-clear of information. Mid is so free for Vitality. It often is for attackers, but it's like super free.
Question is, our talent.
Like that cam just sits and lives there forever.
What's Chip Boy set up for here? Throwing the paranoia through to tiles.
NT. Oh, the spam afterwards. The setups are good for the beginning of the round. So you get the lead. Again, that's I mean Governor's online too. It's like it's just as Frost said, like they're getting leads. Just gotta close it out.
These players wide out into the open because he knows he needs that chance and advantage, and it will not be
Okay,
there.
4-6. Honestly, not bad. Honestly, especially with the way that they're looking right now, it's not bad.
Another kind of sick.
And here's the thing, is that if they play this attack correctly, this should do really well against the Neon. If they play it correctly. And playing it correctly on attack requires hitting the first shot. But
Governor and Premier playing really fluidly, very nicely, and catching someone almost every single
okay, so now that you haven't pushed out, do you push out again? Is this the round where you send the showstopper?
But it looks like Vitality are trying to go into
Not
the
yet.
showstopper.
Real vital round at that.
Uh-oh, Paranoia's out.
Round 11.
But no showstopper.
They feign, at least
Is the showstopper a myth? Does it not stop the show?
Attempt to fight over towards the A site.
Cleared out immediately by the Prowler.
I mean, he wouldn't have gotten a kill, so like result-wise, good move. But if you're gonna play like this, Premi has to not ego this.
Thrown in his face. Paranoia 2 will push him back and away here.
Annihilation just keeps him at bay. This is a lot of stuff used, and the showstopper to push him back. And yeah, I don't know how Cruz is getting 2 kills, but basically you've pushed them out from here, so you push them out from here. So I guess you were expecting a cross, and that's a good pick off.
Looking there to try to punish on the Annihilation. Didn't realize perhaps that Talon had 3 players facing, and like you said.
But now you have a main control. Now Premi's going to play a bit more aggressive because there's only 50 seconds on the clock. You've already walled off mid. This is a good wall.
Yeah, looking to try to
Where are we going, Governor? You're fine. I mean, just hold here is fine, just in case the wall breaks. But
grouping up by Vitality.
This is looking like a very
still got Cam. You got Cyber Cage. You got Trip. You got Sonic Sensor.
Surely this is a win for Talon.
Some things get broken. Good Gravnet. No one can help here. Just play for time.
Doubled up, taking it. It's traded. Bant is there, leaving it down to just run it. Trying to isolate those.
Very good. Ah, where was this patience on Lotus? Where was this not just re-peeking every single fight?
I've never seen such good Gravnets.
No, the Gravnets are sick. And the craziest part about these Gravnets are like they're not elaborate lineups. It's just great reads.
Is catching safe all the time. Yeah. He's throwing it pretty consistently into these neon walls, but he's also just catching the timing perfectly on the trap plays.
But again, listen, it's the same thing why Fade used to be so good. It's why Fade became so common on Fracture against the Neon, because the C's could basically shut down the Neon, right? Because Neon, you get an audio cue much earlier. You either put up the fast lane, you're starting your sprint earlier. You get to hear it a lot earlier than the Jet or the Raze. So the Gravnet is very good. It's basically like the C's. It just shuts down the Neon. Okay, only tags 2, I think. Oh, and he dies. So now you have to push out. Oh, Primi, what the?
This guy
Okay, spike down.
Flips the map, takes the spike, control now, granted it over towards them. It's Vitality that are going to try and fight their way
It's
past
tough
us.
to hold this position just because you don't know if they've wrapped around.
Cage up in their face. Hearing the footsteps, runner just about scurries away.
Okay, so spike is gone. Now you recognize that. You know that they've come out through a main. They're watching to see if it's a fake and a rotate. Oh, this is a lot of splitting up. But 3-1, I'm actually okay with 3-1, which means that this means that Ban is playing for time. He's playing to draw attention. He's playing to just keep them at bay. He's playing to make sure that they don't reposition. And these three want a 3v3 fight. It's the best way to make this fight fair.
Sometimes
Okay, from this is iffy. He's gonna. Oh my gosh, he's gonna. That angle is not great. The grab net is good. Oh my gosh, can we please follow through on this? Oh, they thought about this too much. Okay, cut off the other side. That's good. Bait out peaks. Great. Oh, the trades are not great. Oh.
Delivers that final blow. Necessary onto the last two. That's a
the grab nets are good. I mean, Governor's Deadlock is looking good
it should have been a slam dunk for Vitality.
on this sunset.
Coming out here and winning the pistol off the beginning too. What a recovery for Talon. Looked like they were going to get it done early on, and
6-6. I think it's very doable.
Usage. Sloppy towards the end, but it's been good for the majority of this half.
Yeah, and listen, casters love it when we've got a game in our hands, and I think we've got one right here, right now.
So funny when Sajid and Bren were talking about that clutch. Who was it? Was it Kick? Basically clutched by surviving, and they're like, well, is that a round you would want to be associated with? Yes, it still exists. I mean, it's still the main go-to in Korea. They have all sorts of versions now too, just like Red Bull. Okay, second half. So something that they do a lot here. There was no need. Something that Vitality is going to do a lot here is
them losing the pistol round on
sunset,
still bringing it
checking for info and then rotating fast with a neon like that. I mean, as you often do with neons. So I think there's two ways Talon could do this, but initially I would love to see them just see if they can get ahead of it, right?
This composition that they're playing, but it's all about what happens here and now on the next half of Sunset.
You do want to take slow contact, but you could even use the grab net early here.
Spots where he's pushed into an aggressive angle, clearing out A main or B main, and does a great job. Not all of it with utility, plenty of it with his rifling as well. Hasn't really been a player on Vitality that stepped up in the same way that we saw on Lotus from Kicks and from Trex, where we were getting.
So yeah, I would love to see them kind of slow push B and then, wall off or wall off. Let's see how that goes. Probably better to wall off here. So they purposely avoid it. This is good. This is good from Talon. They want to take contact. You do need to trade that.
Going to be connected onto himself. Rebounding. How the hell did you get out of there? What are you doing, Safe? My God, there's no composure in sight. He just sits on it like a bloody egg.
I mean, there's not much he could have done in that spot.
Yeah, he was stunned up.
It's a stun that was bad, and Vitality losing a player.
Brent's just losing it.
He takes the space.
I mean, I agree with Saisha. It's the relay boat that really boned him there. I mean, what were you gonna do? I think Safe probably made the best decision he could, which was try to stick to the wall as much as possible and hope that it doesn't do no damage, I guess. But so funny.
Talon are thinking that it's a normal B retake coming from Boba, coming from Market.
Significant chances. Chip Boys is so damn low. One shot.
Oh, I think you just all come back. I think you just all come back and help him out here. Oh, and that's the one guy that was full health or near it.
The last two players are weak enough himself. Sender could just do this single-handedly. I said it needed to be big, and big it is. Cruz, though, enough to bring it back to that 1v1.
Around the one way, really?
And Spike still planted for him. Time, pressure against
Sender's going to fish for it.
Sender just holding. Steady hand, spamming away. The Ghost in play.
Cruz, play the mind games.
This spot here with a horn to reveal. And Sender lit up like a beacon.
Oh, Cruz. Oh, Cruz, you love to see it.
And finally, it's Talon who earned a pistol.
Oh.
They're first of the match, and that's what experience looks like there.
Very good. He knows that that one way isn't, in a 1v1 it's not great because you have to push it, but if you push it, then you don't have as much of an advantage either. So as long as you don't actually peek out. I mean, very patient. In Lotus, we didn't see any of this from anybody.
A bit of a blowout. Vitality have been winning all the pistol rounds. They won the bonus as well.
Very good.
Talon look like they've got those opportunities for the first time in this match, an opportunity similar to when they played against Leviathan, and it looked like they were in the game and had a shot to win it. Now they did end up choking that away a little bit. They lost all 4 rounds at the end of both maps, but they could see the finish line.
Hopefully learning from that experience.
Okay, so that probably makes them think that this might be the emptier site, so they're going to try to take slow contact, and they're going to get baited. This is just a good trap set up from Vitality. Thankfully, they only lose one guy, and the deadlock, it makes the post plant rougher, but you do have the better weaponry.
So there should be something for Ban to pick up, but he's nowhere near. Look, he's exploring through mid now.
Oh, this is very aggressive.
But also,
oh, you've been spotted. Okay.
Ban to try and recover.
Oh,
bloody hell, Ban.
1
An
HP.
absolute worldie right now. Still, it's going to be dropped by kicks.
So much damage.
Huge weaponry dropped, right? There's a weapon down over towards A main.
You have Vandal and Bulldog. That's still, I mean, it's the best you can hope for, except that Kix is already here. I don't think they're going to expect Kix to already be here. Why are we rushing in? Why is Primi getting the ore while Cruz just swings it? Come on, there's so much time.
Doubled up into the high-low. The tap forces them now creep in. Ever so close to the potentially that round win. Damage done, and Primi just
oh, look. A double swing. A double team that actually wins.
And for all we were singing the praises that Talon were finally getting that pistol under their belt, that's going to flip it directly on its head.
So brutal in these kind of spots. Saw Ban and Chip Boys go to try to make the play out through mid. It was Kicks that really cleaned up. Ban survived on 1 HP until that Sheriff shot came through, and that's a crucial duel that happened over towards B main.
Nice, boys. Nice.
Oh, unfortunate.
That's what they've been waiting for.
Give me a second.
Kicks once more up towards the top of the scoreboard, having vast impact for Vitality today.
He's been dominating.
With the Sheriff too, he's had some big moments. He was part of how they managed to win a thrifty round with a player disadvantage in the first half. Primi's been unfortunate in these clutches too.
Trying to re-clear up through mid here. Right about that, I mean, Primi in the clutch. Maybe just again, kind of that inexperience rearing itself onto the big stage because it's very different. Listen, clutch scenarios, the way you play them in ranked versus actual tier 1 play.
Blinding. It is different.
It's the reason the pro players are here.
But it's also, in some sense, unfair the amount that Talon even asks of him.
Oh, for sure.
Talon and all the Talon fan base expect Primi to be dropping like 30 every single map.
Yeah, the community narratives is like this guy is just God incarnate.
And of course, he's very talented. He's exceptionally talented.
I must wait a moment.
But he's a ranked superstar that is still getting his feet wet in the pro scene. Yeah. Can't be asked to clutch every round.
Exactly.
Okay, go in. But you got to push, especially on the eco. Yeah, I mean, you had to. You just...
Play runner is looking nice with it. There's no ace in sight, though.
Yeah, I will be playing 2xKO, but I don't have access to the initial alpha lab yet.
Why? That's unfortunate.
Vitality are going to be in a massive position here. They're almost going to have their own bonus round coming up, round 16. Their economy's looking good. They saved a bunch of rifles, only one got dropped. So now they've got a bit of a freebie round to throw in here. And Talon are the ones that could get plunged down into another eco. Or at least another round where you're scrapping together a buy at the
Okay.
Primi 1 away from getting the showstopper. Is that what Talon are looking to play towards?
Yeah, they're going to look to get the orb. And Vitality's actually going to give it. Oh, okay. He's just going to go straight through. No, get the orb. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's good. Sets up Governor for the angle. That's very, very good. Very, very good. And their reliance is that this is going to call for the rotate over from the Neon. Vitality's actually adjusting to this quite well, especially because you took the orb. So it's like, well, the showstopper's online anyway, so you don't actually want to fill the site. So Vitality's actually not going to bite onto this too much. So this ends up not working out too great for Talon. They've kind of overcooked it.
The boom bot and the paranoia, so it's going to be wasting that util and pulling it out of Talon.
Knife held, anticipating a showstopper.
This wall it's a nice wall, but again, you're assuming that the Neon was already on A.
Wall that's blocking off Safe's rotate at this point, making it feel like they could try to pivot into an A split.
The showstopper and a fight as well, looking to split their way through. Knife collected, and that's why you have to see the showstopper.
Okay, they actually do get through it.
The gunplay and
oh my gosh.
Out of the hands, Kicks unable to land that punish. Underhanded with the nade as well. At least the flash still collects the one before the trade is online.
We are all over the place, but we are up 3 people to 2.
Round 16. Slowing it down, you can take a pause and a breather, but Vitality now pushing forwards. They got that dart, the timing taken by Primi's, push past it. The util.
Primi's position is good.
Transfer not hit.
It's hard to read.
Unaware by Governor. But does he know that Primi's placed himself here towards the back?
He's going to check it, though.
Clear this one. Fully unexpected.
Oh, dude. Trex almost overcame that with movement.
From Primi.
Had to dodge a couple of bullets coming through. I don't know that that's the cleanest kill I've ever seen from Primi, though.
But the movement got him through it.
20 and 10. He sits at the top of the scoreboard for Talon. He's on pace for that 30 bomb that the community expects from him in every one of the Talon matches. But it's 8-8 the score, as you said. I think Vitality got a little too aggressive there at trying to clear back through market. As soon as they shut down the showstopper, they wanted to capitalize on that, hoping that they caught Talon unawares. But Safe once more shut down, trying to get the entry on a big team fight.
Okay, but Talon's ideas continue to be the same. They have another Nightfall this time, so, I mean, honestly, I don't mind using the ults to get into the site, because you still have great post-plant util afterwards, again, with the double Sentinel. Planting ban in mid. Mid control is also very good, right? It's going to help you disrupt any of the fast rotates. So that's good. This is a lot of just fake pressure onto B.
Runner's cam is good for re-clearing B main, good for retake situations as well, so Talon remove that. Now Vitality
just seeing if there's a push out. You know that they're going to want to go for fast rotates. Ban hears this. Ban hears the Neon going through. So you could go for an argument to re-rotate, but now that Ban's been spotted, you're going to have to back that out. So you just use the Nightfall. They're going to bail after using the Nightfall. Okay, we've cooked this a little bit because you don't have a fast entry into B, and you don't have a wall. You got to throw this wall again. The wall's got to go up. It's got to be good. It lands. It's perfect. They are going to break it right away, and the Omen ult comes in just in time. The backup is here. You guys need to get trades. They're all here, Talon. They're all here. How are they not ever losing anybody in any of these fights, man?
8 seconds left, but they are all going to fall in the end.
And that's a messy one from Talon's attack side calling.
They didn't have any control. Like, what? If you were gonna Nightfall and rotate, Ban, once he got spotted, should have just been, I don't know, at the door, and I don't know. In fact, I don't know. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but it was a little overcooked.
hadn't accounted, I think, probably for Sender's ultimate, which reinforced...
Like, it almost feels like they're too concerned about their win condition, you know what I mean? Is that, I don't know, they're decayed, they're tagged, they don't hear anything. At that point, just send it.
Ever since they lost the follow-up...
You knew the cam was over in B main, you know the Cypher was set up somewhere on B. It's unfortunate.
Rifle in the hands of Primi again. He has to be a solo player to really do the most. If Talon are able to pave their way at any portion of this round, silver lining for them is that they're close, at least to the showstopper 2-way.
Well, again, it's because their ideas are actually, like, there's a lot of rhyme and reason to what they do. And it's very clear that they, in their heads, they know, like, how that works. They know the formula. And the formula is pretty good. It's oftentimes it's a bit all-in like, but but you just have to win the maps that matter. So, like, that's fine. That's okay. But again, it's just the execution of it is sometimes lacking.
By Sender in that spot. There's another good grab net, but he avoided it. Played in his teammates nicely. And Safe's gonna keep...
Yeah, that's why it looks like slop, but the slop oftentimes wins, is because the idea is good. The formula is good. It's just that you're, you know,
they're looking to keep that going.
You're going through it. You're solving it all over the place.
Up the null command, which is going to be great for shutting down the showstopper on the other side. And Primi's getting close to that one. There's another ultimate that he's just got to think so hard around.
Okay, on this timeout, listen, creep up to B, get the orb, take out any Cypher util that you can nice and early, right? Pressure that. Meanwhile, plant ban in mid, see if he catches a rotate, if he hears a rotate off of it. If he does, start working A again, keep ban there.
Against Leviathan, second map.
See if there's another rotate again, and then decide where you want to go.
On the first map, they were up 11-9, lost 4 in a row, lost 11-13.
That is my call.
Maybe it's the strap book running out. Maybe it's the rookie players getting a little nervous as they can see the finish line. Maybe it's just luck. Maybe it's a coincidence. But it feels real in this kind of moment, real enough for Frost to hit the panic button, use his final tactical timeout. Vitality haven't even used one yet.
Which is strange. I was just thinking that. I mean, it's like they've been getting tested for all of this map, but
I think the reason though is that they lost the final 3 rounds of the half, and so you know if you use a tag timeout at that point, you're already sure. You've already played the majority of that half. You get to talk to the team at the halftime break anyway.
Oh, okay.
How much Talon winning those final 3 would push them?
This is one that Talon have to win.
You need to go in and like actually clear this though. You need to like throw up paint shells and like actually just pressure B and see if there's a reaction that comes out of it. Okay, you see them pushing out. Oh, this is a good smoke. Vitality has a good read on this timeout, but Talon, you still have to commit to this. You heard the relay bolt coming out, and he's not going to be coming out entirely alone. So, yeah, jump peek that. Good, very good. I mean, it's a little risky, but hey, you got to take contact. You chose this comp. They have a good read on mid. Oh, ban. Ban is playing with fire. He actually gets one. That's huge.
Pretty incredible from Ban.
Yeah, don't fight that. You know that they haven't pushed out yet. Start going in. Start going in. At best, it's a 2v4. Ben actually bought so much time there, and you broke all the trips. So now they have to have someone helping Station B. It's a great read from Vitality, but Safe kind of greeds for this and gives Talon a window.
So this showstopper, he can rip it whenever he likes.
We'll see if Talon even hold on to it as well.
Talent's not out yet, chat. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Okay, showstopper. I mean, yeah, it's fine.
Paranoia too. The fuse going to be running short. Not too many options available here onto the flank.
He actually erases a part of the wall for them, which is unfortunate because they would have had to break that small one first before the big node, but is whatever. So they want to push out because they know the flank is taken over. That's a great double swing, but it's a great double trade back. Oh no. Oh no.
Down overdrive, damage done, and still, yeah. Baits out the initial shots. Primi just couldn't stand still and hold his ground.
Another 1v2 that's asked of him. I like the play from Talon as well. They choose to get aggressive in the post-plan, but they didn't realize they were going to be facing there into 4 players. They're expecting the retake to be split up a little more than that. Talon, they hit their shots at the start. A safe skill on the flank, and then the cleanup towards the end. Very nice from him at center. Safe finding another round to have his value. 11-8. That finish line choke, unfortunately, looking like it's hitting Talon again with elimination on the line. If they lose 2 more rounds...
Okay, what else can you do? So, since you, off of the timeout you went B, I would have actually loved to see them try to clear B again, just pressure that again, but they're just going to fight for A. Only the Omen was tagged, though, so Vitality doesn't know if this is a different setup or not. Well, now they do for sure. The grab nets have not been as effective on the attack, but this time they add an extra swing to it, and then the paint shell is delayed. It doesn't get a second kill, but yeah, it's a good change.
Flash comes through from Jit Boys and allows Talon to follow up very nicely.
You don't have to walk here, though. You guys just had this area until a moment ago. I guess they're scared of someone who could have snuck in through here. I feel like this is so much time spent, right? It gives an opportunity for Vitality to re-clear a main, and now they know, and these trips are now here. And you've already used your paint shell, so they know that they can just fight you here.
Going in pound for pound, Sender, he's also going to be reinforcing this site up. This with a Nightfall, scatters through! My goodness, Sender delivers that death blow.
Vitality just a better team.
Surely too much to overcome, and the timing couldn't be better from that one, Vitality.
Why did they go for a fight, though? They could have just stayed and played on site. No, but to be very fair, that round, they should have pushed out. Because you heard the Neon coming, so instead of getting pinched, because you were outnumbered already anyway, it was a 3v4. So instead of getting pinched from potentially 3 to 4 different directions, you basically want to push out and eliminate an option to make sure that you have the better angles and you have a crossfire, because at that point you just don't have a crossfire because you're stuck in sight. And there's a Neon. So pushing out is fine. It's just that Vitality made a really good play of sending the Neon right back, and then it's 4 people coming in together. So the push out, like, it can seem frustrating when you're observing it, but I'm not going to say it's objectively the better move. I think it's actually still like a 60-40 better move, though, than staying in sight. I actually, the push out itself was not the problem. They even had a great double swing. It's just that Vitality was the better team. They brought the Neon back, right? They basically pressured A main, and then they said bring the Neon back. And that way we have better numbers.
That's composure. The steady hand with the Phantom in play. 2 bullets does the job and drops Governor. First kill here for Vitality. Might be the beginning of the end here for Talon. They're left wondering, man.
The recon as well. Finding back.
I can't wait for people to meme with the things that Frost said to DRX, though.
Seen rounds like this, but this could be the tournament life of Talon just ending in the blink of an eye. It all comes down to this fight here. Contact to be caught by Safe.
Oh, and Frost was like, well, they just like showed their entire hand before a champ, so like that sucks. And someone memed on them after DRX won with Termi on the picture, and they're like, we actually didn't show you anything.
To deal with a dart. And only 2 left to start. Ban holds strong, but only for a moment before the nade removes him.
Oh, Chip Boys, this is rough.
It's all in his hands. It's all in his shoulders, and he is not long for this world. A 13-8 to finish this map. Vitality survive.
Survive being an important word there for Safe. He lost 0-2 in groups last year with Team Liquid. They were the #1 seed. He was determined not to make that happen again. Facing elimination here today, they've sent Talon home in their place. A good run from Talon, honestly. Good that they pushed Vitality.
No, Sideshow. That Lotus was atrocious. Don't say it was a good run.
But they've fallen short of that high standard that Cruz and Frost set for them. Their year has ended. They'll be back to the drawing board thinking about 2025. You can see it in the body language. They hope for more from themselves today.
They can take a bow, I think. They'll walk away from this, probably not in the here and now.
I mean, this is something I've said before as well, Charlie. I've said that it's great. It's always the philosophy that Frost has. It's interesting because I'm down for the philosophy that Frost has of like always having 2 comps for every map. You know, going for also having like a cheese comp and a regular comp. That all sounds great if you can execute it. But to do that, it requires so much prep.
Their attack side calling. The way that they navigate
And like,
the threats on Sunset, there are a lot of positives to take
and
away
like,
from this win.
even a team that hasn't had roster changes would struggle to do that, right? So to try to do that here with this roster isn't. I think it's you're setting yourselves up in a very difficult path to do that, honestly. But like that's the way. But here's the other thing is that I am a little torn. That all sounds great if you can execute it perfectly, but I would say compared to Dota, there's a much bigger risk of you not being able to execute it perfectly, right? FPSs just have so much more player agency away from the comps. So that's why, as cool as of an idea as in philosophy as it is, and it's great in Dota and even in Valorant, I think if you pulled it off perfectly, it would give you an advantage for sure. But you would have to pull it off perfectly. And I've always said, anytime that topic comes up publicly, I've always said I think it's a cool idea. I just don't think it's feasible. But what do I always say? I always say that they have a great, they cook, but their own players can't digest their own dish. At that point, is it better to go the Gen G route and just never change comps and just build up better fundamentals? I mean, both of them have a limit, but
Vitality still have another game that they need to win against the #1 seed of Americas.
Now, let's not call for dropping anybody just yet. We still got 2 more weeks of champions, chat. And then there's like Ascension, and who knows who's going to be available after Ascension. Everybody calm down.
Hello everyone, it's Bella with the post-match interviews. I'm joined by Vitality.
Oh, I mean, the comfort matters a lot because that's how Gen G gets by. While this interview is... Oh, actually, I'll stick around because I want to lower this audio afterwards. Let's do the interview.
반대로 오늘 정말 손쉽게 탈론을 상대한 바이탈리티였습니다. 디사이더 경기를 앞둔 중요한 경기였던 만큼 오늘 승리 소감 먼저 들어봐야 될 것 같습니다.
I think
Coach Gorilla said facing Talon might be a challenge, but your game today proved otherwise. With the decisive match on hold, like as your next step, tell me, how does it feel to win today?
Feels pretty good, obviously. I don't think I've ever won on a champion stage before. I think this is my first win on a champion stage, so obviously it's extra special. But obviously, after facing Trace, the emotional part of the team was like, oh, are we like, what's happening right now? Are we like disconnected? What's going on? So we worked a lot in the past few days with like just synergy in general and how are we going to get ourselves back on the page. And I feel like we showed that today.
이제 세이프 선수는 챔스 경기에서 우승한 게 오늘이 처음이라고 합니다. 이전에 트레이스 esports의 경기 이후에 우리 팀 원래 되게 강했는데 대체 어떤 점들 때문에 이렇게 실패하게 됐을까 그런 이야기를 많이 했고 준비를 엄청 많이 한 다음에 승리를 끝내 가져갈 수 있었다고 하네요. 안 그래도 트레이스 esports 경기 이후에 좀 어떤 식으로 이야기가 나눴는지 자세하게 들어보고 싶었는데 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Trace, I wanted to ask you guys like how did you make that recovery so swift?
Because there's an argument to be had that you want to prove that what you like your philosophy has
we have staff
a vision,
work with us that help us with these specific things, whether it's in like getting the team back together, working on our synergy, working on our like
instead of working on just
doesn't really matter. We have people around us
going as far as what you think your ceiling is.
They're amazing at what they do. And
so trying to prove that what your vision is actually pushes the ceiling. I think there's an argument to be had there. I think that's a subjective choice from person to person, from career to career. So because I've been thinking about that a lot because I thought about it. I'm like, I wonder if it would have just been better for Frost himself as well if he's just like, listen, like I think this is how you should play Valorant, but this team can't handle it right now. It's new. There's a lot of rookies. There's language barriers.
Pretty confident. I feel like
so do you just accept that and just work on basics? Like maybe, but
speak to each other and just the general work ethic we've had all around the board.
But then,
I feel like it's
is there any hype? Probably not.
In a good pattern. I feel like I'm very confident with the way we've been doing. Yeah, the energy is there. The energy is there.
이제 오늘 경기 흐름 같은 거 보고 오늘 커뮤니케이션을 토대로 생각을 해봤을 때 되게 좋은 방향으로 레비아탄의 경기를 끝낼 수 있을 것 같다고 하네요.
Yeah, so I don't know.
그러면은 바이탈리티의 세이프 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. We'll be back after the break to see PRX.
Forgot he needs to get the new
esports.
comps from bronze rank instead of premium rank. That is funny. That's a funny one. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a quick break as well. Next match should be lit as well. Chat, today's gonna be fast no matter what because these teams play fast. The next match could go 2-1 and we could still be out of here by 9 p.m. because it's PRX. So we will keep the audio low because of the break music, and I'll be back. I probably won't be back in time for the desk, so I apologize if the audio is too low for that, but I'll be back in a little bit. I do have a couple of drinks left in the fridge, but I will not bring them.
Red Bull gives you wings.
from PRX, and we're going to be playing a little game. Very curious, who is the best artist among the three of you?
Probably Mindfreak.
Okay, he can stay over there, because we're going to be playing a popular drawing game in which I will be given a word, and then I am going to draw what I think my interpretation, my special interpretation of that word. Show it then to Forsaken, who will then have his own interpretation of my interpretation, who will then show it to Devi, and then eventually we will get to Mind Freak, who will try and guess what it is. Let's have our first word. Are you guys ready?
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, are you artists ready? All right.
Yeah.
Face the side of the room. Okay. All right, are you ready? You have 10 seconds to complete this drawing. All right.
Okay.
2, 1. All right. Time's up.
Oh my
You
goodness.
should show it
I think it's
to
so deep.
the audience.
Okay.
And now, Devi, are you ready?
Yep.
Take a look at Jason's drawing. And your time starts now.
Oh, I think I messed it up actually. I don't know what you. I don't know.
2 and 1. Boards up. Please show the audience.
I
What
don't
do you
know.
have? Can I see it? What is
I
it?
don't know. He drew like this.
Okay, Mind Freak, can you take a look at this? What is it? What have we done?
My team, PRX.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Can we accept that? Yes? Yes? Do we have that? Yes! Oh my gosh, it made it! It made it! It was the PRX
It
logo.
was PRX?
Hey,
that's
my
easy,
my
right?
start was pretty good.
At least we got the RX part.
Yeah. That's important. That's important. All right.
Not too
Next
bad.
word. Are you guys ready?
Next word. Okay.
All right. Are you
Ready.
ready? Please draw. Please still let me keep my job. All right. Forsaken,
Yeah.
please draw this.
Oh.
Your timer starts now. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay.
Devi, please draw this.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Please show the audience. What can I see? And
think it's
Mind
easy.
Freak, please take a look at this. What is it?
Come on, man. Trophy. Champions Trophy.
Okay, Champions Trophy. See, we're connecting. We're connecting here. Even though I'm trying to troll them. What is this?
I can't draw, man. Baseball bat.
All right, we have our
Okay.
final word. Final word. Okay, let's have it. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Hi. Wakarimasu.
Okay. All right. Jason.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I think I already know.
5, 4,
I think I
3,
already know.
2, 1.
No way. No way you get this right. Oh.
All right. Devi, are you prepared?
Yep. I drew too late.
10 seconds on the clock. 5, 4, 3,
I don't know, man. What is
2,
this?
1. All right. Please show the
No,
audience.
man. They
Please
drew
show,
this.
please show our viewers. What is?
I don't know.
What
it's
is it?
Some seaweed like
What
I don't know.
is that?
I don't know.
Aaron.
They drew this.
Aaron, I'm
Was a me, man.
I'm giving you the answer.
Leaf.
What?
I don't know what the fuck is this. Wait. One more guess. One more guess. Home.
Home?
House. I don't know. House.
Okay, so the answer was wingman.
Oh,
This-
man.
Wait,
what is this?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
You drew also.
I was a spike. It's the spike. Brilliant. It's a spike.
I thought it was some flag
No,
or
he's
something.
carrying. He's carrying. He's happy to carry it.
Okay.
Well,
Look at this. Looks like a snail, bro.
yeah.
Something.
Okay, this is a really good news is that these guys
Hello.
that stage. So best of luck to you guys. We fail at this game, but you guys will
Give me 1 second. I'll leave the audio on so you guys know what's going on, but I gotta open a file here really quick on my PC.
Elimination match of the day. It's going to be PRX taking on FUT esports. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Baby Bay and Mimi as we break everything down. But before we dive into that real quick, I just want to, give, of course, the flowers of Vitality. That was just beautifully done from them. Shut down. Even when things looked like it was going to take a turn for the worse, maybe, Vitality managed to dig deep.
Yeah, Primi had a great showing on Raze for the first time, but it was the anchoring that was insane.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But let's go ahead and talk about what we see here right here and now. PRX took on G2. And Mimi, this is crazy to think that PRX could be in a position position. Our champions finalists last year might not be able to make it because of just some weird gameplay, honestly. It didn't really feel like we were seeing
I think they played the
I
don't think that's good enough to beat a team like G2. I think they got stylistically outmatched in this game. And PRX obviously have aspirations to be much better than that. The last time they were on a champion stage was in the finals. They thought it was going to be Jing's last game, and they come back. They get him back in the roster for this year with very high expectations. And now is a chance to show it at a global. They've only won 2 global matches this year, one against EDG, one against Loud. But they have aspirations of going on another run like they did at Champions last year. But they have to win this elimination match to even have a chance to start that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team of like absolutely phenomenal players. You know, guys who should be lifting a trophy over their head, baby, but it just has not happened for them.
Some of the most mechanically talented players we've seen in this game of Valorant. I mean,
100%.
if not the best currently. Honestly, they're ridiculous. Ospas is up there with them. But they have a good chance now. They struggle against teams that have really good macro. FUT this year, I feel like
we saw against G2.
Exactly. FUT this year, I feel like I've taken a little bit of a step back. So this is a really good opportunity to keep their foot in the door in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, how this all plays
Keep
out.
their foot in the door this tournament. Get it?
Quick word with Devi ahead of today's matchup.
I'm honored to be here with the one and only David, or some of you might know him as Devi. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that nickname? And also,
That screen's too bright.
10th global event. You've been here many times.
We can't see what's on here. Here, I'll draw it for you.
Well, and having a lot of streamers being super excited about your performance.
I mean, it's
there.
Great for supporting us, and also, I mean, now I'm known as David. I mean, thanks to Pujan, and I mean, I'm
What's up, Susie?
Loving it a lot, and yeah, I mean, our 10th time, hopefully this time, right?
You got it. 10 times the lucky. Trophies coming home?
Nah.
No, good luck today, Devi. Good luck.
Okay, so definitely the
His
realist.
reply is nah.
Nah. Hey, you're gonna win this event? Nah.
To be fair, when they went on their run in Champions, it's not like they were going around saying they were gonna make a run happen.
That's true.
They've never been that team to boast.
Feels like every single time they go on a run, it's always the same thing. So, you know, maybe that's what they're trying to do. A little reverse, you know, good luck, if you will.
Relieve some of that pressure, you know, because it's a lot of pressure right now. You're in the lower bracket elimination. You have such high expectations. Everyone knows you're a beast, but
And did you see the girl at production? Well, yeah, no, I saw that. But there was a sign on there, and then it swapped because she was tapping her phone. But then they zoomed in on it, which was not cool, but it was funny.
Yeah, not only seen it, but it was the defensive side.
Oh, yes.
That was the big.
Yo, Susie, I hope I can be there. I hope I get to go. I hope so. I hope I'm invited to cast. Ascension looks so hype, and I've been wanting to visit Jakarta actually. So, especially getting to know a lot more Indonesian players and such, and obviously RRQ. So yeah, I mean, I was pretty stoked to hopefully get a chance to visit Tokyo as well. But if not, I mean, Tokyo is much closer for me. I can go visit on vacation. But yeah, hopefully I get to go cast that live. I hope so. Just because Ascension, I love the vibe at Ascension. Like there is a certain, obviously, there's a certain thing of being part of Champions, like the biggest stage of the year. Like that's cool. But like the desperation at Ascension last year was palpable.
Ben Krax, Doğukan Krax Balaban, FUT esports'ta support rolünde oynuyorum. O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi.
Yeah, changing it so last minute is it's unfortunate, but hey, from a fan's perspective, at least we get double elim now.
Oynadığımız oyunda neyleri yanlış yaptığımızı gördük. Küçük hataları değiştirirsek ve özgüvenli bir şekilde oynarsak yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Çünkü bizim takım olarak günümüz diye bir kavramımız var. Ve günümüzde olduğu zaman kimse karşımıza duramıyor ama diğer türlü biraz daha geride kalıyor takım. Sadece günün gelmesini bekleyeceğiz.
I know exactly where Cena is. Kang sport up, shoot up. They spy the trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after stroke. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team in the overdrive. It's just swatted
While we're
away.
waiting for this, I will say that I have picked up Infernals in Stormgate just as the Vanguard gift buffed. So I don't know what that says about me. I'll probably go back and try Vanguard at some point anyway. I like the human races, but I've been actually enjoying learning Infernals. Inferno's got a little nerfed though,
right?
so
Not only are they playing for
we'll
themselves,
see.
they also play for the Turkish region.
We'll definitely stream more of it.
Let's not
It's just
forget about that. But
obviously
one player cracks me. He
this
was
past
certainly a
week's been a
bright
little
spot for
crazy
this
with
team. He had
with
some
champs.
moments, on the initiator role where he was bringing some value to the FUT boys that were keeping them in this matchup against EDG, baby.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, he had pop-off moments left and right. First bloods aplenty for the side of FUT. And the problem was,
dude, this opping was crazy. Those shots were great from Traxxas.
And they couldn't win.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's insane. I think the fundamentals in some of those late rounds were really causing them problems, and the EDG individuals were taking those risky plays that I think they became known for, but largely they were
for anyone interested in Stormgate, the balance patch is actually, I think it's really good. I think it's very good.
They have their set comps. Well, the time it's unique. They're like the only team in the event only playing Jet and Raze in that duelist
I also
slot.
think, I mean, I think it's really good because I think they address things, but they make very clear their philosophy and their end goal, and a lot of it, most of it, I agree a lot
if
with.
They want a chance against this PRX roster today.
There are some things like the Vulcan health getting buffed that I'm a little.
We've seen the history before, but the last time these two teams played, it was PaperX who took the win and went on their run at champions.
Well, let's go ahead and meet the players as we
But overall, I thought the patch was it was a very good patch. Like it was a very it's just a strong patch. It's just like it's a healthy patch, I think. I think it lays a great foundation for the vision that they have for philosophy of balance. And then Monk actually put out a blog post on their site with it that explains deeper like his thought process behind all of it, and I think that's good. Like overall, I was very impressed. I was very impressed actually. The fact that they're making a patch that big and that thorough before it even gets opened up for free to play is, I think, it's good. What's up, Danny?
A lot of pressure for both of these teams here. PaperX, they were our finalists.
Okay, let's see. What are the maps going to be? The maps.
That same event saw them go through an incredible run of their own. To lose here today, to be sent home here
FUT's going to pick Sunset. Dude, it is all about picking the opponent's picks these days, man.
On a global stage. They
Telling you.
By PaperX, eliminated in the game after that. Both these teams are searching for another run, another opportunity to prove that they're not just a team that can attend globals, but who can play well, who can go deep in the playoffs.
Well, what do we think about
Bind.
this series layout here? We got Sunset, Bind, and if necessary,
And then they pick Bind. I'm not too surprised about that.
Pick Sunset into PRX.
That's crazy.
And PRX are 15-3 on the map this year.
Oh, wow.
15-3. They've only lost 3 times on this map this year. It's crazy. They must have some good anti-stratting going on because.
But honestly, I think this is very strong. I think this is strong. It's a strong move from FUT.
There has to be a reason for it. They have to feel, some kind of confidence on this map here, Mimi, if they felt the need to go for it right out of the gate.
Sure. I mean, you talk about the year-long streak. They're on a 7-map winning streak here as well. PaperX play a bit of a unique composition. They're one of the few teams bringing out the Sage on this map with
the reason being, I think the trend this year is that you pick the map that the others have been playing for a long time that you know that they're probably not going to change up, and then you work on it. It's also the Raze isn't as strong, and this is a map where they're still playing the Raze. It's not double duelist, so
there's one thing we know about FUT. It's
I get that.
A wrench into the spanner can sometimes throw you off there a little bit.
That's the saying.
Yeah, throw a wrench into the spanner. I don't know.
Spanner into the works.
Yeah, that old chestnut. All right, there it goes. The agents. Let's see. Well, not much on the way of changes here that we're gonna see, but of course, Baby Bay. I mean, this is it, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised that they floated the Lotus as well, and then also that the Icebox was banned out from PaperX. But I guess that's because the Lotus was floated.
And the other one was against Heretics. It was OT losses in both, I believe, or maybe a 13-11 in one of them. So it's not like they're not good at Sunset. It's just, I mean, look at the stats.
Yeah, my question is around the defensive side. What is their solution? If you're
but listen, if you're picking PaperX's Sunset, you've studied literally every single piece of tape. Now, here's the thing: is that the weaknesses of PaperX's Sunset have actually been shown a lot in Pacific. Just most teams couldn't really close it out.
If not, they're madmen for
so
this map against PaperX.
Well, let's see if the
so it's possible.
Strategy pays off, Kai, and that's what I want to know. We're ready for map 1, and we're going to hand things over to your casters for this. It's, of course, Pansy and Steel.
Thank you, GB and the desk, and you're spot on here. I think they alluded to a lot of the points we
I only saw the PaperX is still using the same comp.
These are playoff quality teams meeting up here in the group stage, and only one can carry on. Again, a reminder, PRX made it to those Champions finals before, fell just short. But still, they made it that far. And on the other side, you got CNED. The man's got the trophy. He's been there as well. But now, as said, only one can live. Josh, coming into this map pool got the analyst desk a little bit twisted on this one. So tell me, what does FUT need to do here? If you're walking into this, you've got PRX with an exceptionally good record. Surely they can tighten something up here.
It's wild that we're seeing these teams on the elimination.
So FUT
decider. It's on, I think, Yeduje
going for the Cypher.
So impactful for FUT on the defense, and we need to be able to see CNED getting conversions with his op. He was not.
So Yeduje already.
It's on him now.
The trips are just to make sure that they don't get pinched.
Fast opening. Yeah.
And then they hard hit, right? So they're saying, hey, if you're going to come B, that's fine. If you're going to set up this wall, that's fine. We just want full control of Market and Boba. And then they hit fast.
By the end of this game, first blood drawn, something's gone down, but PRX going to continue that pathing towards the A site.
But PRX, they have to commit. This is the weakness of PRX. It's both the composition, not having a true sentinel, and the style of PRX, where they won't ever really rotate. And unless they rotate nice and early, they don't have a great way of rotating because they have no vision of the other side. So FUT is already on top of this. And if PRX doesn't recognize this immediately, then it's going to be tough. They do recognize it right now. They should.
They should be
and they've been, again, this is how they've been punished before.
On paper. Stun line already pinged. Sage wall ready to be placed, probably towards spawn.
I'm looking at Mr. Fallen, who might get isolated by this. There comes a stun. He's the most vulnerable
that's good. That's a good fault line. But FUT just needs to stay alive. The wall, it can come out, that's fine. You start to chip away at it, but this is all set up for Ada Captain. Oh, that wall needs to be broken if you're going to swing on it. That's not great value. Okay, they did just break it though. Yeduje, good kill. Okay, they do enough damage.
He got the first, he needs 2
Oh, Craxus is so low.
10 HP, desperate to try and catch him, but Wingman.
Okay, he's stuck inside. Dude, the positioning is so good from Devi.
Spotted him, and now the pressure's on Yeduje. The Sheriff, a little sweaty in his hand, getting a little more nervous. Devi doing the dance around. We go, buying time. Seconds on seconds, he's done so well. You may know what they're doing, but you still can't handle it. PRX with the first.
Brings a whole new meaning to Dirty Dancing right there around that box. Just playing it so safe, playing that time, and again, FUT's gonna lose another pistol round in a 2 versus 1 situation. This happened against EDG on Lotus as well.
Devi's good. Dude, this kill, dude, Yeduje's kill right here, and both of those kills from Yeduje actually make this possible. The paranoia was, I mean, they should have been chipping away at the wall a bit earlier, I think. Like, because otherwise Craxus had to swing on his own around that paranoia.
It's a quick reminder of some of the earlier problems, right? You kind of dream of being able to have those positions.
Okay, we got 5 buys, 2 rifles, 3 specters. Why? Because we're just gonna barrel through anyway with PRX. Okay, the slow orb to make sure that there's no extra trade. That's good. And now Jing, he's.
It's just pistols. It's just pistols. It's fine. But it's
I also just want to note
about the impact of confidence.
Jing
these 2 teams quite
has changed his movement.
Both respond well to it.
It's also because it's pistols, but he's actually playing around the slower movement of the blast packs. He's not trying to greed. He's taking it step by step. He's basically using it just to get a better elevation, better speed around the first corner. It's not about going all the way deep, right? I mean, earlier, sure, he goes in, but even earlier, he starts to jump right here and he just ends right behind the box.
It's still very early in. We're only talking about round.
That was one of the problems I saw from Jing, was that he was still just trying to play like he used to as best as possible, even, you know, knowing that the nerf was there. But
I think probably just want to make sure that they can pick up a few rounds to work with. Their attack side, controlling the pace of the game is going to be something that they're going to look forward to. So it's about surviving into that second half. If FUT is able to pick up this map, this is probably their only real chance at winning the entire series, I think. So they need to make sure that round by round, they're setting the tone and they're not letting PRX run away with just everything, just creating.
And now PRX, ooh, good default on the bonus. You don't expect this on the bonus, but on the bonus, they go for a spread default, show info, and see if that causes an early rotate over from FUT. Because generally FUT wants to fight and re-clear, so then they're just going to go fast onto B. If you don't hear the rotate, you just assume that it's going to be weaker. Oh my gosh, he's heard.
Heat-seeking doesn't land.
Dude,
YellowJ keeps them
he takes...
safe. So already the site does get given up, though. So a little bit of a trade-out.
Crazy.
The danger man really is Divine out.
They should know that he's above now because they've heard the guns.
Well. CT, it's just a brutal battle. The Cracks is winning. Clearing through, leaving just Divine now in a 1v4. Incredibly difficult and already tagged up.
And he's spotted.
And the swing. Perfect. FUT, you can already hear
I heard the Cracks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's YellowJ.
Is that YellowJ?
Yeah, the Balrog just battle cry. You'll hear it every time. So Diffuse is there. They get away with it. One player lost. Investment of the ult from Jing. You'll be happy with this if you're FUT.
Really happy with this.
A really good round from FUT. Nice attempt from PRX though. I don't mind it. I don't mind the default start.
This is what they need. They not only won the round, but they won with 4 alive. I have no idea how this guy's getting away from that showstopper, but somehow he does it. And now this is test number 2. Can FUT keep?
There he is.
FUT need to get this map, but something's got that up. Okay, attack side, Gecko up. Contact in.
So now it's just all in again, but again, that means you want to go fast if you're not going to wait for it. The Cyber Cage keeps him at bay, so now they start watching to see if there's a push out. If FUT is delaying you, FUT's already cleared A. You know that they like to take contact and clear.
They can loosen up one of the players to maybe hit a rotate early.
No Soba.
And FUT's very aware of this op. They're so aware that the moment PRX has the opportunity that they'll do it.
You walk all the way out, basically.
Yeah.
Ah!
He's gonna clear that with the... No one's gonna clear that for him, and he... Dude, what are we doing? Why isn't someone else clearing that and he holds the angle for him?
Somewhat deny that early springboard forward. Mr. Fallen has to swing and fight. Manages to keep himself standing, but now the pressure's starting to mount here.
Dude, Mr. Fallen is holding on to backside like his life depends on it. I mean, NT, but... Good on the rest of the team to not greed for that. It's a nice try of holding on to backside. You want to, but it's tough.
The other side to clear through close on the side, but catching Forsaken, trying to backpedal. Stunning work from CNED. Paint Shell as well. Something and that operator are going to have to be, I don't know, praying for a connection. It's not working. As Mind Freak now overwhelmed, outnumbered, and put down. Let's slow this down here, Josh, because that's forced down again. They're handling this well. And they could potentially get an operator if they fancy it. Looks like they don't.
Right as I write down about the difference between G2 and FUT is that G2's teamwork looked so good, and FUT, it wasn't there before. And that was one of the things. They couldn't convert a lot of these rounds, these situations where they had the man advantage. But here, again, I was thinking, okay, what's happening? Mr. Fallen's still in, but the rest of the teammates have backed alpha into spawn. What's going on? They need to be on the same page. But, I mean, they just won with 4 alive.
Yeah, this is a really good look for FUT.
PRX is down to Sheriffs.
Sheriffs, you heard it.
CNED down mid.
CNED is through, so they want to back out. But here's the thing: how are you going to re-clear with Sheriffs?
Throughout regular season over in EMEA.
Now you've been spotted. CNED's not going to agree. Dude, CNED's not going to agree to it. That's crazy. FUT's playing so disciplined.
Really weak is that B main area, but it's going to be hard to break into that with just Sheriff, Stingers, and a Guardian.
But can they find CNED? Cracks is trying to keep him secure, helping him.
No wingman either.
What a shot! Oh, dearie me!
Of course, these are the ones they re-clear.
Yeah, the weapons are a little bit deep, but they could be definitely recovered. So that's some huge upgrades, massive for Forsaken. And he's got his ult. You've got the res with Divide. You've got so much.
And that clears the trap as well. Holy.
The only weapon they couldn't recover, I think, is the one by the market door. So yeah, you'll be chuffed with that.
Still a rolling.
You got res.
Res available.
Massive.
I mean, I think at this point you got weapons. You just take contact, you clear it. All right, Jing clears the close corner this time. Use Rolling Thunder for... Okay, yeah. Res up.
It's in play. Looking at the flank, though, YellowJ, the timing, I think it's being considered. Yeah, already Devi's got eyes on it. Banging shot from Devi.
Holy.
Gets himself a nice little upgrade as well. Oh, they are loving this. You're going to need heroics from Mr. Fallen now. The captain, no
Holy, dude, PRX is mad.
A cold,
what happened?
Mr. Fallen going to have to face the music here. Can he take it on with him? Just 1-4 alive on the other side. Yeah, the res got used, but now they got fish off. They got all the upgrades. They've got to be smiling about that.
When I'm sitting here talking about this game right now, everything's on FUT. FUT needs to do this. J needs to do this. Cena needs to do this. The reason why I'm saying that is because PRX are probably the favorites here. They have that teamwork. They know how to just move in together. They're so deadly. I don't know if FUT had any chance to even react to the first 3 of those deaths just instantly taken out. It is definitely on FUT to be able to set a precedent in this game, and if they can't do it, PRX is going to run over them.
Early fish on. Oh,
dude, fish for fish, but Cena works off of it. That's a great pinch.
Very early damage from
you expect them to be pushing out here. You did not expect the pinch off of the fish ult.
Looking for more.
And now your ult is gone. They get another one. They've cleared out B main.
PRX.
Forsaken, though, this position, this lurk, the breach lurk, this is going to be hard to read. He's going to try to re-clear mid. He's got Rolling Thunder. He's got Fault. He'll get Fault line.
Market, I believe, is what's going to happen towards the end of this round.
This is going to be big. It's going to be hard from there. And oh, the door is closed. Does he go all the way? Okay, he's going to go all the way.
Should just clear towards Pillar, so now they can focus.
My God, please use your paint shells, use your boom bot nice and early just to buy time.
And now Forsaken getting closer step by step, but time is
the Cypher ult, so he has to use the Rolling Thunder.
They have no idea about this, and suddenly Days
just to push them out. It's huge. Massive.
With 3 standing. I'm so impressed with them so far, Josh.
That was a great read. They set that up
the
so
game sound is just really soft today compared to the commentators.
Advantage, Cena getting that kill onto something.
On mine, it says my voice and the commentators are almost similar, but I raised it a bit.
Just waiting in that tiles area, waiting for all the defenders to come out.
I think also it's like Steel and Pansy have very varying volumes, so
to the spike for the defuse. Everyone's going to start putting the pressure onto main, not allowing any space to breathe. Forsaken's the backlines with the roll.
Goes with the, you know, being a broadcaster for a longer time and the projection, but
back to PRX, so they did to them earlier on.
Like I can barely hear the game through the voices of the casters.
If there's a round to do it though, it's FUT on Sheriffs. This is I've seen it time and time again.
You're right.
I'm not going to talk about
okay, just a full clear though. PRX is the tempo control is pretty good. Nothing really to call a timeout for, even if a round is lost here for PRX. As I say that, a bit of a non-aggressive peek there as two, not in sync at all.
And maybe the curse can be activated with just
so that's a shame.
Sorry.
Nah, it's all on you. It's crazy you hate them like this. But yeah, Forsaken and Mind Freak. Yeah, it's not impossible. None of the weapons got really recovered here. That's going to force them into an uncomfortable position. Mind Freak rewarded towards Cracks. A little TP, but 32 HP. Clear and through.
Never mind. Hold on. Mind Freak's about to clutch up.
Eyeing up his 4th, and it's all on Mind Freak now. 30 seconds TP.
Okay, they're going to get weapons, though.
And he commits. Camera's still there.
Missed, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Push back out.
Wednesday reposition. They are both low HP. 20 on J, 11 on Mr. Fallen, but he's not sitting Gray himself, 32.
Oh, that one way's going to let him know that you are backside, though.
Splitting up.
But now they have to make their choice.
They just have to bait.
They don't see it just yet.
11 HP. J's 20. Who do you send in first?
They don't see it yet. Oh, and they're going to... Okay.
For a closer smoke here. Wait inside it. Hold his breath.
It's hard to read.
See if he notes a player slipping on through. Time starting to dwindle. They got to get a move on.
Now you know that they're going to be in the smoke.
It's come from. Oh, J just hitting towards him in that smoke. They find it. The time not close enough to be a problem.
NT. I mean, you were already kind of stuck after that one way. You had to commit.
You brought this into effect.
I've seen it happen too many times.
Yeah.
I've seen it be able to be what FUT needs to get their foot in the door. I've said this line before. Everything's deja vu, and they are a momentum-based team. So getting around like this, it's this next round after it. If they're able to pick up this next round, then they start running away with round after round after round, and nothing sets you up a little bit nice like that, except for that Stinger lineup, right? At elbow, that set up the entire pace of everything.
Look, EMEA using Stingers, I get nervous. If it's an NA player, I'm like, easy. That's probably 3. But finding both was incredibly impressive. Had a captain doing very well there. Again, he was one of the main players on that site. I think it was a very late rotate or a later positioning from Krax to come back over. He was kind of soloing deeper towards
Give me
elbow.
1
So for
second.
him to find both, very impressive. FUT going to pump the brakes, so this is their timeout, and I think you were right in highlighting
Okay.
the value of that round then has to be kind of reciprocated going forward. It can't just end at that one-off.
So yeah, so it's not a PRX timeout, it's the FUT timeout. So what are they going to adjust here though? Right? They've been trying to push A main and try to take control of that, and it hasn't been as advantageous for them as they would have hoped. You know, they get a couple kills here and there. But aside from that, PRX is just much more fluid. They're still one step ahead.
Round, it was 2 back-to-back for PRX.
Yes.
Right? These were very good, strung together rounds, clean enough. They had a good grip on the game.
We've been here before, though.
I think FUT, what they could afford to do is they could still push out of A main early if they wanted, but then retake mid control. If they want to take a round or two to push out B main and take mid control, that's fine. But I think pushing out early from one of these spots, because the early hits have been decent.
Losing the rounds. Have they learned
But then
from all those mistakes
kind of re-clearing mid
of, the EMEA
to make sure that the mid to B isn't too easy
because that's where they need to pull
would
it
be
out
pretty good. They're going to switch up the Cypher setups. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're going to... Okay.
His positioning is everything teed up. Oh! Something! It's gone! They've got to get away. This has all gone wrong. FUT are going to be scrambling on this one. You did not expect that shot. You did not see it. Left them just condemned.
Dude landed and took the shot.
Still above a minute with so much util invested. Cosmetic stuns everywhere.
I mean, what did I just say, though?
I know.
And the saving grace here, though, is this is one of the rounds that FUT could actually win just because Yedajay is the player to defend a site right now. He's got his trips up.
That is rough.
Not if this happens, though. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's an inch into the round. Op still up for Devi, but a 3 versus 3.
It's Devi.
Devi's ops are too good.
Well. Keeping control of the back lines, allowing the 2 players still towards site to focus on CT and maybe that swing.
It'd be so funny if, like, 2 months later we get a patch and it's like, stuns now correctly stun the opponent as opposed to yourself, like intended. It's like, what? It's our accuracy that's been out the window this whole time?
And you're
That's
right.
crazy.
You've kind of given me the nostalgia of what we were disliking about FUT at times when they overdid things. We got a little too aggressive when they played into it, and PRX looked very ready for that. Or, well, I say ready or not, it doesn't seem to matter because something hit that shot, and that was it.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, when that happens, it's kind of sad. It's, well, what can you do about it? It was a good play. That's what you are kind of thinking in your mind. But was it actually a good play? They called that timeout after they won on an eco round with those sheriffs.
Hey.
But now look at their economy. Was it really worth it? Sure, if you win that round, you can get another round under the belt. But if you lose it, this is the situation.
No, I think that was too ballsy of a play off of a timeout for FUT. But hey, they're taking better. They're trying to basically put more pressure on B and then fight on A. They want to flood A before the Sage Wall comes up, which is a nice attempt. Oh, nice try. Something else that PRX has been doing very well today is the pinch on A. They take both sides of A site very aggressively.
Suddenly a 4v4, and they're surrounded on the site. Devi's
Love the wall, Devi.
A lot of pressure there to make sure they don't get... That wasn't clean, but it's fine in the end. Mindfreak going to find some security towards CT, focusing everyone back towards those other areas that could pose problems.
That elbow wall.
I feel like they might have done enough here. We'll see what Yedajay and another captain can do, but the position's already looking very secured. Just has to keep the flank
Not
safe.
much FUT can do. You can either take peeks or you just go for the save on the rifles, but you might as well try for it.
Almost a pixel spotted above Mindfreak, good for 1 and a second. He's doing
That's just too many crossfire. Oh my!
And now a 1v1. Time is against him, though he knows it. He's heard the run.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken knew that all he had to do was stop him.
Just tears in the rain for Yedajay. Another round for PRX here. And FUT, I mean, they got close that time.
PRX looking solid.
Close isn't good enough. They're trailing by 3 rounds right now.
Oh, man, the sunset pick is insane from FUT.
Round 10.
Win or lose, it's insane.
To work with, but FUT, they can't make these mistakes. They need to convert these man advantages they get, and PRX is doing such a good job. They don't even have a Sentinel really, like, yeah, sure, they got the Sage. but it's that wall that's being used to prevent flanks right now, and FUT's trying to go for these flanks. Yeah. It's just not working with that wall up.
And now PRX is going to push mid. They realize FUT's been really wanting to fight for main control, but that means that you can just save your util and fight for it again. Now they don't know about this setup. FUT's been working on this. They've been basically trying to push them away from A, setting the Cypher up nice and early. The bait from CNED.
He's trying to maybe play in YetaJ, but they seem a little paranoid about it.
The boom bot's going to cancel each other out.
Does he get cleared? You better hope he does. That Dizzy doesn't
oh boy. Oh boy.
He thought last round was good. This one's just as impactful. 3 back-to-back.
Good flick.
Okay, did you miss the easy one, but you hit that, dude?
30 degree.
Apparently so. Something now in a 1v4. And you're seeing a real heat up here from YetaJ. You're seeing CNED starting to snap to attention. Something.
Why is this getting close? I mean, I don't expect these to be blowouts. I think PRX is favored, but both FUT and, if they win, going up against EDG, you're playing two other teams that also love to fight and that are good at fighting. I think PRX just thrives on it a bit more, but it is going to get muddy.
As it go towards market, nice from something.
But here's the thing is that, okay, you realize that now YetaJ is trying to play cheeky and B main, and they've been pushing A main. So then PRX has two options. You can either now push hard on B, hard clear that, pressure B, and then either immediately hit it or then rotate back to A. Or you can press this hard, get mid control, and go for the pinch nice and fast and early. You can basically say, hey, keep pressuring A main, that's fine, we're going to ditch it, we're going to go to B. Now, they don't know that YetaJ has been in that position 2 rounds in a row, so you don't know that they're pretty committed to that, but I don't think he'll do it again.
But then hits the second, which is a big flick. This play, the bait setup, the teamwork coming in for FUT. That was a question I had in the back of my mind. Is FUT going to display anything even remotely close to the teamwork that G2 displayed when they played against PRX? And if FUT's able
I do love me some YetaJ shouts. Yeah, so they're gonna basically say, okay, you want to get cheeky? No more cheekiness for you. Now FUT should hard clear this fast and go for a fast rotate, as they will.
Whatever they can afford.
It's a nice mosh just to prevent early backup from coming through. It's a good push in towards market. You don't want to push it any further, though.
That's secure. He wants in. He wants YetaJ, but YetaJ's been the man so far, but flashed up, he couldn't connect it. He couldn't gap close.
I mean, you can't hold post plant because of your weapons, so I get that, but...
The fish denied. That's upsetting.
Oh,
okay.
man.
More of that. Give me a couple more of those, and we're getting back on. But already, CNED just going to...
okay.
Okay. All right, a rocket or a pistol. It seems the pistol's better. Free gun, etc., etc. Mind Freak 1v4. Okay, not bad. Need 3 more of those, though. And time's starting to tick here, and the smoke was going to fade. Nice try. 3 still stand. They made it
5-6. I think PRX goes B again, though. I think PRX pushes B again, but this time I think a mid to B pinch would be okay.
Did not get the pistol
either that or a hard mid to B into market, and then have a lurker come in through B main.
What does PRX need to do differently to break FUT? I do think when FUT gets onto their attack side in that second half and they get to set the tone, what does PRX have? Really, they don't have that sentinel ability. They have that sage wall, but the pacing that FUT like to employ on that attack side is going to be really slow. So this last round is so important.
So it looks like it's going to be mid control. Potential mid to B. They could always rotate though. It doesn't look like a hard hit on mid.
They need the 7th round.
But they want to open it up. Yep. So I was going to say either this or this and then wall off here. Makes things a lot easier and then just route them into B main. But they're pressuring that and seeing if there's a reaction. I mean, it's good. It's a good change of tempo from PRX. I would have just thought that they could have just full sent it as they normally do. Which wouldn't have been terrible. You have ults.
Took the extremities, denied that rolling thunder for Forsaken.
But CNED, this is a great reaction from FUT, and PRX has no idea, and they now have to accept that they have no idea. Like this map, this part of the map just doesn't exist for them anymore.
Held in some trouble here. Fortunately for him, Fish goes the wrong way, and Jing goes
okay, so you sent the Fish into main. I do like the Sage Wall nice and early.
Mind Freak gives it right back to them with 2 big picks for himself. Plants there, Rez comes in. Paranoia comes through. Rolling Thunder as well. It's going to get chaotic here. Jing, though, leans forward, tries to lean ahead, and gets denied by CNED.
I just need to buy time. You got 2 people watching in market. 3 people, actually. Hold on.
It's all on him now. In a 1v3, he's carved out the first 2. Oh, nice try. But still, PRX
Okay,
on
not
the
bad.
half are going to hold the advantage here. 7-5. The question
I
I'll be asking
Cenat's
you when we come
popping
back
off for
from
sure.
the break is, will it be enough? A good performance from both sides. FUT coming out swinging. PRX still in the lead. But this series is far from over.
Bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum bum. Okay. So what can we look forward to on the defense? I mean, this comp, we've seen it time and time again. It's got pretty good retakes. And even that post plan on B with the Sage, you can delay it a bit further. The slow orbs help a lot as well. Yeah, I think that's just a mistake. It says they've done that before. The CNED pronunciation. Oh, it could be that Turkish pronunciation is different as well. There was one of them that also had that elsewhere, but I can't remember. Gen.G or Sentinels, who do you think will win? I mean, I'm going to say Gen.G. I think Gen.G will win, but I don't think it's going to be as dominant anymore. Because I think Sentinels is going to go back to playing older comps, right? That are just, very meta comps. And they're back in form. And I think that has clearly upped their communication skills. I think that has clearly upped their teamwork. That has clearly boosted their confidence. So I don't think it's going to be a wash anymore.
5-7.
It's also a rematch. I think Gen.G will still come out on top, but I wouldn't write off Sentinels anymore. I actually think as a fan, I think it's a bit concerning, but I would still give Gen.G like if someone asked me, I would confidently say I think Gen.G will win, but not to the point of I'm like, dude, there's no question. I think there is a question, but I think Gen.G will still beat Sen.
Able to go 1-1 for pistols here, tie this game up 7-7.
PRX's defense is what was really exploited by Team Secret. True, but that's also the counter of counters.
But the Sage Wall is the only real wall that they have to get past, and they can wait it out. They love to wait it out.
They are going to abuse it, though. They do have the right read, right? A-site's going to be played retake, so let's take it over. PRX is going to give it up, though. That's just the site that they do it on. If they're not going to do that, they need to have great support from the Breach and the Omen, which they'll show at some point in the half.
FUT needs to get into great post-plant positions. Get those crossfires going.
PRX should have a decent idea at this point. Yeah, you see Mind Freaks trying to start to reposition maybe for a smoke or something.
I mean, they have the smokes, they have the Gecko Flash, they have the stun. They're ready to just lock and load here. Maybe waiting for Yetijega to get a little
Nope, they just hear the Cypher stuff in mid, so they're a little concerned. Huge, dude, that dizzy. Where did it come? Dude, what in the world? What a throw.
We do have shot from something. Okay, he was the closest player to this, but he was already sitting very, very deep. And it is going to be on that retake now. We're looking at the damage.
Okay, the slow orb, they're not going to wall it off first, right? They're going to try to draw out the fights, but this is a great response with the Breach util. Delay for delay, and then the wall comes up. But they know they're running out of time. FUT's kind of prepped for it. The wall's already broken. Dude, the spam through the smoke, too. This is just hard prep from FUT. You know exactly how that retake works. It's the smoke, it's the slow orb, it's the wall.
FUT understood the assignment. They knew this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, this is 100%. They know exactly the de facto retake that PRX does.
Come in and just converge on the site. The counter utility was perfect.
Yeah, and the fact that they basically FUT abuses this by not using all of their util nice and early, right? They only use a couple right at the entrance to the site, which is how you should be playing against this composition. We'll see if PRX, it's on PRX to adjust. So on the eco, they're going to adjust by stacking. But FUT should be able to find a way to always stay ahead in util.
Such audacious tries. I mean, you may
in the post plant.
Certainly not the worst idea in the world to try and make something happen, but they don't get the reward they wanted. So PRX will be left trailing over towards the A side. Maybe they can catch a player, but you're looking at really...
Okay, FUT's going to pick up the tempo. I mean, it's an eco. Yedijay's the real question mark here is, can they clear this guy? Do they clear this guy?
He's still good for 2.
Yeah, absolutely did.
Well,
and he's a bit of an...
he heard the footsteps going far. I don't know if he's going to suspect it. He does. Great read from Yedijay.
Well, he was on for another there, not to beat. Jing going to get himself an outlaw. And the rest of it can be very hard to break through. You've got a lot of...
Yeah, Mind Freak just camps out. He could die to the spike here and mark it.
And now an outlaw, so...
Let's see if Jing can pick up a couple kills with the outlaw.
Oh, one more play.
This one.
Much more than that. And again, the loss of the outlaw, it's not the end of the world, but still, they keep the Vandal and the Bulldog, which was the main part of the puzzle.
7-7 will be the scoreline. This is kind of where we were looking to see if FUT's able to get into this position. When do we start talking about what PRX needs to do in order to take FUT down? Everything has been so far.
Okay, PRX, on the default, what are we doing? If they had won and the bonus, they would probably do the whole boost wall and double, triple peak mid, but now it's not the time to do that. You do have the outlaw, but I still don't think it's the time to do that. Don't do it. I think it's so telling.
Super hard resistance from PRX. It's now, I'm kind of wondering, does FUT kind of slow it down a little bit? Feel out the rounds a little bit.
I think a stack is fine. I think you see if FUT is still gonna take slow contact on A, right, and try to punish that. I think that's okay. You're gonna have to pick and choose which site you're retaking anyway.
He is again making a name for himself, finding Divide. And that's a big gap now.
That's a big one, and that ruins the retake from PRX.
On the shoulders of Mind Freak.
Oh.
And Dizzy's gonna find him. He's surely screwed here, and he is cleaned out. CNED's caught him, and the site's open. They're gonna.
That's happened to me so many times where it sounds like the Dizzy's about to expire.
Just save if you're PRX right now.
Yeah, no, 100% you should save.
Right now,
Save. Don't do it. Forsaken.
And he's gonna get it.
Yeah, drawing more than just one. He's gonna find 2 kills in this round, and he's secured the entirety of CT. If they were considering saving before, now it's a must. You got something, and Jing just wanted to keep the weapons that they have. And I think this is the turning point, Josh. You were discussing, when do we start looking at it from what does PRX need to do? This is now that moment. Losing out on a bonus kind of in this situation isn't what you want to be seeing. It wasn't.
Yeah, no eco.
But still, that first gun round can really kind of set you up for the rest of the series, or at least in the map.
I mean, FUT, they could hunt if they wanted. Like Mr. Fallen or CNED, maybe both of them could hunt for ult orbs, but otherwise you could really just also snowball the econ.
In your mind, that's a loss there. Yeah, something. Better try and keep hold of that Vandal.
Timeout.
What does PRX now need to do?
Time it out.
This has become a bit of a critical situation. Do we see a timeout potentially? I can imagine that's probably on the board here. But in your mind, what would you like to see the adjustments be?
If not this round coming up, then the next round PRX is probably going to take that time.
Yeah, is it an do you do it on the eco or the buy round is a big question. I think PRX generally likes to do it on the buy round, but if you time out, I think PRX, you talk about how to just make sure that you're hitting flanks more. You got to figure out what to do about Yedijay. Like, you can't just not hit flanks because you're scared of him, because otherwise, clearly, they've studied your retakes. So,
being able to pivot and react whenever they need to, it's on PRX right now. In my opinion, they need to just...
Bulb looks so lost, too. Bulb was like,
Don't worry about Alex.
Let FUT get to a point.
Yeah, there's the timeout.
They kind of start making mistakes.
Yeah, PRX is playing rushed because you kind of have to with this comp, but like, listen, your retakes are still strong. You just now know that you have to hit from more than one angle. That's how you win a lot of the attacking rounds as well. I think the A retake is fine as long as you have some pressure on the flank. I think it's actually strong if you have some pressure on the flank. So
difficult to get to that point.
I think you wait to see if there's movement from FUT.
And then also
you delay them, and then you re-clear mid, and then you take the flank.
How many reps they have against a style that FUT's doing with this agent composition, and they're running.
Dude, it's so hot in my room if I don't have the AC on, especially next to the window, that this cough drop is just melted.
Defend a lot of situations, and it comes down to how you're going to play your retakes. And PRX is a team that likes to be very proactive.
Anyway,
so when you're against
this is an eco.
Very flexible start with
a hero vandal on Jing. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it.
So hard. You have to
I don't like it.
The problem is they're going to come back in with a shaky purchase. Now, it's one of those where you feel that if Jing's in the right place, there's a real chance that he's going to commit on the angle, but the paranoia...
Okay, you drew out the paranoia nice and early, though. This is going to take away from their post plan. It worked to take away from their post plan. That's also good.
Really want to try and play Jing in. He's fallen here. An attempt made, but it doesn't work out. And the rest do have sheriffs, but he was the one with the vandal. He was the one to try and shoulder all that responsibility. And FUT happy to take this. I'll just stand there and go, okay, but
Thank you.
At least they're going to pick up that vandal, take it back through.
Pick that up. Stop it.
Above a minute.
Re-clear mid.
PRX would have liked to have started this round.
Oh, except now you can't because
but the other players in that
of the smoke.
are running. I wonder if Yedajay heard all that information. Places that pressure towards market, towards mid with that smoke.
Oh, that's so good. Dude, Yedajay is running amok, man. They got to do something about this guy.
PRX thought, hey, they're going to go back to B. Guess what? FUT, they played it right. They like to let the round simmer in those mid rounds. They get onto a free site, 5 versus 4. They've got the weapons. And depending on who gets these last kills, it's definitely going to be seen at
I actually do think PRX wins Bind and Lotus, but so I wouldn't be too concerned if you're a PRX fan.
2 away for CNED. So already he'll be chomping at the bit for that.
Man, can we, by the way, can we send my stream link to all the people that call me a PRX hater? I'm like out here freaking cheering for my boys.
But the utility's still in play. You still got a Dizzy there for cracks as well.
I'm like malding alongside Alex. They're really becoming PRX itself.
Good follow-up. Hold on. Out of time. It's
No
getting
time.
too late in the day. Those shots were fantastic.
Forsaken, just get another ult orb if you can. There you go. It goes over to Attic Captain. Not too much damage done.
But that's fine. 9 rounds for them, and this is the round. You gotta hope PRX would prepare for.
That's actually good, Yesel. That's my alter ego.
The ability to get that showstopper. He needs to get an ultimate orb or a kill now if he wants to be able to use it on this round. But both teams so very close to multiple ultimates coming online. This could be a very easy comeback for PRX to swing it back in their favor.
Okay. Oh, are we gonna position ourselves to re-clear mid? Oh, is that what's going on, PRX? Yeah, we're just gonna delay. Dude, you gotta make sure that you're forcing them to use their util. Do not let them creep up all the way up to here. Like, you gotta do a staggered retreat so they use util 2 or 3 times. Okay, don't. Yeah.
The camp is going to take down, send Wingman in to clear the angle, allow Forsaken to try and play with this a touch, but
we're rushing our util a little bit. They're basically taking contact and forcing our util out of us.
Yeah, both of them trying to play off each other, but deciding against it and opting to slip back a little bit deeper.
You gotta delay it further. You've taken mid control though. That's good. You want to basically destroy Yedajay. This is good. He's watching for you. He gets that tag. Huge. So now FUT is rushed. And even if they do get in and get the plant, your retake, even if you don't go on the flank, now they have to be concerned with the flank. And you guys can get through. You know that they're trying to push out, but the smokes will keep them at bay.
Good flash timing, maybe.
Oh, flash plus paranoia. Oh, paranoia and then flash. Yeah, that was a little awkward on both sides. That's unfortunate. Jing. Good thing something's your teammate. Where's the teamwork, my friends? Time? Dude, whenever teams like this meet up with each other, it's so insane. Oh, the reload, man. Oh, man. Whenever teams that love to fight, it's just like both teams keep winning rounds they just shouldn't. So funny.
PRX needs to do this to be able to break FUT. They'll tie it up.
I cannot believe Devi wins that fight against, who was it, Craxus? That's so crazy. No, but this is good. Re-clearing mid is important. What did I say, chat? You know, give me the Pacific boys.
They're either going to go back to their 2-1-2 openings and just really make sure that they don't leave any
I mean, here's the other thing is that I don't mean this as like a... I don't mean to diss FUT. It's just that like teams like FUT are relatively easier to kind of read their win conditions.
They heard the wall. They know something's up.
Look at them.
Yeah, they're looking. Ditch it.
Yeah, he's backed away.
NT though. I mean, just to put some pressure. You have other ults for retakes, so I'm okay with that. And here's the thing: is that now they have to spend either a lot more time or util to re-clear this. So what PRX is doing is making sure that they don't like creep up for free all the way up to like here, right? You either want them to spend more time or more util to get up there so that now your own retake is looking pretty strong. No, they get actually, it's a very fast re-clear from FUT on A or B main, so they're not missing too much. Okay. Breachcon is a little rough, but you still got Thrash.
With his ult as well, it's all about timing now.
Whoa, Showstopper and Thrash at once? Dude, I thought he was going to kill both of them. I was so scared.
Spike loose on the site, and they try and backfill the space. Look at Devi's positioning, taking all of that real estate away. This is lovely. They stalled them out here 20 seconds.
You know, this is where we're probably going to find out that PRX fans actually live the longest because they overcome so many potential heart attacks. Your heart's just like built to steel now.
Keep the weapons. You're getting nothing more. What a fantastic start from PRX in that round. I love that. Getting creative.
FUT has a second timeout, right? I think they use it here. They're getting picked apart in terms of style and tendency.
Captain, once they lost those 2 players, 3 versus 5, whatever the situation was. Okay, I'm gonna go 3 versus 4. Yeah.
And if that's the case, they probably take earlier mid control.
They lost another player in the process.
No timeout? Are they out of timeouts? Oh, there it is.
Here, the Rolling Thunder is activated.
There's a good chance that they're going to look for heavier mid control because they've been leaving it up to Yedijay all alone, and it's been costing them a little bit.
Yedijay is the first to take first contact on a couple of these rounds. Proactivity from PRX, moving around the map, trying to find out where they can find any sort of openings right now. FUT need to be better at dealing with that. Almost caught by the Sage Wall. That boost up in B.
Dude, what was that sign? What did it say?
Right now,
I didn't get it. So if they're gonna look to take mid control first,
the timeout obviously going to be from FUT side, but it does mean that both sides can check in. So it's not like it's just going to be.
I think PRX.
Yeah, this is what we wanted from this series. I think a lot of us saw a really close game between these two.
I didn't keep tabs on the ults, but
historically how good PRX have been in FUT recently as of late, it hasn't been their best. It's still been a good map, but
that's a sick font.
You look at Heretics, you're looking at some of the teams out in EMEA who've been very solid at this. They suffered losses to them, fair enough, but still, pound for pound.
I think PRX doesn't fight them in mid. Or you could do the wall up in mid. You could try that on this round, but I think you push out of A main because you've been trying to pressure them on B a couple times. So you force contact on A main. But again, don't commit to it. Just draw out their utility.
I do wonder if off the back of that timeout from FUT, does PRX do
okay, so you don't have anything. You are 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, but they have theirs. So you definitely want to be ready to bail. This cam, something breaks it immediately for them. Okay, early fault line. Only the fault line used and the cam from FUT. So FUT actually okay with this? I mean, they miss out on main control, but they actually, in fact, they reverse the steps a little bit to their advantage. They draw out the utility and they're going to take mid control. Now the problem is PRX has a good read on this, but there's no way for them to bait out the Rolling Thunder. Is he still going to use it because of the slow orb? Nope, just the flashes. Do they take out Yedijay? They're not checking for him.
They know what's coming their way, and this is a battle on 2 fronts. Firstly, starting in market, Mr. Fallen in the way. Trade off of utility, and in we go. Something takes the first couple of steps forward.
Okay, 4v4. Yedijay's in a good position.
Space there as well. The ult going to secure CT for FUT. They're going to make sure they've got time, or at least maybe a little bit of safety to play into, because market is no longer theirs.
Forsaken. When does that util come back? No time, I think.
First real blood drawn is traded out instantly. Here comes the pressure,
and
a captain trying to survive takes away the
Speaking
fight.
of
A 2v3.
util, he just gets it, but
finds stability in an incredibly chaotic moment there. Pressure through market, pressure on CT. A little bit of everything thrown into the mix there, but it didn't work out for PRX with that hunting squad going through.
This is the last chance for PRX to be able to get this
since 2021 Berlin. Damn, that's when Shiba was still on the roster, right?
right now it's looking like FUT's
Before Jing joined?
Map, and we're going to be looking at Bind, where PRX needs to close that out.
It's
if
crazy.
they want to see a third map, because right now, FUT is in full control. They have that op still out, and PRX, they're kind of running out of ideas at the moment. FUT doing such a good job with the teamwork, with the pacing, and they're closing out the rounds. These are
Oh, they're already ahead of it. Okay, the fault line to push them back. But this time there's no peek. Okay, wow, he was...
Keep going! I don't even care. I know it's an overheat, but keep going. And they're pressuring everything. It's a PRX round, right? We're down. We're, you know, feeling the pressure. Back to all. Run at them. Hit 2 shots with the Sheriff. Why not? It works.
That body's not resable, though. It's going to be a 4-3 in the favor of PRX. Guns up for everyone. Everyone's on a Vandal.
I mean, it's 4v3.
Mr. Fallen as well.
You don't have the flank, but you have guns. This is a very doable retake. They're going to play on site. This is the spike over towards Elbow. Okay.
Look to focus towards Elbow. CT is where it looks like PRX are trying to mount the retake.
The Mosh is just going to draw them out.
Right time of the shot. Eventually comes through from cracks. No
Come on, swing as a team. Swing as a team. There you go.
Sits towards the box, and the time starts to dwindle. Jing goes down. These are individual attempts.
Yeah, why are we not fighting together?
As Mind Freak in a 1v3, running out of time, running out of chances. A nice attempt, but it was too little, too late. FUT again, up to 11 here. A valiant attempt from PRX, but not enough.
Not enough indeed. That is the last time out going to be burned from PRX. They need to be able to pull something out right now. They need to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
This dude cracks this on A site. Don't let this guy anchor on this site.
But what right now I'm looking at how FUT is closing out these rounds. They were down a player. They got that hat info. They got into A. I love how they're dealing with these retakes from PRX. They're moving together. First, okay, we're gonna.
You gotta hit the flanks. You gotta get mid control. The regular retakes aren't working out. There's the timeout. Okay.
Start fighting spawn. And we fight from elbow. We fight from sight. And we get that crossfire. And once they did those moves together.
Yeah, I forgot that we had one left for PRX.
This is the FUT that we know. This is the FUT that got here. Yeah, this is the FUT that they can be. This is the FUT that got them here in the first place. And this is the FUT that is scary to play against.
They haven't done a tiles crunch yet.
I mean, it's a best of 3 for a reason. Sunset is one of the better maps. The desk was pointing it out.
But I don't think you do it this round.
You know, win streak. Is this the break to it? But this is also no joke from FUT. They're picking this map for a reason. It's one of their stronger maps.
Well, especially when you don't have anything to work with it.
They've kind of come into this. The second half has been.
I think the early fault line just to bait out any util is okay. I think that part's fine. But you just don't have any mid control, so you need to have someone watching it. That's what FUT's using against you. So I wish you. I actually wish they would do a hard push out, wait for a root clear. If it doesn't happen, immediately rotate to mid, and then fight for that.
You've got a Guardian Stinger, and actually another Guardian as well, and a Sheriff to round it out.
Do I think PRX can beat EDG if they win today? Yes. But mostly just because it's stylistic.
Gave them that opportunity, but patience.
I think EDG still lacks the complete discipline to stay locked in for an entire best of 3 in an aim duel with PRX. And EDG is very gifted, but at that point, I think the teamwork swinging will come out more often from PRX.
Heavy stack towards A with 3 players.
I don't think it will be convincing. I said that about today's game as well. I don't think either of PRX's wins would be convincing if they were to win and go to playoffs. But I think it's very doable.
And so far a trade, not a complete miss from either side.
But that's the smokes down for the attackers. That means that they need to be able to do a split here to end the round. If they go
okay, just leave something here. There you go. Everybody rotate over. And this PRX should be doing exact the same thing on the map in the next rounds as well.
Difference maker as well. It can at least clear out the site, allow them some safety for the cross, but they've got to follow it up and feel brave to do so. CNED, the one to feel bold enough. Oh, the timing on taking out the pain shell. He's going to do okay. He's going to try and secure CT. The one-man army so far, allowing that plant to come in and keeping down the numbers for PRX.
That one's resable.
So you know that there's 2 now in Boba, because you saw both the Sage and the Breach.
The res is still in play. Is this the undoing of them?
It could be.
No res. I mean, you're on Eco.
Stun as well for Forsaken.
Yeah, there's the wall, there's Wingman. What do they have? Oh, I saw.
There you go. The Wingman plus the wall. It's good.
This is the thing that could save them here. PRX still alive, still kicking. a mistake from FUT when it mattered most.
He thought it was a vandal.
Highlighted FUT making mistakes. We talked about. We said how good they've been doing in these post plants.
The post plants on B don't work against the Sage because you can put it up vertically.
The one that got here in the first place, and then what do
Especially
they do?
with a
Right
gecko
after
as
we
well.
say that, they fall back into B main. They know all these things are on the board.
I don't even think he meant this gap to be intentional. I think he put it too short and it hit the spike / wingman.
They had all these things. I thought for sure FUT's gonna stay up.
Once again, okay, so now it's the Talos crunch. Yep, this is what I was talking about. You don't do it the previous round. You do it here. Okay, you saw more than one. You just keep them tied up, and then you bail. You just leave mid. Everybody leave. No. Somebody stay A main, though. Somebody just watch for info. Okay, Mind Freak's going to smoke that off. Now you got time. Now they have to spend time re-clearing all of this. They have to spend time re-clearing all of this.
To try and get them on the site. Is this the point where FUT falter? Looking to re-explore towards middle, maybe try and
Mind Freak did give up a lot of space, though, so he actually has no idea. Like, someone could literally go around the world. Like, this is possible here.
Quiet is going to be so loud in the minds of PRX. Where have they gone? What are they doing?
So that's why Mind Freak feels a little pressured to be in a dangerous position. Like, he's opening himself up, but until something comes over here, he doesn't really have an option. And now something comes over, you wall off mid.
Mind Freak, does he live? Takes TV
Oh.
out, spotted in the end, but it looks like you're gonna see that plant coming in a second. Cautious steps being made.
What happened to that
Retake by
Mosh?
PRX. They're already starting to come on in. Forsaken goes head first, but it's Mr. Fallen to find it. PRX putting up numbers. Mr. Fallen and Cracks, though, still alive in a 2v3. 25 seconds of the plant just to be considered now. Divide with the operator and the res. Two rifles with the others.
The timing.
Come together. There you go. Swing together. Oh, clean.
PRX never down, never out. Back up in an even affair here.
Okay.
11.
Op online.
They've already made their wish.
They have.
They've already made it.
You're right. Oh.
This is the FUT. PRX, they're gonna steal this away from them right under their nose, and it comes back to that round on an eco or like some low economy buy. FUT kicking themselves again. We've seen it before. No more timeouts. No more chances for mistakes.
All right, what does FUT do here? What does PRX want to counteract?
But I've seen PRX before.
FUT might just go instantly for a fast pressure on A main. That's been working for them, but it's going to be mid. Okay, I thought they might go for mid control because it's just easier for the attackers. And this is where you have the triple. They don't even wall up this time. It's just a high-low with the steps. Very well done. You pull it out when you want to get to map point. You love to see it. The wall plus the slow orb. Captain is just stuck. That is a lot of util used early, though, so...
Starting to come alive here, but I'm scared, though. It's still not over. FUT can still be dangerous, but Divide doesn't care. He's feeling confident. He's got Forsaken. He's got Mind Freak. He's got them all.
That's it.
He made it to 12.
Well done.
PRX finally getting back in the lead here. And FUT held on 11.
They waited patiently for FUT to make that mistake.
Now there's a showstopper.
And once that happens,
Good chance of A main hit.
It around. They are in the lead. They've secured that overtime. They're going to steal away FUT's map pick here. Showstopper still available for the attackers. Res still in play, but not even needed. Also, Forsaken's one off his ultimate. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to secure that for him early and use that on a flank if FUT is able to get into a site and get a plant down. But they're op up for Divide. It's very oppressive right now.
Yeah, so they're scared of the showstopper. They're scared of the showstopper coming in through A.
We're going slow here.
So PRX just going to back out. They still have mid control with the op. You love to see it. Counteracts the smoke. The smoke's a little telling. And now you're focused. Why? Because you've already cleared out B main. This is so good from PRX. This round is clean. The problem, though, is that they don't actually have any pressure in mid. However, you've already taken out the Cypher. So... it's on FUT to have to figure this out, how much they want to be concerned about mid.
Take on the mantle of being the big man himself, he will. He's already on 21. He's having a good game. Trying to secure CT to give safety to the plant. The res going to come in. The paint shell goes over.
Paint shell, that's a good paint shell. It's one of the best ways to slow down the retake and then the aftershock as well. FUT's going to need to push out for this.
Dangerous. Jane clearing house. He wants this done. He wants map 1, and he might just get it. It's all down to Mr. Fallen, and he can't do enough. PRX bring this game back from the jaws of death. 16-11.
It's good.
That is the PRX we were waiting to see, but it took damn long to get there, Josh.
I don't know if it's true, but I feel like PRX can't decide if they want to embrace the W gaming spirit fully or become a disciplined team. Well, I don't think they want to become like a G2 style team, but I think they've accepted that there's a limit to W gaming. They're trying to find the right balance.
This series is an absolute heater.
Good recovery, though. So FUT came in with a plan, but again, a lot of people do. So, like I said, the weaknesses of this composition have been shown quite a few times, but not many teams, almost nobody has been able to actually close it out other than Team Secret. So well done. Go to the bathroom real quick.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting start that was to the series. I'm now joined by the head coach of PRX, Alex. Now, Alex, that round 21 Device Sage War defuse was beautiful, and it really felt like a turning point for you guys. So talk me through what was going through your mind when you saw that, and how proud are you of the fact that your boys managed to actually clinch that out in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very proud, obviously. It looked like they were running, FUT was going to run away with it because we were too individual. So the fact that they managed to combine at the moment, I'm very happy about it. Yeah, it was a turning point, I think. Yeah, you know, when you lose like that, a round like that, it can really break you. I think that's what happened to FUT. So I hope that we keep this momentum up.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, and best of luck on map 2.
And what can only be described as one of the most exciting matches here in Champions Seoul. FUT and PRX brought it on Sunset. But let's start from the absolute beginning, because Mimi, I mean, we were seeing some great ideas across the board from PRX.
And this is how I thought the game was going.
All right.
So strong. You see here, a slow orb is going into that smoke. There are 2 players in spawn ready to defend something on site there, but neither of them can swing through and assist their teammate. And then in this late round,
bind.
segmenting off the retake with the wall absolutely cooks them. And I think this was the story of the first few rounds. Slow orbs on the execute, stopping FUT from flood defending, and PRX winning out in the post plants with those walls to disrupt.
Bring out the harbor. I want PRX to bring out the harbor.
I think found some great solutions towards the end of that first half.
Yeah. They were finding gaps. They were finding opportunities to really get in there and make an impact.
Yeah, they were playing together, and it was off of the back of the anchoring from Yedajay, who had a phenomenal map, honestly. And now we're seeing why FUT picked this map into PRX. The game plan on attack was phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is disheartening because if you're a FUT fan and for the FUT boys in general, because there were a point in time, Mimi, where I really did feel like FUT were starting to run away with this.
I think they were in control until some of those crucial rounds in the second half. It's another game where FUT is leading in the first kills. Yedajay, who you mentioned, CNET as well, both having great maps. But I think it came down to these PRX retakes, that wall round that Yunsu was talking to Alex about in the interview, and also some of the excellent reads towards the end of the game. The round where they're just spamming people down in mid, getting the opening kills there. PRX really locked in with some fantastic adaptation to close out this map.
And another thing, too, to point in mind, we were talking about this while we were watching a game, right? We were seeing way too many times PRX were just running as individuals. Alex even mentioned himself. That like PRX is at its best when they deadball. When they get together and they shoot together.
And it's the same
The news about Talon, I mean, listen, they didn't play well today, and Vitality played actually pretty well today. So
on their attacking half, there was a lot of disruption that they were trying to do, but it wasn't alone. It wasn't solo warriors. It was utility, breach utility in the post plant, and taking the fight to PRX, because they know if they let PRX set up that retake and give them the spacing that they want, it's going to be nearly impossible when you got shooters like that.
But there was one player, though, that you did talk about, and that leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment. You got Yetsujae with the 3K, and honestly, you could have picked a variety of rounds from Yetsujae in this one. This one, though, was quite nice. He had a brilliant setup on the side. He had his teamates there to back him up, and even though he does get picked off, the job was
dude, this was a setup from Yedajay.
He's like controlling his spray so perfectly on that third kill.
It was the X factor for them in that map, honestly. He was constantly in the kill feed, Mimi. It was unreal.
Even with the attack operator, I mean, there's limited info on the side of PRX on their defensive side. Steel said that on the cast, and that's why he was opping. He had the outlaw first 2 rounds after the pistol. Then he was.
Does Talon need to change roster? So Governor for Surf. Listen, I'm a big Surf believer, but Governor played that deadlock so well on the Sunset. I agree, Governor. The thing is, Governor, I think, is a hard player to judge from the outside because you know, hearing how they talk about themselves and the way they play, I get a lot of the times that Governor looks like he is inting. I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to create space. When the team is on page, he actually creates space pretty well when he's playing Duelist. And he can still flex around. I do think he's actually still probably better on the initiator, but listen, I like Surf, but I don't think Surf is like objectively just a straight up upgrade over any of the guys on that team. It's not to say that Surf is objectively worse. I just think it goes down to synergy.
What did you say to your players just now backstage? How do you make sure they can move on mentally and focus?
But the problem is if you're gonna sub out, if you're gonna replace either Governor or Ban, you have to replace both. Unless you're replacing with another English speaker, because at that point, then you're making a tie team.
Sonraki maça hazırlanabilsinler, mentallerini toparlayabilsinler. Ne konuştunuz içeride?
13-0 yesek bile geri çekilmeyin. İkinci map'te www.
Even if we get 13-0, don't fall back, don't step on the brakes. Just www, press W.
Oh, against W Gaming, I like it. Thank you very much, guys, and best of luck on map 2.
That is exactly how you lose to W Gaming, by the way.
W Gaming taking the fight to their opponents. It is quite refreshing to hear.
But that is what FUT would do, which is why I favor PRX in this matchup.
Inflexibles we were talking about before actually adopt that, and you were seeing.
I mean, you don't want to play scared. You don't want to play scared. I think, and maybe that's what he meant, is you don't want to play scared. I agree with that, because the moment you play scared, PRX runs all over you. So you don't want to play scared, but I think trying to match the tempo is not the way to do it. Could you explain to me why Pack Ascension is moving to Indonesia? I mean, I think I agree with James. Well, I think it's partly two things. Some people are saying that it's maybe visa issues, but they're also changing the format. So it sounds like that could be a part of it, that they wanted to change the format, which means they needed, you know, a different setup, and maybe that couldn't work out in Tokyo, and so it's been an immediate switch. I don't know. There's probably multiple layers to this. I don't know any facts. Just I'm in the same boat as you guys, but it sounds like the format has changed. It's double elim now, so that's like for sure that has changed. Double elim bracket or playoffs or whatever it is. PRX no Harbor. I really think the Harbor would be good against this team.
They're playing the meta 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah, that is very, very surprising. And I'm just wondering if
maybe
that's not their identity. Maybe that's not a good thing for them.
It's a new PRX.
The Zoo comp is fine. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I do think the Harbor would have been really good against them. But the Mirror comp, I think it's fine.
Seriously, they can't take these risks.
Absolutely. Everyone's finding this comp for a reason. It is good. But both these teams have to lock in for their execution. They both have aspirations.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think you need to slow it down against PRX. It's just, but if what Guys was saying was like you don't want, but he said WWW, so I think he meant you want to match their pace, which is exactly what you don't want to do against PRX. That's literally how every team that loses to PRX loses, is they try to fight them and then you lose. But you also don't want to become scared, right? Once you respect them too much, like once you play scared too much, then you just lose your fights. There's a very fine line between basically you need to have a strong understanding of your win condition, but you don't want to get scared of ever fighting them, right? So there's a fine line there.
Well-rounded composition. It lets you do many things. You can get a lot of space taken with the fade, with the gecko, getting
the Twitter said it was because the 7.5 hours long Ascension final. What?
And then the double controller helps.
Wait, what does that even mean?
Really, with dicing up the map, helping with the retakes, and Bind essentially comes down to.
Yeah, I mean it is a little shocking, but hopefully it's for the better. I mean, it sucks for the Japanese fans for sure.
Now, though, PRX, 4 people short A.
Okay, they're just going to counter util for util, except you used a smoke and a paint shells, and they used a dizzy that they are going to recollect. So you're kind of losing out on that trade. But they've quickly re-clear showers, and then they're looking for a main again. So that's fine.
Gets in.
They're gonna think about TPing, I think.
Could be the difference maker here. Does cracks catch them?
Are you really gonna think about TPing? Really?
So long, right? Like surely.
Okay, don't. It looked like their positioning was, but
defenders, like it's too hard to get through that, but. It might be a 5 versus 5 retake here. The smokes are going to come down in a second, surely.
Device playing forward though. I'm looking.
Wait, but when you say the Twitter, you mean the Challengers final, correct? Not the Ascension final.
Captain just going to spam through the smoke and it works. Footer on the side, but look at the pre-take. Look at the absolute prelude to chaos we've got going on here. PRX.
Classic, classic bind, classic PRX bind. They're the best at flooding and bind. Which is why I think the Harbor would have been good, but
pistol round for PRX. That defensive smoke coming out into the front of the site as well. The timing was everything. FUT maybe.
Oh, trust me, PRX gets hurt by their comps a lot, but
and still all the defenders are able.
It's one of those situations of if you're not good at playing the other comps, then you might as well play a comp that's not good. You know?
That's just not good enough for FUT.
Yeah, the Ascension qualifier match. Wait, which Twitter said that, though? I assume that's just like a report. I assume that's not. I can't imagine that the official Riot account would be like, yeah, the regional final sucked, so we're going to change this.
That is a worry, isn't it? The impact of that previous match.
I assume that's also just a speculation or a leak, but I mean, listen, I think it's probably a mix of things, though. Like, if it's changing to a double elim format, then that's going to require like 1 or 2 more days as well. Oh, you saw the shoulder? Yeah, there you go. Oh, huge C's. Oh, huge. Oh my gosh. No. Now back off. Now back off. You've missed your chance. There you go.
In the end, get the round done. 4 staying alive. No loss of weaponry. They're happy.
You know what's interesting though? FUT is a huge.
No pun intended. Flooding with Harbor.
And, well, not Spectre,
no, but seriously, the
Sheriff and
Harbor would have been so good against FUT.
Right
I think.
There, 5 classics. They're playing all in for this round 3. They have heavy shields on 4 players, only light shields on 1. They've got their Vandals and their Phantoms up. They're playing for this round. PRX, 2 Vandals only, 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre here. So this is going to be a big test for FUT to be able to, again, like they did on this last map, set the tone.
Potentially an aggressive start here. I say potentially.
Because FUT plays this comp, but FUT also doesn't play this comp very well. I mean, so I guess you're not really losing out on much because it's just going to turn into a fight for fight anyway.
This is just chaos personified, but in the most perfectly executed way. They have
in the smoke.
Yeah, they have everything they need here. And the captain falls. Oh, it's just perfect. PRX, they look so good at this. The aggression, just profound. As Yedajay, you were monstrous on map 1, but now you're surrounded on basically all fronts. The spike couldn't be deeper in enemy control, and he can't isolate the fight. It's 3
Yikes.
rounds, and I'm worried about FUT's mental here. I'm worried they're getting boomed. If you can't,
yeah, this is why you don't W gaming against W gaming.
Play, you will be just
right?
blown asunder.
If they can't get even 3 kills on this round, yes, they've got Sheriffs, yes, they got a Stinger. If they can't make something happen where they get even just a few kills, I think round 5 timeout, talk about what's going on.
You just can't. Right you can't match their pace. It doesn't mean that you're worse at aiming. You just don't live in that world.
Viper on an island.
You just don't live in that world.
One time at B, one time on A. PRX really active. FUT need to identify that as soon as possible if they want to have a chance. Otherwise,
and PRX is playing so confidently now. It's so over.
An absolute masterclass.
It's just over for FUT.
Pressing down on it, FUT are just hemorrhaging.
Okay, these are the games where you have to kind of watch at what PRX is doing and understand where they thrive, right? Because do they have backup plans? They do. They're still taking this. Right? They're playing safe here. They're giving up lamps. And then they push out on A. And they double triple it, so they're not, you know, obviously you're still committing to it, but it's not like you're just sending someone out to die.
Has barely left spawn. It's not a fun position to be in. This is the PRX that gives people nightmares. Nice try. It ain't good enough. A flawless.
I don't know if it'll be a 13-0, but
that timeout has to hit quick.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think. Listen, I don't think they're ever gonna say. They just said logistical things, so it could be Visa. It's probably a mix of everything, right? It's probably a mix of maybe the tech. It's probably a mix of, hey, we want to do double elim stuff. Can we figure out a setup and schedule for that? And it doesn't work out in Tokyo and whatnot. But at the end of the day, like, no one's gonna know 100%. We're not gonna know 100%. So I don't think they're gonna ever say 100%, unless it's because like the Japanese government suddenly banned them from doing it. I guess then maybe they would say it, but
it's just
snowballing. Yeah,
it's so hard. So it's this round has to be something, and FUT are walking on just thin ice now.
Yeah, so they've slowed it down. They're going for trades, but slowing it down. FUT's catching on to this. So PRX now needs to understand that they can't just take contact anymore. Right? You still got backup plans. That's okay. Trying to push out to re-clear that is fine. You got to make up your mind, though, Devi. I think they thought that they didn't have enough time because Mind Freak was taking it, but he...
No! An absolute fumble here. And how is it just on Mr. Fallen? He's read it right, but the timing's wrong. And PRX breaking FUT's hearts. They're crumbling, Josh. They're crumbling.
That was a 4-3.
Dude,
he's not
FUT
isolating the fight. FUT is doing what they did against EDG. They're running, they're scattering around, and everyone's trying. They're trying to chase down the kills, but they're not doing it together.
Dude, that's crazy, man. Dude, walking onto your teammate's mosh is insane. I mean, I know it can get chaotic, but
shifted over there together. But here, what is this? One goes left, one goes right, one's in the smoke, one's over
in the mosh.
Dude, what?
And then he runs into his teammate's mosh, and
like, what is he doing, man?
Come on. This is
oh man!
It's online. This is just
oh man! He was so focused on the kill. I think he just straight up just didn't see it.
Gotta see
like
more.
It can happen. It shouldn't. Not to pros, but it can.
Get some stability. Get some assurances.
Okay, I like the fake out. But taking lamps doesn't really mean anything in a buy round. The observers can't figure it out.
the difference between map 1 and map 2 is such a stark
This is
contrast. Josh, where's the timeout?
I'm not trying to
They need
sound like a hindsight Harry, but I'm just saying this is why I wasn't too concerned.
pads. What is going on?
Because if you're gonna fight, I think EDG is gonna put up a better fight. Not just because EDG overall seems like a stronger team in their current form, but EDG has learned a little bit of discipline over the years. They have. But FUT like doesn't seem to pick up on this. FUT seems so confident that they can outduel anybody in the world.
They got to the point where PRX, they've got the momentum on
But
their
the thing is like they're kind of their own version of PRX in EMEA, right? They play their own funky comps. They play comps that are like 100% reliant on setting up a key player for kills. They're kind of a mix between EDG and PRX. So I get that, and therefore they're the ones who do that in EMEA. So I get that it can work.
They need to be able to convert these
but
rounds. When they get those advantages, the 2-for-1 trade on showers. Okay, cool.
That's
now,
a good start.
That's
What do
a
we do
great
now?
start. You have to convert nat 4 and
So
3
what are they
have
going to
still move
change here?
together. And we've seen them move together.
I mean,
They
I
were
would
moving on
FUT
Sunset.
should
Something
slow it
happened
down, but
between, you know, the middle of the
they
game
probably
on Sunset
won't.
until now, something happened, and internally, we talk about on EMEA the Vibe Merchant team, whatever.
I mean, spreading it out a little bit is probably good. Basically, what FUT should look to do is see if PRX pushes out again and just like keep them at bay. If they commit to it, then like if it's B main, like check for it, and if they keep committing to it, then double team them, right?
No, it's
I mean, if it's
clear
showers,
as
you can't
day.
really double team them, but you can at least keep them at bay. If it's short, keep them at bay, double team them, right? I think that's what you should be doing.
This isn't just another
And
game. This
PRX,
isn't
I
just
think,
another group
expects
stage.
that, and so they just say, hey, cut noise,
Yeah, setting up the firing squad, and this could be
let's take them
an
out.
execution waiting, and it absolutely is. Body
Just
after
hard
body
read.
dropped, and again, a
Hard
two-man
read.
disadvantage to begin with. Something holding the line. It's easy for him. They look so in the zone, so comfortable. As said, I can't stress it enough. This is the PRX that is nightmare-inducing, confident.
But again, as dominant as this looks,
and hard to get a
if
beat
they
on.
played like this against G2, I think G2 rips them apart.
Captain, it's
100%.
This round, he wants it done. Get back
I mean,
into it, get that
maybe
fire up and
you know,
get going,
maybe it
'cause
looks
this
a
is
little
landslide.
closer. You know, maybe they, take it to overtime on one of the maps, something like that. But like PRX is individually playing very, very strongly right now. But
3 rounds where they had 4 alive as well to close these rounds out. It's not even like it's a close game where it's like coming down to the wire, the clutches, the one-on-one situation where FUT's kind of faltering at the end. These are just so one-sided.
They absolutely are.
more teams should try to match PRX.
Now, this is the round the timeout was for.
Okay, so they're gonna try to set up a set play, but PRX, yeah. So they're expecting, okay, you've got ults, you've got all sorts of ults. Let's play it safe, right? They're not pushing out anymore. So PRX, recognizing that the timeout has happened, they're actually giving respect. They say, okay, the timeout has happened, so let's just chill out. Make sure that the pit isn't getting instantly surrounded.
Into short, this op going aggressive.
Excuse me. Still got Mind Freak watching out for him as well. And just the peek out. And you do get punished now. So FUT is learning to punish a little bit quickly on the trades.
Mind Freak confident, but gets punished this time.
Yep.
Mr. Fallen
The
finds his man.
1v1s is, if FUT plays confidently and slowly, the 1v1s they shouldn't be losing across the map.
Nightfall as well.
So PRX is getting a little bit punished. Okay, you know the op is still here. That's who was using the Gecko was using the operator. Imagine this. FUT slows it down and PRX they start to fall apart. Isn't that insane? If only teams had shown everyone around the world how to play against them.
To keep him contained. Device slow creep forward is already considered. That ult being on B long kind of Taylor makes his trajectory. The first fight not going to be his. Mr. Fallen reads it well, and now Jing in an uphill struggle. A 1v4. Incredibly difficult, and it looks like FUT has probably
PRX will adjust though. I mean, they try to give respect.
It's secured.
Right?
Carve out there first,
They've tried to play a default, and FUT use that to their advantage.
We heard that roar from behind us as well. So maybe not completely mentally out of the game. 4 ultimates online for FUT. Round by round, if they can get it, I mean, 4 rounds in a row is not unheard of.
I think you just ignore. I just ignore short again.
PRX is in such a comfortable position still, though. They still have.
Do we have ults? Because if it's ults, you could try to pull a set play just to stop the momentum.
Available, and they probably are still feeling confident enough to take these risks, to look for these duels. maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities for FUT to be able to get back in with those kind of risks that PRX is taking.
Okay, you do have an orbital strike.
Readjust.
Yep. So you just heavy showers, right? So you, again, you give up lamps, right? You just say, all right, you know, take lamps. That's whatever. We'll keep showers. We can actually ruin your post plant, and then we have orbital strike. And PRX is even aware of the fact that this might force FUT to push out as well. Dude, the positioning here in showers is actually very, very good.
Nightfall this time, and the next ult from Mr. Fallen as
And
well.
the Thrash. Ooh, orbital strike's a little early. Just to clear lamps. Nobody's actually in there.
The Mind Freak looking to punish. He doesn't get what he wants. There's a fight still in him.
Oh, they're taking 1v1s.
Still trying to hold what they can here. Secure what remains in this half. There's something left to have to respect this. But he is being hunted. Yedijay wants that operator gone. Almost. He knows he's going to repeat.
No, I think Alex maybe calls a timeout here.
Down left, right, and center. They've got him. They've got their man. Finally, they strike
Just to slow things down.
Force.
A convincing round.
See what they've changed up.
Execute. Showstopper invested, and the foresight.
First of all, the spacing's good, right? They're not pushing out. They're not pushing out too much further. They're using their ults now. It was a big ult round, Showstopper and Nightfall, so sure, and you can count that as well. But
you know, there's a couple of rounds. It's like
you realize they're waiting for you to peek. Yep. So there's the timeout.
The side of FUT, and now it's like, wait, okay, you know, now they're starting to shoot back. Now we need to make sure, okay, we have a good lead, 5-round lead. There's a few more rounds in this half. Let's make sure that we close it out really strong. We can still get a 10-2 here. So that's probably what
I don't think you tell them to push out so much further, but I think you like Shower's control is still really good. So I think
let's not give it away.
Why was the camera on the ref? I think you can still
on attack. Loves going for shower picks as well. So
want to see what he can do with that.
Again, you can still set up for a fast push out and then fast rotate, flood the site. But the thing is
closer towards the top of the board for FUT. On the other side, of course, Divine, Mind Freaks.
I mean, there's no Sentinel on the other side either. It's mirror comps.
Is in form here. It's scary to face. There is no weak link.
It's hard to kind of.
I think what I would tell them to do is you can still take showers and then just make sure that you're not giving up entire backside. Last round you had to because of the ults, but this time you don't have to anymore. But they're not going to do that. They're going to watch short. They're just saying, okay, at the end of the day, they're scared of. I think what PRX is saying is that FUT is scared of hitting showers, so let's just deny them entry here. They're trying to use their toxic screen too much. Let's just shut it down, and that's not bad.
Does he get a reward here? A very patient beginning, maybe expecting some aggression from PRX. So FUT sitting in a very
screen has failed. It doesn't go all the way through.
Sensible. Judge and Hookah.
Nasty.
But the double initiator with that raise is going to be able to sniff out a few of these situations.
You'd hope so.
And you're holding close range.
You hope that protocol list is there. There we go. Wingman at least going to come in. That should either force him away. Shows the
judge. Yep, shows the judge. So now you have to back out. But it's honestly not bad. A classic would have been too funny anyway. So just seeing if someone pushes off the back of that, showing the judge, trying to force him to come in and then repositions. Basically, they don't want to ever come in through Hookah. So you push them out from that. This pit doesn't actually get you onto the spike plant. So the only thing PRX really has to be worried about is lamps. And then basically you want to keep control of this, right? They can plant, but you'll be fine. You hear that the raise is B, that's caused the rotate over, but this is good from Devi, right? Say, okay, the pit is going to let them get into lamps for free. They're going to assume that we have showers for free, so I'm going to try to cut them off and deny the pit nice and early. The real question is the timing between him and CNED. Oh, CNED's going back out. CNED thinks the timeout might have told them to go for the flanks. Oh, huge repeat. Oh my gosh, massive from Devi.
Device is surrounded on all fronts with 5 seconds. The spike is not in hand, and he knows this one's Raps. Get out of there, get out of danger. PRX shifting gear. We credit them for their aggression, for their confidence, for their fast plays, but we've seen them just show real discipline, real.
The pit was a bit of a miss. The pit was a miss.
What they had, great timing on that push out from Devi as well.
They let FUT make the mistake again. Ill-timed. They run out of time here. Tank this pain shells. Nope. Don't even get the spike planted. Afraid to go hookah because of the judge. Walking up, contact up along B. Can't find an opening. Gets tethered, haunted, everything.
The heart opens.
I don't know what the idea was there from FUT. It was too slow.
And now they're going to push out. Good tempo control from PRX.
And then again, the aggression starting here. Taking control. Quite indicative that they found no resistance thus far.
But basically, PRX has identified, hey, stop trying to do something funky. All FUT can do is use their toxic screen to get onto site, which is 100% true. They haven't really succeeded in any other rounds.
You don't need it. Let CNED. He's still toying with it.
FUT needs to re-clear other stuff, which is why something is here. But I think basically what Alex told them is, like, don't expect FUT to... I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but don't expect them to play smart, right? Expect them to do what we would do, which is just, like, force it. And they would be 100% correct.
Just decimating 3! A glimmer of hope shattered in a second. And now the cross going to be watched and controlled by something. Yedajay left alone. Again, alone here. Spike so far away. And Devi, whoa, quickly brought back
NT.
to Yedajay, that shorty.
Do it. Do it, Mind Freak. Jump out. Don't do it, though. But I dare you to.
He's going to give it a damn good go.
It's a 2v1, so don't do it. But I do dare you to.
Close to each other. It would have to be nothing short of a miracle. And it almost was.
He actually did it.
They live and die by the sword, and they get themselves up towards 9, Josh. This is looking like it's wraps.
That's what I was scared of.
It's so weird seeing this shift. It's like a second personality. You see CNED kind of moving up with this off. Where's that support?
The only way to do it would have been a double swing like they just did, but that's so risky, man.
One they swing. It's so
He's on 5 HP. You literally didn't need to do that. So funny.
Again, just moving so well together. Having the firing squads kind of cutting the map down, moving together.
Now I think you slow it down if you're PRX.
On point for them too.
They want to go for a Showers Crunch.
It looks quicker.
And you Viper's Pit this. But there's no signs over on Showers. So you basically know that you can...
the Dizzy gonna reveal it. He has to take the TP as a quick way out. The site looks vulnerable. Nice. FUT going through that.
I don't know if intentional.
But hesitation might cost them that advantage they once had. Now you're going to see the molly coming in. Now you're going to see all the counter util, and you're right, that is in play, and it is going to be utilized. Mind Freak could get caught in this one. Jinx still going to be doing the damage. Takes away CNED, gets a little closer.
We're playing separately again, PRX. We are playing separately.
And now numbers favorable towards FUT. Should have the time on their side. This should be the gate shut on this round and this half at a 9-3.
Rash out. So hard, 2 versus 4 to come back into this. Krax hears this as well. 1 hookah, 1 long, crossfire.
They should have everything they need here. Should be a slam dunk. Seal it. Krax. Okay. Devi, he did well before, but this is very hard. They are isolated, but they swing together. Make sure it counts. 3 rounds, Josh. I don't know if it's enough. I want you to break down when we come back from this if you feel that it's going to be enough to tip the scales. But PRX came out looking lethal. This has been a half to remember for them, and it might be the one to secure their safety here in Champs.
All right, win the pistol, win the map. Let's go. Let's keep it nice and simple. Give me a second here during this break. Why am I... I'll have to check this later. That's the mistake, though. PRX, a lot of times PRX's defense is actually really good. Because they play it so aggressively. Oh, my heart's okay. PRX has been okay. It's been a little bit frustrating, but... Talon, though.
9-3. A pretty condemning scoreline.
You're a KT fan.
PRX coming out swinging, looking.
Oh
so
man, you know how to choose your teams.
Aggression after aggression, pushing, controlling, and FUT.
Holy, oh
You're
man,
right.
I'm sorry for you.
So strong, but not only strong
Just can't get away from the charm, huh?
They're so well rounded. We saw the patience, the passive rounds. Correct. We saw the firing squads. We saw them aggression down long B. We saw them.
They were playing like this in champs too, weren't they? Why will it not? No, I think it will work against EDG. I just don't think it'll work as well against EDG because EDG actually has a little bit more discipline than FUT. Like they're not just EDG, and EDG's faced them so many times that I think they're willing to just be like, yo, let's just chill.
FUT with a pistol round could definitely close
EDG also, I think, EDG sets up Kong better than FUT sets up CNED.
Next round.
So all of these things combined, I think EDG will get a couple more rounds. I also don't think EDG would ever pick Sunset. Granted, FUT came with some good ideas, but it was shallow. Oh my. But you know why PRX does this? You know why they're getting away with this? Because they know that FUT will fight them.
You're looking at Yedajay and CNED, the big man himself with the Sheriff, but he's only got 4 kills so far. This hasn't been a big map for him.
So knowing that they'll fight them, they basically just overpower
still
them.
alive with a gun in hand. Something. Yeah, a little tagged up, but still here. And the pain shot's good enough for something. But do they clear Forsaken diligently? CNED trying to take those steps, trying to get closer towards lamps. Spots out Mind Freak, but time is becoming an issue. They've got to get
I mean, I think EDG, like, if you were to put the current PRX and EDG...
But he gets cleared. Another 1v1, but time, Josh, is ticking. Divide tries to play the game, and he does so well. Heartbreak from the outset. 10,000
EDG and PRX, if you had them play against the exact same number of, like, 16 teams... I think EDG would probably come out on top against more teams, maybe. I don't know if there's much else to say about this right now. Well, I think they'd be pretty even actually. But PRX, like they have so much experience against each other, and I think PRX will just come out on top in that sense.
One motion.
I don't know if EDG is objectively the better team though.
Not even stopping to set up the wingman.
Well, actually, their prep against G2 was pretty good. Their prep against G2 was pretty good. It's just it ran dry, and then but it's the same thing with EDG. When they start to falter, they get very aggressive, right? Like EDG, their fallback plans are always the same. Their fallback plans are, let's group as 5, let's hit the site, let's go aggressive, and if that doesn't work, it's hey, let's pick up the op. Like it's and that like if PRX can get them to go to their fallback plans, then PRX will win. But if EDG can somehow play with utmost discipline for the first like 10 rounds in a row, then they'll probably close it out.
Brimstone, triple smokes, one down at spawn.
Yeah, I will say the way they played against G2 was it was very good. I mean, you could tell that they came prepped. It's just G2 is very sturdy. The read on Icebox was really good. I will give them that credit. The change in their composition as well into the KO instead of the Gecko, like that was huge. So the prep is really good, but.
And we've had, as I said, a champion.
But the problem is like, I mean, I could be proven wrong. If EDG comes in, we're going to assume PRX is going to win. If EDG comes into this matchup and says,
it won't make much difference.
He's just going to die. Okay. He doesn't want to risk it. Oh.
From the way they've been shooting.
Wow, a lot of respect. I guess he's also one away from the Thrash, so doesn't want to give it.
Give him the Thrash. I guess that's the logic behind that.
I'm fine with that. So, I will say...
Don't mind that.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something about EDG. Oh, if EDG comes into this match...
Well, this is it, isn't it?
With the idea that the counter to PRX is G2, right? If they can accept that, then I think EDG could win. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think PRX is like the favorites. I just think as much as people are doom and gloom about PRX, I think they'll still Like, they'll rediscover their magic like they are today against a team like EDG. I think they would. And the thing is I don't think EDG has enough experience and discipline to just, like, ignore what PaperX is doing and hunker down and say we're playing our own game. I don't think they would have that, but...
Insult to injury with this Thrash. How many does it get? 1.
Oh, now they try and tighten the screws on the site itself. FUT, though, taking some good steps here. Something now makes his presence known, gets the upgrade and gets out, but they now know where he is. A nice little lineup there, can't deny it. That is going to secure so much time.
Whoa, come on, you guys knew he was there.
Mind Freak is playing to that clock, working away at FUT, chipping them down, and Cracks tries as best he can. Keeping them in this series.
If you weren't gonna peek at the half, you should have waited until the full defuse. That was Mind Freak kind of double guessing himself, I think.
I don't even know if they can afford to purchase more Vandals here.
It was a nice try, but it was a bit iffy.
There's nothing else they can really do. PRX is just keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, it looked like he couldn't make up his mind. I think he also thought it, because the way he jiggled a bit far before he peeked. I think he thought he would be able to see the spike, and then he didn't. So he got a little worried, I think. But anyway. But yeah, so listen, I don't think a scoreline like this should ever happen in PaperX versus EDG. I think that's a 3-mapper no matter who wins. I don't think it's like an upset if EDG wins at all. But I just think given the current attitude and consensus around PaperX, I would still pick them. I would still pick them to win. I don't think it's going to look good. I don't think they're going to look good doing it. I don't think, I'll put it this way. I think they'll beat EDG, but I do not think any of you guys should suddenly think that now that there's a lot of hope again in playoffs. I'm sorry to the PaperX fans, but I mean, they might do well. Maybe that's enough confidence to get them going again, but like that should not, these games for PaperX should not be the standard for whether hope is back or not, right? Like these are just games that like they should have won because the way these other teams play.
CNED has to make up for that little bit of a mistake, that little hesitation, but now he's got no security.
CNED's getting a little rough. Genji Sentinel should be tomorrow, yes. So I'm gonna have to go back and make a video about that tonight after the match is over. It's a grind.
That's huge. CNED starting to clear house. Forsaken though in a 1v3 position. Unconsidered thus far. Can he clutch up and get them to 12? Oh, it wasn't clean on the first. And CNED thriving there. Moved away for a second. Left Mr. Fall into rot, but he came back at the right time.
Big round for CNED at 4K. Round by round, FUT needs to do this.
And they're not quite over the finish line yet, but
having to
listen.
Do a low econ buy here, let another
I wouldn't be too worried.
In favor of FUT, but I don't think they have to get a little bit nervous. I think this is this round, if you're going to use any to highlight the differences in teamwork between PRX and FUT, it's right here. We see how this player gets this kill in Hookah. He's driving it back out. No Viper wall to come up early enough for him to be able to go. First of all, it was a split into a 2A, 2B setup. CNET doesn't even follow through to help him away. Still,
wow, FUT's going to bring the fight to him on an eco, and boy, are they in for a rude surprise. Oh, okay. Oh, 2v1.
But for now, it's an effective trade in favor to FUT. They keep
okay, FUT. Very, very quick.
They've seen a lot.
Yeah, but now you back up for sure. Although, I guess you do give up weapons, but it's not like you were going to be able to deny him anyway.
CNET as well. Moving over, jump spotting for that hookah angle, and the passive retake setup from Cracks on A Heaven right now. Really understanding exactly.
No, this is FUT playing really well, though. They're saying, okay, well, hey, this toxic screen, this is the only thing. It's not really doing much, so I'm just going to watch down here.
And here comes the problem. Here comes
oh my gosh, no way.
Octagon, but sends it towards CT and gets a trade. Oh, but out of captain.
Okay, jeez.
Safe pair of hands there.
PaperX doing PaperX things. Why would you use the showstopper there?
This is going to be a slog if they want to try and bring this back. Purchase now going to come up here for PaperX.
The op is online, which is, this does make things a little dicier. Yeah, there's the timeout. Okay, so you got to talk about the op potentially coming online. Let's hope that they do have a good read on that, because they should, because you can see it.
Considering where we were, where we came from, FUT still needing to play almost perfect at this
moment. B main or showers probably on the first round with the op.
Winning the rounds. And it's not, though, off of good decision-making, really. It's off of the back of big heroic plays. So Cena getting that 4K in the previous round, getting that kill right before he dies to the showstopper here at a captain playing in the smokes. But what I don't like, what they did there with the 3B retake A, perfect. That's good. You're against Stingers. You understand.
I don't think you pressure hookah anymore.
But these other rounds,
if you're Paper X, I think a little bit of pressure on short is okay, but if you recognize that the op is a real possibility, I think you just use Prowlers nice and early to shove in. I think you take B main first, and then you just watch to see if there's a push out of showers.
That's overtime secured for Paper X. There's not enough rounds to play with. They need to be absolutely perfect, and not only
that is true. Jing
not even close to perfect right now.
Doesn't get a lot of contact with a showstopper.
But it could happen.
It could happen. I mean, it could happen. This would be really weird because normally binds an attack.
Yep, pressure B main first, see what happens. No one's going to watch for this. Oh, they're going to go for the screen again. But if you're going to go for the screen, you got to go fast because you're making this. This is to make it look like it's a double hit, right? And then so you don't get spammed from the sides.
As we highlight, this is very much back to the wall Val. Similar scenes for Paper X as well. They should have a snowball round soon enough.
But you got to be able to deny it nice and fast. I like the haunt going deeper. Operator's already been stationed here, but
alleviate some pressure for the defense. Cracks.
The smoke gives you a bit of an inkling that it's not going to be the operator. You should still be able to just check. Oh, that's Mr. Fallen. Yeah, that's him greeting for it. Paper X is going to slow things down, though. They're wondering, does that call for a rotate? And if not, they're definitely not leaving B site. So look at this. They're going to rotate. Wow. Wow, Paper X is actually rotating, guys. It's crazy.
Instead of having that showers line, that Viper wall going up would block his sight line. So good reposition.
Yeah, I do like this wall specifically for the operators. It's pretty good.
Nothing's happened towards B yet. It's going to be A.
Cena having to respect it. Has to back away deeper towards site. Looking for a readjust towards maybe Tri-Box. Cracks is in towards shower, so that's still a big factor here.
Okay.
Come down to deny the plant.
They do have Yedajay watching the TP, but Paper X, they still have 30 seconds. You still have the Nightfall as well.
Wingman doing his job as best he can, gets denied again. Now the Nightfall, now
uh-oh, the smokes are dying out. They're not paying attention. You're running out of time.
Cracks' position could be huge, as could be said for Yedajay, but
Mindfreak gets the easy kill, and you get the plant. Ooh.
A 2v4, this is going to be everything. Jing takes away out of captain, and Cracks left to rot at the end of this 12. Calling and answered by Jing. Paper X.
Okay, last round of the game. Paper X probably going to do something a little insane. We don't have ults.
Match point, and FUT's been feeling this pressure all game. That's 7-0 down.
I think this time they go for a fast hit on A. So use the same toxic screen, and then go for the pinch on A. The double-pronged attack.
Because his teammate's Viper wall.
That's what I would do. You've been using this Viper wall 2-3 rounds in a row.
Over to lamps. The enemy Viper wall is right there. Loses that vision that way. Needs to have a better position. I like the reposition. Wait for them to rotate back from B to short A. You get that line on them.
Yeah.
But maybe it needs to be from like on top of truck, in front of the truck, something like that.
Timeout from
is able to pivot
FUT?
away right there.
Does that change anything?
Sure, he uses the paint shells and the boom bot just to stall, buy some time, but the 20 seconds on those.
The map pull is completely against Paper X's playstyle. A little bit. I would say, well, I guess they go hand in hand, but I would say it's the combination of the map pull and the current meta. But I think it's also just the evolution of Valorant. I think teams are just learning to play the entire map a lot smarter, right? I think teams are getting a better understanding of map control a lot better, which puts you in a better position, which is really what wins you fights at the highest level, because everyone's got good aim. Everyone's going to have a clutch player. Everyone's going to have 2-3 clutch players. Everyone's going to be able to, you know, eke out a 1v2 or 1v3 every now and then. That can't be your win condition. That can't be your win condition anymore.
To me signifies that they're in it for the long haul, because he was down to like, he was at 1 ultimate orb when he went for it, so it got him to 2. So they're
I mean, we'll see. Paper X has always been an exciting team. Okay, is it going to be it? Is it going to be a fast hit? Well, maybe not with the operator. But they are looking to do a pinch using the toxic screen. Now, does FUT have a read on it?
FUT need to use theirs off cooldown.
I guess so. Oh, they wanted to go for a pinch. They think it's going to be them just holding back because of the econ situation. But it's just a fast hit. Called it.
PaperX
because you've been using this screen just for rotates. FUT doesn't quite see it coming. And they've TP'd. He's TP'd to just save himself.
But what do you do in this? A 2v3, and you're so far from the site.
They have that wingman, they have that Viper's Pit. If they're able to get into the back of the site, pop that Viper's Pit, get the wingman on the spike.
Yeah, no, Gen.G is like, Gen.G is an aim-based discipline team, right? G2 is a util-based, like G2 is the evolution of DR, like for Pacific fans and Asia fans. Hold on.
Time is now of the essence. They cannot miss here.
Oh.
Mind Freak is hitting it.
Oh, I love it. I love that Mind Freak gets the last kill. I'm a big Mind Freak fan. I'm a big Mind Freak fan.
And sending FUT all the way home.
So I would say G2 is like the evolution of the old DRX style, very util-based, etc., but you know when to call for audibles. You have a little bit more consistent clutch factor. You've got great lurks, things like that.
Kind of unlucky with the draw against G2 going into this. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, that's the
Meanwhile, I would say Gen.G is an evolution of PaperX with a bit more discipline.
So quality, playoff quality teams.
You're absolutely on the money, and there's a lot of respect for the side here. FUT came out and they tried. I mean, yes, map 2
so
was,
I think that'll be.
Map 1 was exceptional.
I think it's an interesting look into it.
Games out of these group stages. Some people were looking at the other groups as the group of death. You could have argued this had a lot of those elements to it as well. Having
I mean, Gen.G could be a bit of an evolution of the EG style as well, but.
The better team came out today on top, which is
the current iteration of this current DRX. I mean, this DRX is.
Map 1 was a slog. Map 2
I don't know. They're not as set play heavy, right?
Vintage PaperX rounds.
This is definitely a team that you can't take lightly. You see them. They're running at you. They're confident. They've got the killer instinct. But it's not just one or two people that you highlight. It's all of them. They do it in tandem. They do it at the same time. It's just so much chaos to deal with, and they do it so well. They've been in these situations.
When are the next matches? Are you skipping any more watch party days? I'm basically not going to watch party if a Pacific team isn't playing that day, which we'll see. You know, now that we'll see if they all make it through. We'll see what the schedule looks like. And then obviously if I have other work, I won't be able to watch party. But the next matches are tomorrow and the day after, this weekend. The decider matches are then, and then there's a break on Monday. So Saturday and Sunday there are still matches. We will be watch partying both because Gen.G is playing tomorrow, and then PaperX is playing the next day. So we'll watch party both of those.
Man, I'm actually annoyed that FUT kind of dropped the ball in that first map, because Lotus, I think, would have been such a tremendous map to see the stylistic matchup. We have to wait until another day to see that from PRX, because that double duelist comp that they have with this whole W style is so good.
No, it certainly is, and it's good to see them hitting their streak now. Some incredibly hard opening games. I think we could say this for both sides. But today, as said,
but yeah, I mean, this is about what I expected from this matchup, honestly. I mean, I would say PaperX maybe looked like they gained a bit more confidence than I thought they would going into bind, but.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined by PaperX's Mind Freak. Congratulations, Mind Freak! 페이퍼렉스의 마인드 프릭 선수 만나보겠습니다. 오늘 프리쇼에서 다바이 선수가 챔피언스 트로피 PRX 거지라고 했을 때 아니라고 대답했는데도 오늘 페이퍼렉스의 경기력은 대단했습니다. 오늘 풋 상대로의 경기 평가 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, in the pre-show when Davai was asked, "Are you going to take the trophy?" he said, "Nah." But today you showed up and played it the PRX way. So how was it playing against FUT today?
I mean, it's a great match because last time we play against them is like last year in LA. So it was a great match, and yeah.
작년에 만났을 때는 2023 챔스 LA에서 만났었는데 오늘 경기 아주 만족스러운 결과라고 하네요. 근데도 오늘 페이퍼렉스의 바인드 원래는 순탄치 않았거든요. 다양한 요원 조합을 해봤지만 뭔가 그러한 결과 때문인지 오늘 풋과의 경기에서는 되게 시원한 승리를 보여줬습니다. 드디어 페이퍼렉스만의 바인드 해답을 찾았는지 한번 들어보고 싶습니다. Your bind today was incredible, but this year it was a little shaky. But you know, you took that dominant win against FUT today. So I'm wondering, do you think you finally figured out what works best for you?
I think it's like in general, all over the maps. I think our map pool before was kind of shaky. It's like really small map pool because I think we're trying to play not with our strength. So in bind we kind of fix it, like we make a strats and protocols or whatever based on our strength. So yeah, it kind of show up today. Yeah.
PRX bind. Yeah, that was exciting. 이제 원래 요원 풀이나 맵 풀이나 조금은 빈약했다고 생각했는데 왜 빈약했냐면은 예전에는 조금 우리만의 강점을 살린 게 아니라 좀 그 흐름을 따라가던 그런 조합들이었기 때문에 그랬던 것 같고요. 이번에 바인드, 오늘 보여준 바인드는 우리의 강점을 잘 살릴 수 있는 그런 조합이어서 성공적인 결과가 나왔던 것 같다고 하네요. 그리고 다음 상대 국제 대회마다 만나는 EDG입니다. 하지만 사이먼 선수의 합류하고는 처음 만나는 거고 요새 중국 팀들의 실력이 경기력이 대단하니 다음 경기는 좀 어떻게 예상하고 있는지 들어보겠습니다. You know, you face EDG at every international tournament. What are the chances of that, right? But it's the first time with Simon on board, and also the Chinese teams have been really popping off. So what's your expectation going into your next match?
Probably just the same. I mean, like just play as usual because we met them so many times, and then we are familiar with their game. They are familiar with our game, so yeah.
Just do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly.
워낙 많이 만났던 팀들이고 뭐 페이퍼렉스도 EDG를 잘 알고 EDG도 페이퍼렉스를 잘 아는 만큼 그냥 원래 하던 대로 PRX의 웨이로 한번 해본다고 합니다. 이상 페이퍼렉스의 마인드 프릭 인터뷰 만나봤고요. We'll be back with more Valorant action tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
GG.
Thank you so much for that.
National Day MVP.
Congratulations on the win.
Oh, Devi's here.
That was a tough one at the beginning. Let's talk about that map one because you know you guys have an excellent sunset. And it's
okay. Well, chat. I would love to hear from Devi, but I was reading the post-match conference from Talon.
Not bad, and we also knew that their sunset was great. So I think.
So you went into it already with the respect on their side.
I think we kind of expected the veto that they're gonna pick sunset or Lotus.
I mean, you know, I think it's stuff that you'd expect.
And, yeah, I mean.
But anyway, that's it for today. Thanks for joining. We will be back tomorrow for the Gen G Sentinels match. And then it's what? Fnatic Crew?
Yeah, it felt like there was a point in time where you guys
I don't know if I'll watch party both matches tomorrow. I might do only Gen G Sentinels. Because then I would want to come back and make the video for EDG and PaperX as well. But we'll try to get the Gen G Sentinels video out sometime overnight tonight. I'll be working on it all night. And then we'll be back for the watch party. So I hope you guys join me again tomorrow. Hope you have a great rest of your day/night. Hope you enjoyed the matches. There were some fun mud fights today. And tomorrow, Gen G Sentinels. That should be a super banger. It should be a really good team match. So let's see. I don't think it's going to be easy for Gen G, but I still pick Gen G. So we shall see how it goes. Have a good one.
Most of the Turkish team are very proactive when it comes to map control, and they like